God, dinner fucked me. Took way too long to cook. And then I found out that my garage fridge, which I had all my Thanksgiving stuff in, like my turkey and shit, just isn't working. So I have turkey soup in a bag and a bunch of ice cream that is soup now and a bunch of other nonsense in the freezer that was just wasted, just lighting money on fire. Oh my god. I'm tilted, man. What a waste. Just lighting money on fire. Also wasting time because, like, went out of my way to, like, pick up that stuff the other day. Ugh. How y'all doing? I gotta go rebuy all that shit. Let's pull up the thing. Where the fuck is Chrome? There's Chrome. World Championships. I was just having an interesting conversation with my team a few seconds ago also. Let me pull this up and then screen share. So Lucas posted this picture and it was like a what's the play kind of picture. So this is just him fishbowling on his desk. And he was like, I don't know how to play this hand. These, hold on, let me pull up my pen application. One sec. Okay, so these are fake. He was just being lazy with his watery grave and just flipping them upside down like that. This is a prismatic. And he has 1 gold right now. These dice are fake. And he was trying to figure out what the play was here. I'll let you guys sit with it for a second. What do you guys think is the play? Also, what matchup is he playing that he's playing Mage Master Boots and Balance of Justice? The Mirror, I guess? So when I see this, this is what I'm thinking about. I think I play this hand one of two different ways based on what my opponent's deck is. And I think a lot of that has to do with this port side right here. Like how we use this port side, I think is fundamentally different based on what opponent we're playing against. So these are gone. We want to get this Scoob in the graveyard. So we can either do that with our hero power or the port side. We currently don't know what's on top. We have not compassed yet. That's why it's up, right side up. I think if I'm playing against a deck where my life total is not a relevant factor to the game, like they're going to try fatiguing me or something, I think I'm really interested in playing this port side. I'm not as interested in making sure I like extract every point of value from every single card. I'm more interested in making sure that I never brick during the game and give them space to like gain life or like clear my board or whatever and get a free arsenal. I never want to let off the gas, basically. So I want to get my engine going and get like all this gold in play. So if I'm against a fatigue deck, I'm trying to play this port side. If I'm not against a fatigue deck and my life total is relevant, I think I'm not actually interested in playing the port side here. I think I'd rather hero power to get the Scoob in the grave and then like keep 2 blues to play out this conch if they have an arsenal and then play the Scoob afterwards. It's a question of which blues. So I think if I'm against like a more aggressive deck, what I'm doing here is I've decided I'm not playing the port side necessarily. So I'm going to start with compass, look at the top. If it's a red, I'm going to hero power first to draw the red. And then I'm going to play out this chart afterwards. If it is a blue on top, I play this chart out. If it's a yellow, I probably also play the chart out unless it's like prismatic. And then I probably play this call to grab a Fiddler's Green as my blue for the turn. Oh, no, I guess we play the chart as the blue for the turn, so we don't need to do that. Other thing is like if we see that there's a blue, a non-blue on top, we could just decide to not play the chart. We could just use both of these cards as pitch. Get our 6 resources plus dead threads. Play out the conch, play out the Scoob, and then use the fiddlers plus the call for fiddlers as our blue for the turn. I think it was actually kind of interesting here of like the different ways that you could have played this hand. The other thing too here is like I don't care that much about playing the port side necessarily versus an aggro deck to like get back my gold. So if we do the other line where we like hero power to get the guy in the bin, we go to 0 gold. So there's no more gold. But we're going to attack with a Scoob. So we're going to go back to 1 gold. And we get to hook. They have to block the conch. Odds are the Scoob with the hook hits. We're pretty likely to end the turn with 2 gold. So I feel pretty comfortable about this. It's actually pretty hard to like have profitable Scoob turns into the aggro decks as well. So, anywho. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Pull back upstream. All right. Let's jump into some more of the Worlds games. We're going to start off with, I heard this was a good game. This is Ellie Bird versus Paul. A Phi game. You don't see that very often. In 2025, Phi? Sheesh.
Match and see the battle of the Draconic Ninjas. We've got Ellie Bird, my friend, and yours, left side of your screen, facing off against Paul von Heisel, top 8 at the Pro Tour in London, taking Syndra, a different aggressive.
Oh, I didn't know this guy top 8 at a Pro Tour. That's pretty cool.
Let's go ahead and start with Ellie Bird's equipment.
We were actually looking at Phi for a hot second for this event. What happened? Okay.
Can overcome aggro opponents is with cards like Breaking Point, a chain ender at the end of the chain that offers a devastating on hit. But Ellie Bird has the answer in the form of the
a chain ender at the end of the chain.
First breaking point, or the first threatening on hit that Paul von Heisel might choose to send. And
you tell him, Punkage.
Blazing Yoroi value, but then that effectively stops his own
7-1. That's crazy.
On the tech over here is forced to go first here, though not where.
Did she post what she faced off against?
This matchup is so favored for her that she'll still take it down even with the disadvantage of going first.
And we're seeing the Searing Emberblade draw first blood, and I think it's only right, given that that equipment piece is such an important part of, I believe, the way Ellie Bird is going to utilize her strategy to win this game. The just 2 for 3 go again. The consistent power that the blue provides in the pitch zone, getting you not only the
Wait, how did she leak damage? Is this a 2-block?
Phoenix Flame out of the graveyard, but a Lava Burst here. We've already seen 1 2-block put on the combat chain. There's a 2-block and another. Is Rising Resentment 2 or 3?
Rising Resentment 2 blocks.
2, yeah, so 2 blocks.
So 3 damage leak for Ellie Bird over here, and she still gets the Arsenal at the end of this. You know, we spoke about the Bravo game just now being quite refreshing, seeing an OG Guardian. What about this Phi, Sam? Shuko being triggered? I haven't said that in quite a while.
Dude, Phi right. Inject some Phi gaming right into my veins. Let me tell you something. I love this hero. First hero I ever played at a calling was Phi Rising Rebellion, and at the first World Championships I played in that calling in San Jose. Had a great.
Are those Sarah sleeves? From Final Fantasy 13? It looks like Lightning's hair, but the face doesn't look like Lightning. Looks like Lightning's gloves also, kinda. I think that's Sarah.
I love this hero. First hero I ever played at a calling was Phi Rising Rebellion, and at the first World Championships I played in that calling in San Jose. Had a great game, multiple games, had so much fun.
I'm gonna ask her.
See if Ellie can get the job done with a formidable and respectful, great opponent in her way. Paul von Heisel just had the pleasure of getting to know him some in London. Great ambassador for the game. Got an Ignite here on the combat chain that's going to be taken by Ellie down to 38. Goes the Rising Rebellion, and the Ignite, as often seen, powers up the Kunai of Retribution. We've seen 1 weapon from 1 ninja hit the chain. Let's see the other as the Kunai whirls forward. 1 damage taken as well. Ellie down to 37.
Speaking of other tech pieces that Ellie has access to, that's a Shelter from the Storm in her hand, and I believe she arsenaled a Shelter from the Storm as well. So her take in this matchup is to play a little bit more mid-rangey with the Syndra, deny the mass triggers as much as you can, which is defense reactions, have your Blazing Yoroi to insulate yourself from other mass triggers later down the chain or something a bit more threatening like that, and just outvalue the Syndra on that front. And to that effect, she has chosen to bring in Mask of the Pouncing Lynx as well, and this can represent way more than just 5 damage in 5 Rising Rebellion.
Yeah, I think those are 13-2 sleeves.
6, 7, even 8 with that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx at the right time. We see the Shelter from the Storm just not be utilized in the way perhaps Ellie wants.
All right, I'm asking her.
2 points of defense value, but on the flick, we're going to see the Shelter from the
I
Storm.
need to know if me and Ellie are about to become best friends.
And now that means that chain link is actually locked out. The massive momentum no longer live, probably for the rest of this turn.
I literally have a Lightning figure on my desk right now.
Holding on to a snatch, still will have the opportunity to present an on-hit over here, but because of the Blazing Yoroi, needs to close the chain.
One of my favorite games.
Or also, Ellie can just go ahead and throw a 3-block in front of the snatch, given that she's got 2 prevention floating from the shelter. She takes 1 here, loses 1 prevention on the shelter.
I have a Sarah figure somewhere.
Looks like it's just going to be Syndra activation.
Let's see. Close the chain and put out the snatch because of the Blazing Yoroi. Ellie has to think about this, but because of that Shelter from the Storm, can give the 2-block from hand plus the Dragon Scalar Flight Path to cover up the snatch in its entirety, leaving Ellie with still multiple cards to work with thanks to the defense reaction first coming from Arsenal. Let's see if she can keep utilizing both of these cards to keep the tempo now that Paul von Heisel is going to be off of Arsenal after going second.
Looks like it's just going to be a 0 for 3 from Ellie here. Mounting Anger, the remaining card in her hand. So a bit of an unfortunate hand for her over there. It was all reds and 2 1 costs in that hand as well. There were 2 Mounting Angers in that hand.
Does that work on the weapon?
Rising Resentment in a hand over here. So does
Yeah, that works on your weapon. That's kind of cute.
So still following back with a 2-card 7 over here after Paul van Heisel's pretty impressive turn and being able to block out the mask as well. The fact that she can follow this up, this is what makes Phi a force to be reckoned with in this matchup.
Interesting here. You're seeing Paul von Heisel put the Dragon Scalar Flight Path rather than utilize the 4-block on the Shelter from the Storm immediately. You have to imagine if you're Ellie, the alarm bells start to ring. What are the plans for Paul with that Flight Path here?
I'm curious what the plan is with the links.
Wants to get that 1 block before it's gone.
Every time I see Flight Path,
I feel like Mask of Momentum is something that should be really good in this matchup.
So far, Paul van Heisel starting this turn with an Ignite and does have a Shelter from the Storm off his own.
So maybe she has like a Salt the Wound turn that like Salt comes in for 7 or something.
Definitely very popular back in the CC meta game when Phi was in the meta.
Oh, yeah. Nothing I like more than ending my chain with a gosh darn snatch, my friend. We're going to see the Blood Splattered Vest here activated upon the damage from the Kunai as we see the Rising Resentment come in as well. To go ahead and 3 damage over. Looks like Paul just wanting to make sure he gets the value from the vest.
Given the mask trigger, interesting.
Or was just expecting to draw a card and wanted to insulate himself from the potential of drawing a 1 cost. Demonstrate devotion, hunt the hunted. Hunt the hunter, right? Some of these cards that absolutely need that 1 pitch from the vest to really be at their most powerful potential. Hamilton Clock coming down. Ellie taking it. She's got no arsenal. She ain't got a care in the world. 1 resource going into the Kunai.
So the Blood Splattered Vest resource just used to swing a Kunai the old-fashioned way and going to flick as well, so it ends up in the yard for the Syndra activation. And does have a lava burst end this as well. And here we see Ellie just switching to an offensive stance. That hand doesn't block very well. This one, she doesn't have access to 2 defense reactions this time. Doesn't even attempt to block the mask momentum. Just says, all right, you got it. Draw your head jab off the top. I'm going to have something offensive to say on my own turn.
Lava burst here. This time the chain.
Ooh, and she's also got the blazing Yori. I didn't notice that at first. Very tanky.
Here comes the blazing Yoroi. One piece of equipment. Carrion Husk, eat your heart out. As we see that just getting completely taken care of by that, one block equipment that truly is much more than that. As we see the kunai hit the graveyard as well. Only one can be brought back with Cinder after the flick knives. Paul's going to go ahead and draw back up one shelter from the storm in the arsenal, another one in the hand. As Ellie took a lot of damage to present, which she has to, I have to imagine, will be a pretty big salvo of her own. Brand with Cinderclaw once again in the combat chain. Both of these players branding all over the place.
And that's the strength.
Yeah, I guess you only ever present like one mask trigger a turn, so it's pretty easy to fight over the mask.
Represents another potentially 6. If you find a lava burst of the Mask of Pouncing Links and triggers your Shuko, it's 6. Could even be a little bit more if, say, this is a Spreading Flames turn or a Rake Over the Coals turn. It can go even higher than that, which means Ellie has
Mom for Gravy would make sense.
Which combined give her at least
No, the more I think about it, the links does make sense. We don't have the flick knives, so.
On hit from the Hot on her heels. Paul Van Heysel is marked. Blue Mounting Anger hits the pitch zone. That's a card I've thumbed through plenty of times when looking through my Uprising cards. Never registered in one of my lists, but here it's going to go ahead and power up a Searing Emberblade down to 21. Here comes the Phoenix Flame, activating 5 from the graveyard. One more damage here, down to 20 goes Paul.
And you have to wonder, is this going to be a Mask of the Pouncing Links turn? I believe with this Lava Burst, she already gets a Shuko activation, so could find something like a Salt.
This could be a good Salt turn.
Would come in for a whopping 7. I think Paul Van Heysel may be covering it up. Is he going to use a second shelter? No, he does not.
So 2 damage over, and yes, we're reaching for the Massive Pouncing Links and the Dragon Scale.
Makes sense.
To give this Lava Burst go again in the damage step.
5 chain links so far. Salt Doom's gonna be
Yeah. No. My brain just was like assuming that they were presenting 2 mask triggers a turn, like Syndra was, because it's been so long since I played against Vi.
This matchup, in her words, crushes Syndra.
Salt the Wound here comes down. It should be 4-7. I think Paul is seeing that right.
7?
The Shuko already triggered in the Lava Burst, and yes, thank you, Ellie, for correcting that. It is 7. And a little bit of an awkward hand from Paul's side.
Not even a little bit of an awkward hand. That is a totally awkward hand. There's a D-React, there's one Draconic card, but then there's, of course, the Art of the Dragon Blood with no fealty and no... We've seen so many brands this game. Paul desperate for one here, but can't find it, which means that Wrath of Retribution's just going to have to hit the arsenal.
I've actually been looking for another deck to play.
The Art of Dragon, is that a little bit...
Yeah, I can't say
Maybe I give File another look. I want something that's a bit more stable than Gravy.
But this turn is not going to threaten...
Yeah, right?
Okay, so you can't...
Only 1 on hit? I sleep.
Just this output, which means Ellie can choose to just send back her whole hand on offense if she wants to.
So this is interesting. Now the Art of the Dragon Blood comes in for 4. It will discount the next Draconic card, so the Wrath of Retribution gets to come forth here.
This matchup being good would make sense to me, though. You just got 2 pieces of equipment that let you start the game up.
Just to be able to get that damage.
What is that, 12 points? 5 block on your chest, and then, like, probably on average 6-7 damage from your hat.
Yeah, it looks like he is reaching for the flick knives.
So
with 1 damage over, yeah.
With 1 kunai already in the grave to start this turn off, that's not where you want to be when you do a Wrath of Retribution. You want both your kunais on the board, so you can send them a total of 4 times. Sending the 2 on board, flicking 1, buying it back, sending that, and Dragon Scaler flight pathing as well. But because it was already in the yard, it looks like he'll at most get 3 more kunai swings after this, buying them back, sending 2, and flight pathing the other one. And this is face up now, so Ellie can do the entire math for how much damage Paul's going to send, and she can make her blocks accordingly. Also remember,
at least there's only 1 mask trigger.
The flick knives was already used to get the value. Paul knows that there's no other attack action cards following this, so was probably just conceding the mask draw here. And Ellie draws a defensive piece. We've seen her happy to use a 4 block on a 2 attack before. You have to imagine she might be comfortable using it, but no, in reaction, she goes ahead and hits the shelter from the storm.
Are we to sequence this differently from Paul's side? Yeah, she subbed the 5 block chest. It's 5, right? Do this. No. Okay, when I say stable, I also mean good.
I'll reach for that life pad. Probably excited to imagine another head jab style effect off the top, but no, it's just going to be the kunais following up the Wrath of Retribution for 2 and 2. As this.
No, this. I was trying to figure out if there's a way for us to, like, do some shenanigans with our chest, maybe. When was the flick? He flicked here. Why did he flick? Oh, I guess he has to flick because... No, the flick makes sense. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's like any way that we could have done this differently, where we could have gotten the Wrath out with $1 from our chest instead, but I don't think so. Because like ideally, what I want to do is like do all of these shenanigans and then end on an attack action card to present a second mask trigger. But I don't think there's any way to do it.
Momentum.
I think Paul Van Heisel's thinking about a flick here.
Flight pathing, threatening mask.
Yeah, and the flick knives was already used to get the value. Paul knows that there's no other attack.
Also, hi Delton.
This, so
how you doing?
Probably just conceding the mask draw here, and Ellie draws a defensive piece. We've seen her happy to use a 4-block on a 2 attack before. You have to imagine she might be comfortable using it, but no, in reaction she goes ahead and hits the Shelter from the Storm. Paul reached for that life pad, probably excited to imagine another head jab style effect off the top, but no, it's just going to be the kunais following up the Wrath of Retribution for 2 and 2 as this Draconic Ninja Showdown starts to get into the red zone, if you will, Punkage. Starts to get into the red zone, you know what I'm saying? Because not only is it getting towards the end of the game, but they're Draconic heroes, so they're cards, and
if I was Paul, I'd be like, oh fuck, I'm really far behind now. Going into the turn with no daggers.
What color was that again? Red?
Welcome to the red zone, Punkage. I'm back, baby.
So you can't flick on the Wrath. But you can flick on the Wrath chain link. You keep the mask up, but yeah, it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. There's no attack to go on the end. In theory, you could flick on this chain link instead, like on the Wrath chain link instead. I don't think it actually mattered which chain link you do it on. So long as you Wrathed at some point, or so long as you flicked at some point during the turn.
Red zone we have.
What color was that again? Red?
Welcome to the red zone, Punkage. I'm back, baby.
So despite that Wrath of Retribution turn, I still feel like Ellie is in the driver's seat over here, because now Paul Van Heisel is headed into this turn with 0 kunais, and this is what can happen when you have no kunais. You can't use one of them as a starter, and he's drawn a hand that has no natural starter of its own, has no grit in this aggro mirror.
This is a complete and utter brick, Punkage. Not only do these cards not block very well, except for I think the Burning Blade Dance. Maybe the Hot and Heroes also blocks 3. So Burning Blade Dance blocking here, but it's just going to be the display loyalty to make a fealty. Coming in for 4.
I could see that.
Ignite discount.
That might be like a little too passive, but maybe that's fine, because you'd go into the turn. You're at 15. You're not going to die on Ellie's 4-card hand. It's pretty unlikely she presents lethal here. And even if she does, you could still like block with something, like a card in hand or like a piece of armor. And you don't have to deal with like, I'm at 2 and she has flick knives. There's no flick knives on the board. So that's not relevant. This, at the start of this, she's at 22. So you would get her to 17. And then have that in arsenal. And then on the following turn, you present lethal. That might be better. In theory, our hand is just like, well, like 13 damage off the top of the deck, right? Like 3, 3, 3, 4. And then we have another 3 in arsenal. So 13. Our arsenal's worth what? So it's 13 plus a flick knives at some point. So we're presenting 14. And then our arsenal's worth 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage. I think that might have been better. Just be patient. Like, wait one more turn. Say you're not presenting lethal this turn. We're also presenting mask more than once doing it that way, if we don't end up blocking with mask momentum on her crackback. So that jumps to like, another 3 points. No, that's a good catch. Yeah, I think we're supposed to be patient here.
Oh, in reaction, she goes from the storm.
Paul Van Heisel is headed into this turn with 0 kunais, and this is what can happen when you have no kunais. You can't use one of them as a starter, and he's drawn a hand that has no natural starter of its own, has no grit in this aggro mirror.
This is a complete and utter brick, Punkage. Not only do these cards not block very well, except for I think the Burning Blade Dance. Maybe the Hot Iron Heels also blocks 3. So Burning Blade Dance blocking here, but it's just going to be the display loyalty to make a fealty. Coming in for 4.
The Ignite discount, a little bit wasted here from Ellie's side, but did need to start the turn with it. And then display loyalty coming for 5 does have a fealty now, and unfortunately doesn't have 3 Draconic Chain Links to activate 5 for free.
Yeah, so this, let's see, because there's only...
On the bright side, at least he's able to just
2
throw
chain
like
links. This one would be costing
4
1.
Arsenal Pass here.
I don't think
He has the life lead.
on the 5-10 strike first that we maybe missed.
Here's the thing is, Ellie definitely should have had a fealty on this turn because he
Yeah.
got marked. Pavel got marked the turn before, and I kind of heard them. I kind of heard
I
them
think
say
so,
like,
she's that, yeah.
like, oh yeah, I definitely have a fealty. So she should have a fealty.
Yep. And cashing in that fealty for 2 value there, thanks to the Shuko trigger as well on the Phoenix Flame, with Ignite being the first 2-power attack on that turn. And
Yeah,
then see Paul's turn. Anemic is the word that comes to mind here, Sam, and still not buying the daggers back on this turn, and arsenal a cut through. That card pretty bad when you don't have daggers.
Yeah, way better with daggers.
I definitely know I wasn't blocking. That's like that's the calculus there, right?
So now, let's see, Paul. didn't draw
That's a
any
lot of cards that
already.
care about you having
A
daggers.
couple cards left in hand for Ellie.
And full tempo now.
Yeah,
Spreading
kind of
flame.
punished.
Spreading flame. Feel
Kind of
Paul
punished
is not
really
fine on
hard.
Spreading Flame's turn, but still threatens quite a bit. I wouldn't be surprised, Sam, if some point soon we see the Mask of Momentum being blocked with from Paul's side, just to stay alive, just so we can send something back and stop Ellie from just having full say on how the pace of the game is going to go.
Paul reaching for a cut through to block with.
And those are all 2 blocks in that hand. Pain in the backside snatch, Ignite, cut through, all blocking for 2 over here, facing down the Spreading Flames.
Take one. Sorry.
Take one over the top. Down to 9 goes Paul.
I know.
Players here, no stranger to the feature
My
match.
hands have been so cold today that like electronics aren't registering them because the
Ellie Bird ruminating on the human condition.
Okay, to be fair, I was also having a problem with the life pad. When I was playing my feature, I had to like hit it like 6 times once. I was like, work.
Condition of being chilly.
and now I'm just
A little bit of lore in the Airbnb this morning, actually. They ran out of hot water.
What?
Actually, so a lot of them took cold showers this morning. But she's showing up on a Draconic Hero. That's heating her right
Yeah,
back up.
absolutely. Runner Renegade going to connect here. So Paul down to 6. And this is where you kind of, it's not quite a mirror. They're completely different heroes, but the card pool is so similar. I just wonder, is this the true mirror breaker? Searing Emberblade with a blue being pitched. You are just consistently getting the 3 damage on 1 chain link. You know Phoenix Flame is going to be joining the party from here.
And that will be buffed by the Spreading Flame, so will come in for 2. And I believe she's holding on to a Rowdy Locals in hand as well. If she wants a fealty on that.
Ooh, Rowdy
plus
Locals,
one
that's
Flames, and
spicy.
there's one from the Shuko as well.
And also then threatens the Rowdy Local effect. You can respond to the Rowdy Locals, grab your Phoenix Flame back, discard it? No?
Well, if she activates fine now for the Phoenix Flame, she won't be having it for the Rowdy Locals. But
Yes.
you try an extra 2 damage over here, and I would say it's probably worth it.
Phoenix Flame now comes in for 3.
Yeah, Shuko didn't trigger there. It will trigger on the Rowdy Locals, though. And I fully expect the fealty to be used as well for the Rowdy Locals to get a Spreading Flames buff.
oh,
Fealty activated. Rowdy Local.
That's so spicy.
3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4 is the call.
And if it's defended by an
That's
action,
a
he
really
can
good
still side
tech.
2. And Paul is only holding action cards. He has to block with both of these. This will go up to 6, and he'll still drop to 1 unless he gives up the Mask of Momentum.
And Paul here is going to be in such a difficult position. Let's see, you can block 1, 2, 3 with equipment, give up the vest and the mask to go to 1. The question is, how much do you really think you can pressure with the 2 cards in your hand? You've got a 0 for 3 that is only a 0 for 3 with no daggers, and then of course a 0 for 4. So you will be able to at least take something from Ellie, and we are seeing that play from Paul. He can't give any cards to this. This fight deck does not brick like that Cinder deck can. It is just so consistent, so powerful in that regard. The equipment has to be cashed in, not going to be used for their effects any time remaining in this one.
So the problem is...
Yeah, that's a weird thought. Phi's like the last hero still in the game that has the old card design. That like not quite Tails Monarch power level, but pretty close. And then everything got tuned down pretty significantly after Uprising. Huh.
That Paul can't convert all 3 cards.
No,
The
no.
Arsenal is still a cut through,
Yeah,
which he can't give go again.
No,
And with
see-
Snatch, he can't give that go again either. So he's able to send lethal. And I think that's what he was going for. Just want to send lethal, take at least 1 card from Ellie, but there's still the Shuko on the other side. She can't just give him that.
Snatch 4, 4. You see Ellie immediately be eyes flick to the equipment. Make sure there's no Snapdragon Scalers to worry about.
No box.
No blocks on the 4, no reactions. Take 4. Ellie says, I don't care about the card in your hand if you can't use it.
Paul's out here is if you can draw a blue off of this and pitch it to Syndra right now. Or a Sigil of Solace, which I don't think he would run in this matchup. Does not find a blue. It
Yellow, I believe.
was very
Yeah,
close
yellow
over there.
Grand with Cinderclaw. That does not buy back
Tough.
either dagger here.
You're 2? Oh. Oh,
And
you're
no
right.
action point to speak of.
I didn't update the electrons correctly. That's my bad.
Yeah, so representing the 1 damage taken on the last turn from that Rowdy Locals. Made Draconic
Man,
fealty buffed up by the Spreading Flame.
Just
Here comes Ignite coming
just
in.
so incredibly punished for that decision.
Discount.
The
Syndra
Wrath
played
turn.
By 1. Don't think she needs the excess resource with his hand, but Ignite
I think
is
that
always
decision
to your
was like
ninja opponent. Exactly.
The difference of him losing the game instantly because he made it versus probably winning the game instantly if he was patient. That's pretty interesting.
Pummel. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, no, not in this. I see 2 floating. I get flashbacks.
Let's see what the block is going to be. Ancestral Empowerment has to come and jump in front of the Searing Emberblade. Activate Phi, still has the 1 floating. Here comes Phoenix Flame. This one comes in for 2. Thanks to the Shuko, immediately has to buy another card.
And can still send the Dragon Power in hand. Doesn't have a way to make it Draconic, but it sends lethal, and that's all you need. Oh, Blaze Headlong.
Blaze
Excuse me. Yes.
Headlong. Much better. You have to put both cards in front of it, and all the tempo is firmly in Ellie Bird's favor on her favorite deck in the current format. Down to 1 goes Paul after blocking with the Flick Knives on that attack for 2. Just going to be a cut through for 3. Paul Von Heisel saying, I am just taking something from you here.
Might just be the Shuko. If
Give me a card.
And, you have to feel for the Syndra right now, Sam. No equipment to speak of. No daggers to speak of, even just sending a cut through for 3.
One desperate final gambit from the Drakai of Retribution. Her daggers have fallen. Her
Oh,
armor shorn.
don't even get a
pieces.
card.
Tiger Strike Shuko
Unlucky.
and barely covers this cut through. 1 damage leaking over as now Phi 2. All pieces broken. They are down to their final bits of damage here.
Our players just having a little bit of banter at the feature match area, and we love to see that. Just a little bit of friendly rivalries going on. I don't know about friendly here.
She's having the time of her life. Opponent's just like, yeah, kill me already.
A false declaration perhaps from the Rising Rebellion as the Empire of Volcor sits across on the other side, given 2 cards to this other loyalty, and that is going to spell, you have to imagine, doom for our Syndra player. Rising Resentment comes in for 3. Only 2 blocks remain. Both of those cards are going to have to jump in front of this. And the final follow-up is the Phoenix Flame to come through as the Phoenix rises once again. The Empire has fallen in our feature match area, and the Rebellion lives on in the
Phi's looking kind of cute. Maybe it's a Phi angle. Okay, next we got a Gravy game. Ooh, I'm excited for this. Did we get any Gravy LL games on stream? Let's see. Dio, new Chain Aurora, Marlin Viserai. Oh, we do get one. Nice.
Young on Katsu 2 and 0, and you have to imagine that this Katsu deck is supposed to beat up a Gravy Bones deck. We'll have to wait and see.
Justin Koo has succeeded so far against the Draconic Ninja of the format, or rather the more popular Draconic Ninja, if you will, in the form of Syndra. We've seen him do that time and time again on stream.
Was that from hand? Yeah, that was from hand. Okay, that makes sense.
Just a mass draw as it is in Syndra. This is potentially a Dishonor coming down the line, and if you manage to land a Dishonor on Gravy Bones, they just cannot play the game anymore. No more watery grave cards can be played from the graveyard at that point, rendering those allies almost functionally useless because you only play them from.
Yeah, but it's also easier to fight over Mask against
resolve that card against
Katsu.
We're gonna have to wait and see as he starts.
No Flick Knives.
Harmonized Kodachi coming in. Talk about nostalgia, Sam.
Yeah, no, this is cool as we see the Harmonized Kodachis hit the combat chain 1 and go again. Of course, it's classic. It's coming for Justin. Justin's got an arsenal down 1 life already. That's Swabby to think about, and a Mask of Momentum that will be doing some major work into these allies.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Sam. That's an interesting headpiece choice for Katsus these days. Katsus these days typically favoring Mask of the Pouncing.
There's one over here. We get Justin Chu on Gravy and LL versus Zen.
Ancestry, for example, but Yongyan choosing instead to present Mask of Momentum here wants to leverage those free on hits that allies like Swabby confer over to this Katsu.
You have to imagine it's just too enticing. Just too enticing for Yongyun here to just like imagine the amount of mask draws.
Oh, we get a Cody Williams game. Oh, we're gonna get a bunch of Cody games. Maybe we should try getting Cody on for watching those games. Thoughts? Should we get Cody?
Speaking of enticing, that was a very easy block from Justin Ku's side because unlike Syndra, Katsu isn't able to keep the Mask of Momentum train live. So you just block the second chain link. You're effectively free for Mask of Momentum for the rest of the turn. And Yongyan over here just sending him again. She released again. And
wait, that turn sucked ass.
A lot of them have chosen to discard this card from their 80s, not needing the anti-fatigue insurance that it normally gives you. We're seeing that head to the bin over here after clearing a Swabby. And Justin Ku gets away from that turn with just giving 1 card up on blocks. So just a hook on blocks, excuse me.
Throwing Kodachi 1 for 4. I sleep.
Slowly rise.
Didn't even have to fight over the mask. He IP'd.
Nice inclusion there, cool tech piece. You have to imagine Justin likes the colors of the cards in his deck, exemplified perfectly by the prismatic ley line on the combat chain. Can be a 0 for 6 in these Gravy Bones decks and just do some nasty, nasty things.
Gravy Bones Decklist now.
Why is like my
by this card. Prismatic ley line is now the name
chair wet? Am I bleeding or something?
Like
no, my hoodie's wet. No. Damn it. Okay, wardrobe change.
It does not. I didn't catch what Katsu was able to arsenal last turn. Call the grave here. Justin can grab anything he wants.
Rigor Mortis over here not as threatening against a Katsu as it is against, say, something like Verdance or something like a KO even, who often needs to spend a whole claw swing into their 1 health ally. Into Katsu, though, a simple Kodachi swing.
Put on my bougie hoodie instead.
Instead opts to resolve this chum. Friendly first mate. Now that can be a little bit more awkward. It does offer free Katsu triggers, potentially a free Mask Momentum trigger, but 6 life is still as
arsenal last turn.
Kadachi swing will go ahead and 3 Katsu triggers, potentially a free mask momentum trigger, but 6 life is still quite a bit to go ahead and expend into the Pirate Necro Island.
You chummed.
Let's hear, or let's see what the beginning of the turn's going to be from Katsu. Going to be that Harmonized Kadachi coming in once again. I swear, is that a gold Kadachi dog? I think it is.
The right one
Yeah.
is.
Bruh.
We have a Katsu stand over here.
What did he do?
Piece, yep. Yeah.
We're seeing that head to the bin. Excuse me.
Slowly rise from the watery depths. Exemplified perfectly by the prismatic ley line on the combat chain. Can be a zero.
Ley line is now the name of the game. And Yamyan's hand right now, not looking too stellar. You speak about colors with the very
Turn.
Why is he grabbing a rigor mortis? What does he pitch? A blue with chum. I'm a little confused by this. Maybe we're just trying to, like, prevent a future failure state since we don't have any gold. This is kind of an interesting decision going for the... I should just leave my pen application up. 1 second. You gonna load? No? Not gonna load? Okay. Okay. That's why I think it's because I still had one part of it open. I had to close all of them. No, that's not it. Fuck me. Whatever, man. Anyways. So he's calling here for an ally instead of grabbing like a Fiddler's Green to gain life. Which, like, normally I think you would grab a Fiddler's Green because it's like an aggro matchup. But this probably makes sense because he has no allies in grave. I'm sorry, no gold in play. You don't actually need gold so long as you have allies in the grave. This means that for the next 2 turns, his hands should function no matter what. Unless he has a hand of, like, multi-ally. Rigor Mortis is kind of awkward, though, in this matchup because he's got the Kadachis. But if he's Kadachiing a Rigor Mortis, that means he's not getting a mass trigger into the Rigor Mortis. So you're probably happy with that. I don't know. This is a pretty interesting decision. It's pretty innocuous, but this is a meaningful decision that he's making right now.
Even who often needs to spend a whole claw swing into the 1 health ally. Into Katsu, though, a simple Kadachi swing will go ahead and take it out. So Justin Ku instead opts to resolve this chum. Friendly first mate. Now that can be a little bit more awkward. It does offer 3 Katsu triggers, potentially a free mask momentum trigger, but 6 life is still quite a bit to go ahead and expend into.
I'm curious what the arsenal is. I think I saw it was a swell. We see it in a second. Blood in the water. I guess we don't really need to grab a Fiddler's Green when we have the life lead. We have a Blood in the Water and a chum. Like, we're pretty healthy. Probably makes more sense to just make sure that we don't brick in the future. Especially since we're putting a card in Arsenal that doesn't actually necessarily let us play the game. Then again, we are putting a card in Arsenal that lets us filter an ally out of our hand or off the top of the deck. So maybe we don't actually even need extra allies in our graveyard. But also, we might not actually even have an opportunity to block for 6 with our D-React because he just doesn't attack us for that much. Just small attacks and such.
I swear, is that a gold Kadachi dog?
I'm like legitimately going to think about this, that call to the grave for a while.
Piece that together from him playing Katsu at the World Championships right now. Looks like Kadachi's going to his chum, and there are 100 wins as well. Has the Ancestral to back this up and guarantee the mask draw. Does Justin have something like a Fearless Confrontation? to go ahead and stop this Chum from dying. Looks like no, Chum does die. Mask Momentum does get triggered. Youngyan is going to draw yet another card and puts the Katsu and Breeze Rider Brutes trigger on the stack. Wants to resolve Mask first. Now he's thinking about the Breeze Rider Brutes and the Katsu trigger.
Yeah, draws the blue right off the top for the Blanche. Yeah. And honestly, you can see, basically, for Youngyan here, was able to go ahead and put the two Kodachis and just one card from hand and immediately replace itself. As the Blanche is just going to come down, he's going to overpitch the Bonds back into the deck.
Have to point out, Justin Koo has chosen to bring Balance of Justice into this matchup, and it is currently live on this turn. Two cards have been drawn, one from Ancestral Empowerment, one from Mask Momentum. Are we going to see the card just being brought out and really activated? The strength of our Gravy with Balance of Justice in particular.
Yeah, that's one of the things I really like about Gravy, how many decisions you get to make in a game that are meaningful.
Don't know what they're going to draw the Balance of Justice.
Balance of Justice immediately going to get activated here. So no on-hit from the Blanche and replacement of a card for Justin.
Once again,
Yeah, it being able to block Kodachis is reasonable. You know, I could actually see a world where he's not even playing Fiddler's Green in this matchup. Like, it could just be like, yeah, it's just not even in the deck because he just doesn't perceive Katsu as a deck that his life total is even fucking relevant against because Katsu sucks. So making his deck slower might actually be worse. I could see that. I feel like I would respect Katsu enough to put that in my deck, the Fiddler's Green, but if he told me that was his, like, he wasn't playing Fiddlers and that was his logic, I'd go, okay, I could see it.
Life total, and just creates a gold off of Portside Exchange as well. Looking to be in a firm commanding position over here, but against Katsu, that can flip on a dime.
Portside Exchange, can you go ahead and throw Sawbones underneath the depths into the graveyard. Another gold drawn, another gold, excuse me, created. For Gravy Bones is the treasure.
What did he block with? Tip Prismatic? And he has a port side and an ally. And one additional card. We don't really need Tip in this matchup. Kind of interested in holding this Prismatic, though. I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't just give the D-React here. If you want to go crazy, he could have also given the boots. Go like Dead Threads boots, D-React. Or he could have gone D-React, discard the ally. Hey, dude, my weekend's all right. Turns out my refrigerator exploded, and now I need to go to the store again and buy a bunch of Thanksgiving stuff. My turkey went bad. Unlucky. Really wish we didn't block with our gloves earlier. This is such a clean block if we still have our gloves. We go hat. You can see my cursor, right? Can you guys see my cursor? Yeah, you can see my cursor. We go hat, gloves, D-React, hold our hand. But blocking the tip makes a lot of sense. Like, this card sucks in the matchup.
Perfectly. Unlike some other decks that don't know what they're going to draw.
We don't know if... We know for a fact we're not cycling our arsenal here. So we know we can't actually play the Prismatic for value, so might as well just block with it. But I don't know. I'm kind of interested in just blocking with a D-React and freeing up my arsenal. I think I might have blocked with the D-React there. Because I want to put the Prismatic in my arsenal. The Prismatic is worth 5 to 6.
Get activated here.
I think Tip to Barkeep was broken before. Like, it was one of the best cards in the deck. But after the ban, I think it got a little bit worse. Partially because, like, how the meta shaped up. I still think it's really good. In my local area, I typically still play 3 because there's a lot of matchups that Tip to Barkeep is really good in. But for, like, a Worlds meta, I think the shape of the meta is a little bit different.
So, no on-hit from the Blanche and...
I'm not going to play around. I'm not going to sit on a D-React for Dishonor. I'll just block with a card in my boots on the Dishonor. It's really not that deep. The Dishonor doesn't say you can't defend with cards from hand. I will just choose to not have 4 allies in my hand when he plays Dishonor.
Placement of a card for Justin.
And once again, it feels like Justin got away from that turn with just needing to give up 1 card effectively because he drew 1 right back up from the Balance of Justice. And he's on the front foot right now in terms of life total and just creates a gold off of Portside Exchange as well. Looking to be in a firm commanding position over here, but against Katsu, that can flip on a dime.
Portside Exchange, and you go ahead and throw Sawbones underneath the depth.
But I really want to free up my arsenal here because we're going to be drawing random cards on our turn. Because I don't know what I'm doing with my cards at this stage of like where we're at in the turn. Yeah, I will just like be the better player and choose to not have a hand that defends for 0. If I have a hand that defends for 0 on the Dishonor turn, I'm losing that game anyways. Like, whatever. I'm not going to play poorly for the rest of the game because there's a sub 1% chance I draw bad on the turn that he draws good. That's just not reality. That's not how you win games. If you're like stupid far ahead and that's the only way that you lose the game, then yeah, you would do that. But like, this is not a game that one player is steamrolling the other and they have to play like that. Their risk dial is not in that kind of spot. But because we're drawing random cards here, I think I actually wanted to free up the arsenal.
Into the graveyard, another gold drawn, created.
Because there's a chance that we can't use all of our cards here.
Grow again. Justin has a think, takes a look, looks like maybe blood in the water, saw briefly, or an angry, jittery, or burly bones in the arsenal there.
Slowly, though, the armor pieces from Justin Koo being chipped away here. Gold-weighted hook no longer available to block. Balance of Justice used already. Effectively just has quick dodge flexes left all the way until the end of the game when he's okay to give up the death threads. For now, though, front foot on his side, but there's only so long you can depend on that armor to stop the on-hits from this Katsu.
Both chums just pitched into the Sawbones here for the cost and the attack.
And that means, barring another call to the grave, Young Hyun does not need to worry about another charm for the rest of the game until a call to the grave gets resolved.
Ancestral Harmony, excuse me. God, remember that card. Jesus Christ, that one did some nasty work in CC for a while there. Gonna be blocking here as Katsu heads down to 27. 100 wins, 0 for 3 into the Sawbones. No prevention effects will be mattering on this turn, but saves Justin 3 life. He's still at 39 against this Katsu deck. Here comes Kadachi for 1 as a Warmonger.
That's actually like a really big deal seeing that. Warmongers. The way that I'm navigating this game now probably changes a little bit.
So glad you brought that up, Sam. Warmonger's Diplomacy, a card that we've started to see Syndraless favor for the Gravy matchup because it denies them from
Wait, on hit, you discard it for me? No blocks. For free?
And your entire turn is bricked. So far, though, Weakest Link coming in, threatening the Swabby, does have the Gravy ones activated.
Does he have an arsenal?
Get rid of the Swabby if the top card is a blocking card, which we didn't quite catch so far.
This doesn't have a real on hit. Wait, this sucks. No blocks. This is free real estate. What's his hand? You have a D-React and Arsenal still? I'm assuming there's no ally on top, otherwise he would have slammed his D-React. We got 2 men. Weakest Link in this matchup has to be trolling. What is going on? Fearless, the Sawbones is trolling. Let me trade a full card out of my hand for 1 Kadachi. That's trolling. Okay, so let's think through. So, if the top of his deck is a blue, we play the Rabble, and we're lit. And then we go loot the hold, cast ally from graveyard, swing ally from graveyard. We're lit. If it's an ally on top, we blood in the water. Hero power, get rid of the Swabby, do some shenanigans afterwards. If it's a red on top, hero power now to draw the red. And then depending on what the red is, either we cast the red on our turn or we block with a D-React in Arsenal and replace it with a new D-React. And then business as usual with the rest of our hand. This hand plays very well no matter what the top of his deck is.
Is you at the end of it, and your entire turn is bricked. So far, though, weakest link coming in, threatening the Swabby does have the gravy ones.
This is why I don't play Fearless. Like, we had a spot to do it, and it was still shit.
We didn't quite catch so far.
I think it's like kind of bad right now.
You have to wonder, is that just another ally on top?
32. Weakest link here. Gonna go ahead and connect because honestly, Justin's like, I don't care. You can put my Swabby in the graveyard. You can draw a card. You don't have go again. That's actually so funny. I mean, listen, Katsu gets the information. Katsu gets to know what the cards in the hand are.
He's gonna draw 2 cards too, which is hilarious.
Filled up is not that threatening at all for Justin. He is happy. It's like, dude, you're doing my work.
Isn't there also a mask trigger?
Katsu. The Swabby's gonna hit the graveyard. The card off the top for Katsu is not gonna do much whatsoever here as the loot the hold now comes in and the Swabby that hits.
Yeah, I wasn't playing Fearless at Worlds. It goes in and out of my deck, but I think for the meta that we had at Worlds, I don't think Fearless was particularly good. I think it's like at its best in the mirror, but I think there's higher impact cards in the mirror. If you're curious about my deck, I have a video on the channel that I posted today, so you can go watch my deck profile. And the list with the sideboard plan is on the Patreon if you're looking for that, so you can play the deck yourself.
The graveyard from the weakest link's effect. Justin didn't even have to use any of his own cards to get that in there. Now 7 on hit discard. That's honestly brutal.
And the confidence with which he just snapped that off.
Yeah, exactly. That was my thinking. I'd rather play Seafloor instead if it's basically just for the mirror. To me, Fearless is for like the mirror and fringe decks. But you already kind of poop on fringe decks. Now, when you get into like a local meta, I think those fringe decks pop up a bit more. I think another matchup that is really important for is Kasai. Ganking them on clearing an ally costs them a ton of damage because it might mean that you like kill 2 cards in their hand basically by making them waste damage. Something else you can do, the wording of Unsheathed is such where it checks on resolution of the attack, I believe. So you can Fearless their Centauri Saber on, I think it's attack declaration, and it'll get -1 before it gets the plus from Unsheathed. So it'll hit the combat chain at -1, then get +3, and it'll be 4 power, so it won't get go again. Because it's not continuously checking to give it go again. It's checking when the attack is like an attacking layer or something like that. I forget the exact wording of it, but you can cheese them with Unsheathed on with Fearless. So I think if like Kasai is a bigger portion of the meta, that's a big reason to play that card. That was actually a reason that I actually had Fearless in my deck, because I know there's a number of Kasais in my area that are quite good on the deck. So out of respect for them, I had that in my deck. But I wasn't expecting that many Kasais at Worlds, so I played the card.
Of my own. Here's a loot the hold. You cannot keep a 5-card hand against me right now, and you have to deal with this Swabby once again. Justin Koo showing us how to get ahead against
Red Swell's good.
Prismatic ley lines, get the life lead.
I got the defensive cards instead right now, and sloops.
One thing I do like seeing from Young here.
This hand sucks ass, right? Is that a surging? So close to greatness.
Just a little bit of a smile on the face the whole game. This is actually one of the first times we've seen it break ever so slightly, but no, you can still see there just a small grin on the face as he takes control or takes stock of the game.
So could give up a piece of armor and 2-3 blocks. I think 2 pieces of armor and 2 cards.
Go ahead, yeah.
8.
Overblocking on that one, right? Because it's 2 3 blocks plus 2 equipment blocks.
Yep. And he said blocking 8 as well, so a little bit of overblock from him over there.
Huh?
Likes the cards in his hand. What can he do with this Katsu? With 3 cards, not super threatening, especially when you don't have Masculine Council.
The fuck?
Suddenly generate an extra card out of nowhere. Of course, Bonds of Ancestry, a card that does generate for the cards.
He blocked with Ancestral, right?
Solve that here though with his hand.
I'm so confused. What was the point of overblocking?
So I don't know what the arsenal is. Is it just a natural whelming that he wants to threaten? No, it's going to be the Harmonized Kodachi coming down.
So this Kodachi does represent a bit of a threat for Justin Koo because he has a Swabby on the field. If this Kodachi hits,
Loan Shark.
Young could go ahead and send an attack at the Swabby and draw off the Masculine Momentum.
No, I don't care about Sports Ball.
He had the easy gold-baited hook.
I think the only Sports Ball I like is Blitz Ball.
Stop the second Kodachi. Does have access to it. Once again, here, and we spoke about this. Slowly, that armor gets chipped away and puts Justin in a little bit of a tough spot over here. While he's in the driver's seat, game's not in the back.
Only the real ones know.
Absolutely have a massive turn out of nowhere, especially off the back of that Heartened cross trap, effectively giving Yongyun a pitchless turn. If Justin Koo doesn't disrupt Yongyun on a turn, he could suddenly be facing effectively a 6-card hand thanks to Heartened cross trap.
And Justin has to give this Kodachi a real think here. A goodly think. Does this Kodachi require? They might even buy a whole card from hand. I don't blame Justin for it.
a card from your hand and it stops an extra card on the opponent's side, who scales very well off of many cards. I think Young wanted to see that. I think he just wants to clear the Swabby and pass and just set up for a future turn.
Yeah, Mugenshi release just going to come through, clear the Swabby. Actually, a bit of a bluff that Yoon was able to execute. Bought a card from hand and now gets that surging in the arsenal to power up. Should be a powerful turn. Murder's Rabble.
That was one of the ultimate weapons that I had in my 10 playthrough. I had the Blitzball ultimate weapon.
Lone Shark up to 4 gold. Sawbones and Hook 6 asks for yet another gold on hit. Sawbones has hit the combat chain once again, crawling up from the depths.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what
hole.
Justin's decision making of which bling cards he has is. Seems kind of random. Maybe just like cards I own.
As all these allies that are very, very threatening. But I also want to point out those 4 pieces of gold there on the gravy side. That represents just a massive turn sometime down the future. We speak about the 6 damage prismatic leyline turns. They're typically fueled by a whole bunch of gold pieces.
Make a gold. Make the gold on hit from the hook. Lone Shark sticks around.
Oh, I fucking love 10. I think 10 is my favorite Final Fantasy if I'm being objective. I have a higher nostalgia for other ones, but I think 10 is probably the best one.
Oh, that's fine. That's okay. Oh, I can discard a watch regrade.
I recently just started playing Tactics. I got the remastered one for Switch. Started playing that, and then the 7 remake and remaster stuff just got put on sale on Steam, so I'm currently trying to play that also. I'm playing like 2 Final Fantasies at the same time, and then soon about to go back to 14. Oh yeah, Mario's on my list. Okay, I'm gonna keep it okay. I'm gonna yap about Tactics for 2 seconds. I have an incredible nostalgia for Tactics. The very first Final Fantasy game I ever played was Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced for the GBA in like middle school. One of my friends found out it was my birthday and he didn't have a birthday gift or anything. So he was just like, what do I have on me? And he was like, I don't know, you'd probably like this game. And he just gave me his Final Fantasy Tactics out of his backpack. He's like, here you go. I was like, okay, cool. And I was a poor kid, so I was happy to just have a new game to play. And I fell in love with that game. Oh my God. That is what started my love for Final Fantasy. And I played probably half the Final Fantasy games since then. Of like the important ones. I have attempted to play Final Fantasy Tactics I think like 7 different times. I think I've purchased the game like 5 times on like different devices. And I always hit a quit moment in the very beginning of the game because of how fucking poorly balanced that game is. And I almost hit one again on this. I was like, nope, I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to do it. I'll just sit down and grind for a few minutes. But because the problem I had before was all the quality of lives that were missing, because it's so tough going from like modern games back to playing Tactics with like all the negative quality of life that game has. Like, oh, you didn't space out your movement properly and you want to redo your movement. That sucks. You committed to your movement. No undo button, bozo. All that shit like that. But holy shit, I played the game for maybe like the new version for like an hour maybe, and I was just, you know, doing the story missions or whatever. And then I get to like one of the pretty early battles. I'm maybe like 5 battles in, and I look at the enemies. I'm level 2 and the enemies are level 9. I'm like, what the fuck is this balance? They just walk up and one-shot my team because they're faster and start in range. That's not even hand holding. That's just like, what is this? They just, so I have to go grind. I cannot play this game unless I go grind for 2 hours just to not die on turn 1. That's not hand holding. That's just fucking terrible game design. Like, what are we doing? Oh, I've tried playing the Fire Emblem games a couple times because I love Tactics so much. I could never really get into that series. The writing is so fucking bad, and there's a lot of grooming. That's they ain't beating those allegations.
No block in the hand over there. Riches of Triple Downy. Little proxy. Does have remaining blocking cards as well as a defense reaction with the blood in the water.
Justin Koo, a comfortable lead at the moment, but we might be preparing to watch that deficit shrink and shrink as it is time for the Wanderer to put forth the true offensive salvo that he is capable of. Harness the wind.
I'm debating on getting 15 while it's on sale also, so I can replay that game with like all the DLC. Because I played 15 when it first came out, and I don't think I was in like the right headspace to appreciate that game. And I was kind of just like blazing through it without smelling the roses. That's really a game you got to stop and smell the roses to play. And I never did any of the DLC, and the games have been like patched a ton of times. It's just a time thing. But I think I might do that. I think I'm selling myself on buying that when stream is over and like having that on my backlog to play again at some point. I love Shining Force. Oh my god, that game was so fun. That was like a random disc that I found for my PC back in the day, and I was like, what is this? And I played it. It was so good. Oh my god, they have done that series dirty. Have you seen what they've done to Shining Force nowadays? It is a shell of its former self. Because I randomly had an itch to go back and continue playing that series. I just like out of the blue remembered it existed during COVID, and I was like, oh, let's see if there's like more games in that series. Oh, unlucky. Just under new ownership, and they fucked the series type of situation. Oh, that was such a good game for like an old school tactics style game. Oh, that was so much fun. All the little secrets that you could do too. Oh, it was so cool. That was a great game.
Maybe swap out the Riches of Tropoldani for a blocking card because you know this turn you need some good blocks. The opponent.
See, guys, I'm not always negative. I can be positive about things.
This is the start to a very terrifying Katsu turn.
Pitch. The quick dodge flexors. Pitch away Ripples of Tropoldani. Make a gold up to 6.
Okay, no blood in the water over here, saving it for later on. Katsu trigger. Breeze Rider Boots trigger as well.
Rid of the dishonor. So maybe planning to utilize a Bonds of Ancestry on it later in this turn. We're seeing our first real Katsu activation of the game. Card with 0 discarded, grabbing any card with combo, and there's the Bonds of Ancestry. Folks, if you're watching at home and this is the first time you've seen Katsu activated on stream, I wouldn't blame it. It's been challenging to find the Wanderer wandering in the feature match area.
There was another tactics style game that I used to play on the DS. I can't remember what it's called. I remember the theme song for it. It was a banger.
We're going to see some fireworks here, folks. I'm not sure if there's another Bonds of Ancestry in the yard, because if there is, we could potentially be seeing a double Bonds.
God, what was it called?
Draw gives him some, like a piece that he sorely needs. So far, though, this is quite a bit of damage being represented over here. Still need to think about a Mask Momentum draw as well. Bonds of Ancestry.
No, it was a fantasy game.
Cards in one over here, and Youngyan's not even done. Currently,
it was like anime style.
That is coming in for 5.
5 go again after Surging Strike always looks pretty good when you ain't pitch. No,
I think I played the first 2 in the series, and the rest of them never got localized.
Is doing some math, folks. Doing some math, trying to figure out exactly what.
I'd show you guys the theme song, but I don't want this to get demonetized.
How can he survive the dishonor that might be following that Bonds of Ancestry? It's staring at him from the top of the graveyard.
So one positive for Justin Koo over here is that he knows what the Katsu trigger was used on already. So a little bit of mystery is taken away over there from the Katsu trigger having.
No, not Disgaea.
And another part of the mystery going to be solved now with this Bonds of Ancestry coming in. Dishonor going to be the choice for Youngyan over here. That is why he discarded it from his hand, so he has access to it from his Bonds.
Oh my god, this is bugging. Are my DS games over here? Hold on. Apparently I have Pokemon games still. Oh, my Xenoblade. I was wondering where that went. Not over there. Disgaea was another game that I like always wanted to get into, but it was like it's too grindy. And it felt like the story's like so goofy that I was like having a hard time getting into it. I don't mind a goofy story, but I just like couldn't get attached, if that makes sense. Hold on, I'm checking Google right now. We found it. Luminous Arc.
It's going to come in. Breeze Rider Brutes hasn't been...
This game. This was a fun game. Oh, the opening for the first one, that was such a good song. I still remember it to this day.
Activated yet though, so that Dishonor currently won't have a way to get go again. You have to wonder, maybe he's going to use it on this Bonds of Ancestry.
Maybe someday we'll do video game streams.
So here, yeah.
We'll see if there's an interest in that.
At the Sawbones, which is the third chain link in a row to it, draws a Gust Wave.
But does he have another Bonds? He doesn't need another Bonds in the graveyard. He can just turn the Retrace the Past into Bonds.
Wouldn't need to pitch for the Descendant Gust Wave, so could pitch a Double Strike, which currently just represents 2 damage. So you could go Descendant, Retrace, calling it Bonds, and then the Dishonor, which will see that you have Surging Strike, Descendant, and Bonds.
And then
Do it that way.
give it go again to do something else with the, whatever you bondsed. The second bonds?
Well, the Retrace is
My
another-
video game tier list won't be very good.
Do the thing?
Yeah.
Damn. That'd be sick.
That would be awesome.
It just becomes Bonds. That's probably way too good, huh?
Yeah, we're obviously a lot more cards.
Yeah.
That's how it worked.
Again, folks, I haven't actually seen that card resolved. I'll be completely real. We are going with the Dishonor right now.
Breeze Rider Boots hasn't been activated yet, though. It looks like Justin Ku is set up with.
Okay, I'm gonna say
So
this
he's definitely safe from.
as someone that has played, I think, almost every single Kingdom Hearts game. I think I skipped just the card game one because I couldn't get into that one at the time. But I like watched all the cutscenes. I know what happened in that one. I think that's the only Kingdom Hearts game I've skipped. I've 100%ed most of them, and I've done the secret final boss in I think every single one. I played the fuck out of Kingdom Hearts. I think that series is like incredibly overhyped. I don't actually think the series is that good. Especially the newer stuff. I'm still waiting for them to make a Kingdom Hearts 3. One day that game will come out. In case it's not obvious. I was very unhappy with Kingdom Hearts 3. That game sucked. Wait goddamn 10 years and that's what we get? What a fucking joke. I was so disappointed with that game.
The Breaking Skills activation. So it's going to force out the defense reaction. That was face up. Yeah, just forcing out the quick dodge flexes. Has enough blood and water in the hand as well, so he's very well insulated.
Oh, and that's just the end of the turn. Wow.
All right, who was here earlier when we were, save the blood in the water for the thing? Like, we're just, we have a blood in the water for it, but like, we could have just blocked and it would have been the same thing. Like, didn't matter. I think we overblocked by 1 on it. It's just, they really didn't matter.
In here had another Bonds potential.
He had plenty of opportunities that turn to activate the Breeze Rider Boots. You have to wonder, was that just a little bit of a misstep here?
The first one was really cool as like a proof of concept of like, this is the first of its kind type of thing. Like, oh wow, this is really novel and cool. I'm curious to see where the series goes. And then 2 improved on the formula, and it was like, okay, this is cool. Let's see where this is going. And then they just kind of lost the sauce. They got lost in what's the phrase? They lost the plot. Birth by Sleep was good. I enjoyed Birth by Sleep. I liked having other characters other than paper thin Sora. They were more nuanced. That's like, I want the game to be more nuanced, but I don't think it ever will be. 358 was fun for me because I had friends that were playing it at the same time, so we did some of the multiplayer stuff together, but I don't actually think that was a very good game.
Three card remaining on his pop-off turn, didn't use the Breeze Rider Boots.
But use the Heart and Cross Trap to start the turn with Surging Strike. You had to imagine
Bro does his entire pop-off
that
turn,
was gonna have to put
still
forward
losing.
impressive salve. I mean, listen, Youngyun is 2-0. Clearly has
Yeah,
plans to
maybe
put forward.
Katsu
I think
sucks.
that's a bit of a misstep.
I mean, we started that turn saying he needed something big. That had to be the big pop-off turn, because now he's facing down 13-point life deficient. Rigor Mortis on the field, and his Heart and Cross Trap and Breaking Scales gone already.
They're already blocked with this. Yeah.
Youngyun back against the wall right now. Sends a Kadachi Justin Ku's way. Kadachi at Justin again, holding onto his double strike. That will let him at least efficiently clear the Rigor Mortis and get a mass draw as well.
That's like the weird thing, though. Like, the game is so ridiculous in how much like lore knowledge that you need to have to understand what's going on. Yet all of the characters are paper thin in how deep they are. It's such an odd combination of writing things, like writing styles. Like, why would you make it that complicated yet have characters that aren't nuanced? Yeah, Dream Drop was pretty... I don't think I finished that one, actually. I think I'm, like, near the end, and I just got bored. And then I lost my 3DS. But then I found my 3DS. But then I lost all my 3DS games. But then I just found all my 3DS games, but I don't know where my 3DS is.
Question is, will he be able to make something?
And then I'm going to make no attempt to find it because I'm playing Final Fantasy instead.
That Ruby really cares about.
Mask, Katsu, and Breeze Rider Boots triggers all happen at the same time. First, we're going to draw off the mask. Find another retrace the pass of 2 in the hand now.
And Arsenal's another descendant. Does have one floating.
One floating, yeah.
To just play that the old-fashioned way, which will turn on the retrace the past. Now that could let you do something interesting with this hand because he does have Flusterfist. So you could go Descendant Gustwave, play Retrace the Fast, call it Open the Center, and then now your Flusterfist is very online because you've hit with 2 Kodachis and a double strike. There's another
Bro, all these hoops for what?
Well, that could be a very, very big Open the Center.
This sucks.
Flusterfist, excuse me.
We've so far played a 2-card 4.
We're still working, yeah. I think we're on the Katsu trigger and the Breeze Rider Boots triggers simultaneously.
Potentially thinking whether he can maybe turn this into another Bonds line. Does have a spare card in hand. I don't believe he has a 0-cost Gustwave, though, in the graveyard right now.
I mean, yeah, honestly, maybe Young Yoon last turn was just like, I don't want to keep losing value to the quick dodge. It's just like, you're just going to keep pitching to the quick dodge. I don't want to blow everything I've got. I want to kind of spread my high-powered offense out over a couple turns because that quick dodge was just continuously moving across the combat chain.
Effectively letting him trade his chess piece for Justin Ku's boots piece. And important to note, on the previous turn, he did kill the Sawbones, which means his Death Thread was active, which he could just activate to get another effectively free activation of the quick dodge.
That could absolutely have been the case. You know, didn't break the Breeze Rider's boot, so does still have access to them for another big turn. As we do see the Retrace the Past get discarded.
I've never played XCOM,
So could find a Bonds over here.
but
I haven't been able to catch
I enjoy the tactics gameplay, but I care more about the story.
That could be incredibly strong on this turn. Looks like he's
I did not catch the Arsenal. We probably could rewind and figure it out, but like,
basically near guarantees that he's going to activate the
I'm like slightly mentally checked out of this game if I'm keeping it a buck.
to be used.
Like,
Double strike.
he did the funny turn and was still behind like 6 points. What are we doing? Like, this
As well, going to be banished
this deck is terrible.
to its own effect.
Doesn't need to put the Gustwave in the banish zone, right? Not to the hand.
And like, this is the matchup that you're hoping for. If you're losing to the matchup that you're hoping for, like,
in the banish zone, so contact Arsenal that at the end of this turn.
Gustwave for 2 here. Pass on the Gustwave. 2 damage down to 20 goes Justin. Retrace the Pass becomes Surging Strike.
Sorry, what did you Katsu for?
So that will mean that'll turn on this Whelming Gustwave over here because Retrace the Past has been called Surging Strike, but he does give up the Flusterfist line where you call the Retrace the Past open the center. Which
he was good for one day.
so much damage.
It was that like one weekend where people thought that you could fatigue Chain during Monarch. That was the one day he was good. And then the chains adapted, and he was no longer good. It was one day he was good.
You did see a moment there we put the hands to the face, maybe thinking, oh, there was an alternate line here, but still taking the 4 down to 16 goes Justin. So we see the Whelming Gustwave. I think that's going to be eaten up pretty quickly by a
This was actually pretty cool. So during the Monarch RTN season, I've never seen this happen before. So for like people that didn't play back then, this is like a history lesson. Every single week, people came up with like a new strategy of how to beat Chain, and it spread like wildfire across the community, and like the community's sentiment around it was we cracked the code. Chain is no longer the best deck in format. We can finally beat this deck. This poops on Chain. That was the sentiment every single week. And then every single week, Chain came back with a new version of the deck that beat the counter. And then people, no, okay, we'll do this instead. And then Chain beat that. No, we'll do this instead. And then Chain beat that. It was so odd seeing that happen. I've never seen that happen before, where people just kept finding a new strategy, thinking it was the way, everyone being convinced it was the way, and then it would immediately lose the next week.
Blow from hand. Or that blood in the water that's been sitting there for
from the previous
6
turn.
months? Oh, okay.
From the previous turn, he didn't need to use the second blood.
Bro, that's tough. That's tough. You got the Dishonor ready to go. He's Dishonoring this turn, right? Oh no, it's that's the card he searched for. But this just means like I don't care if you play a Dishonor.
He had the quick dodge flexes to cover up the breaking scales. So
Man, Chain was a nonsense
and
deck.
then the Slaughterfest at the end.
How did that get through development?
I mean, I don't think Justin cares about this one.
I mean, let's be clear. He's taken plenty of damage. This threatens to equalize the life totals. This is a weird game.
It's been a little strange
This
for
is a
sure.
trippy one, man.
Youngyan has been very disciplined with his Breeze Rider boots,
Yeah.
clearly saving it for something bigger. We've seen some good
Man,
stuff
all this
so-
talk about
so far, but it's-
Tactics is making me not want to watch Fab and to go play Tactics
Five,
instead.
Yeah, Flusterface would have could have come in there for 9 at the minimum, right? Because that's just kind of the attacks that hit before. Yeah, I don't know. What a trip. All right, turn
And-
passes over to Justin. I think we just saw gold get drawn,
Yep.
used. We saw another gold get used.
And
Oh,
here we see
okay.
gold tokens being converted into extra cards. Two
Let's
cards
go
being
gambling.
thanks to 3 gold tokens just being snapped off from Justin Wu, and we've just been seeing this time and time again.
And right back to a
Just
full hand.
effectively giving up 1 card on blocks and just coming back to 4 5-card hand offensive salvo.
Yo, sick pop off turn. Let me block and then go back to full.
Every time I see Gravy do this, I'm like, that's that's just insane.
And he's holding a prismatic leyline.
Yeah.
What he's looking for, he already has yellow allies in the grave. Has 1 yellow ally in the grave to get the buff from prismatic leyline. That way, once
Just looking for a
the
better
final
ally to
we haven't
discard to
seen yet,
tipple.
and we have yet to see a conqueror of the high seas from Justin Ku's side. Youngyan doesn't have an arsenal, but does only have 12 life. 12 life. If that conqueror comes in for 9, it doesn't matter that you don't have an arsenal. That is so much damage.
Look at this pitch sound. So many blues in the pitch. Prismatic ley line.
Okay, now you're dead.
The table. Hook is gonna come down and be activated here.
A little bit of a Kano cosplay, if you will.
With an
Fishing an eye as well.
the pitch zone, yeah. Kano cosplay indeed, as we're going to see the golden tipple. First, we're going to see the utilization of the Eye of Ophidia opt, and there's the conquer.
Oh!
Staring Justin in the face.
And the golden temple hasn't resolved.
Oh
yet, so
boy,
let's
wa
go ahead and just
shinderu.
draw into that conqueror.
Mm-hmm.
Make the extra gold as well. Have the death threads reactive because the rigor mortis would have hit the yard on this turn. This is looking to be quite a big one from Justin.
Fearless Confrontation opts to the bottom. Now we see the resolution. Rigor Mortis goes ahead and hits the yard. Back up to 3 gold.
And here we have it, the 6 damage prismatic leyline turn. We spoke about this. Those 5, 6, 7 pieces of gold. That is what lets you resolve prismatic leyline for the Valor Conqueror. Going to be the red card on this turn,
So
followed by
ridiculous.
Rigor Mortis going to be the yellow attack on this turn, and we already had the blue one off the back of his golden table. Currently coming in for 4, threatening a third of Youngyan's life total, and he just takes it all gold. And went ahead and pulled off this absolutely massive turn. Let's count the
Bit of a
damage,
skip
shall we?
there, but,
9
I think we know
gold
what's going
goes
on.
up to 13, 8 from Rigor Mortis goes up to 21. 3 cards and a bunch of gold for 21 damage. I'd say that's pretty good, Sam.
Dude, and there's an E-pot in the hand of Youngyun. Top 10 things I did not expect to say. An E-pot
Energy
in the hand,
potion?
but in the hand it is.
I'm
With a
so
massive
confused
jump
by
in.
this
I mean,
side, this
Katachi,
Katsu deck.
We're about to see Justin Fu. One
We
thing
got
that
weakest
is
link
dead
and
and being
E-pot
undervoted
against
over
Gravy.
that we might have
What is
opted
going
to
on?
cut down those forces.
At this point, I want to say Youngyan's out is that if Justin Ku bricks. But with 4 gold on the table, that is quite a little bit of bricking that Justin Ku would have to do. Once again, to your point, Sam, yeah, it looks like we're going to see him again just overcome the ninja opponent, which should, in theory, the stats, everything says you should never win this matchup. But Justin Ku just saying, I'm going to play Blood and Water on your Kadachi and discard my Soulbones
Just
off the
get
top.
that Sawbones in the yard, no problem.
Also, like, I'm still confused about that block earlier. He did the block 8 with both of his armor. I was like, oh, maybe he's doing it so that way he can make sure like he can crack his boots when he wants to, but that doesn't even make sense. Like, he could just sack the point if it really mattered. And he's just gonna die with his boots on the table. I'm so
Go ahead
confused.
and make that happen real quick.
And then on his pop-off turn, he IP'd
gold.
2 cards, I think.
Yeah, this is an unknown card because the Sawbones was off the top from the block of the blood and water. Fearless Confrontation in the hand. Swell.
That's
He
lethal.
has so much disruption. We got Blanche, Command and Conquer, Weakest Link.
Because Justin's going to present damage that must be respected at every turn from this point forward.
And here's where the dinky blue attacks like Murderous Rabble, like Blue
Yeah.
Golden Tipples, all just take full cards out of Youngyan's hand.
Post change for the C4 salvage. Going to go ahead and turn probably Mugenshi release or Descendant Gustwave face down. It's not going to probably matter. It is going to be the Gustwave that is the more technically correct choice given the potential for Bonds of Ancestry if we were in a different game where Young Yoon had really much chance of surviving. So I'm just going to go ahead and take 2 cards now off the Sawbones. Sawbones is left over. I can
Justin,
get, yeah, go.
Justin Ku saying, yep, this doesn't take your whole hand, but your 1 card hand Katsu isn't doing anything. It can clear the Soulbone Shrub, and now I have 5 cards with 4 gold. We're just, this is just, we're sort of just waiting for Justin.
We're just in the Conqueror waiting room at this point.
An offensive turn that
I think we've only
Justin
seen one
together.
Conqueror this
We can
game.
begin to talk about it. Justin Coogan move on most likely to 3-0. He's got to
Oh,
cover the high seas.
we've seen
He's got
2
to move on,
Conquerors.
must be respected as well. He's got to chart the high seas. That does it hit perfectly? No, it doesn't. We do have to discard a loot to hold. We get plenty of floating from here. And we got all this gold. Justin Coo looking like he's going to move on to 2, 3, and 0 here. And he is putting himself into a strong position for most impressive Fab player of the last 3 months.
Discarding a Sink Below to the Gravy Bones activation, saying this is not the time for defense, it's a time of offense. Conqueror of the high seas hits the combat chain, coming in for 8 go again, and the opponent is at 1.
3 cards must be committed. No block left in the equipment. Golden Tipple for 1 must be blocked with as well. Is there any further damage? No, they're just going to go ahead and looks like extend the fist bump. As they're going to go ahead and check and make sure everything is okay on this. And now put down the card, extend the fist bump. And you can see just a little look to the side there. As once again, Justin
Blue balled
at the helm.
him for a
He
second
moves his conquer,
there.
cuts
That was
down
funny.
the cutter.
Of course, accounting for about 70% of the airtime of the Runaways podcast going up against
Oh,
who will be
Lucas.
It's a rematch, it's a grudge match, everything you could ask for as it plays out now. Here at the
Wait a minute. I think Lucas loses this game. I think I remember him saying something about being unfamiliar with the Huntsman matchup. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, is Lucas online right now? Hold on. I want to see if Lucas wants to join, and we can talk about the game with him. Give me like 2 seconds, chat. We'll give him like a minute to respond to this message. Until then, we'll talk about Final Fantasy. Actually, speaking of which, I should go on Steam right now and pick up 15. I was talking about it. Let's actually do it. Wish list. Well, $13? That's practically free. Come on, Lucas, respond. Bundle info. What does this come with? Episode. Okay, so this is the one that I want to get. My world's prize money has just gone to buying Final Fantasy games so far. Continue payment. Purchase. Sorry, agree, then purchase. Is anything else on my wish list on sale? Yo, Sonic though? We Sonic Gaming? Okay. He's not responding. I'm just going to leave my Discord up, and if he responds, we'll have him join. I'm just going to tell him that what the idea, what I want.
We are diving straight into it, folks. Okay, Shadow Righteous Gaming team was lovely enough to help me prepare for this event.
Usual suspects.
Happy to see their sponsored players doing so well in the stream as well. Lovely shiny Marvel heroes for both of our players here. Cadaverous Tilling appears to have been thrown here by Lucas. It'll be Nerve Scalpel to start things off for Jacob. This is a really interesting.
Oh, that's cool.
Typically, Graven Call is a dagger of choice.
Him being your local.
Rebuy it, force damage, have an eventual win.
Two of my locals actually did really good at this event. Will Perlman. You guys might have saw him at the AGE. Actually, both of them were at the AGE East. Will Perlman and Joe Kaiser. Will, I think, literally purchased a PTI like 3 hours before the cutoff of PTI redemption, and then he ended up cashing. He got like low 64th. Congrats! I think that's the first time he's ever cashed a major. I don't know how many he's actually played in, but good for him. And then Joe Kaiser, he was the Kasai that I was talking about earlier. That's like one of my locals that I respect. Like on that deck where I'll actually put cards in my deck for that matchup. I think he got like top 32 or top 16. I forget, but he was up there next to me for a really long time, and then he passed me.
Looks like Jacob here prioritizing Arcane Barrier 3 with Arcane Lantern. Okay, we also have a healing potion straight away here from Lucas Oswald, so already giving us an inkling that he's angling towards late game combos.
Wait, no girlfriend sleeves from Lucas?
And trying to go for a big blowout, but he has the hope that he can keep the pieces.
Their relationship is now in shambles.
This was a big part of the equation. Not all of these players are on healing potions anymore. It's kind of been a contentious point for this hero over the last few weeks. Happy to see Lucas has some available. Got some inside knowledge though. I'm being informed that Lucas only has access to 2 healing potions in this spot, so we're gonna have to watch them a little more carefully than we normally do.
Right, this is pretty disruptive here. Shelter of the Storm discarded from Ham to prevent the next 3 sources of damage that would be experienced. One of that was accounting for the Nerve Scalpel, and then a Command and Conquer was coming in.
That's kind of annoying, but I don't think that actually matters too much, losing the D-React there. I think the more annoying thing is he didn't get to decompose with it.
This is very telling about the texture of Lucas Oswald's hand here. We saw Command and Conquer coming in, only blocked for 3, 2 cards in hand, and we took the IEP to Arsenal.
I'm crazy. I purchased my ticket to Japan before I had the invite to Japan. I just said, fuck it. I'm going to get my invite. I'm going to Japan. I'll figure it out. I mean, worst case scenario, I have a PTI, but like, nah, I'll just get my invite.
The cards. I have to feel like we're leaning very defense reaction heavy.
Whose tunic is interesting? Lucas's?
Yeah, this of course is a contract card that is looking to find attack action.
I think it kind of makes sense if you think the matchup's going to go long, but like, what is the point of the tunic? Like, what are we trying to do with it? It might just be to like fix hands that are blue light. I don't play Whaler into Kasai. I don't actually think that's how you win the matchup. I think you can win the matchup that way, but that's not how I try winning the matchup. But I don't know if you've seen my deck profile already. I'm on like a significantly lighter anti-fatigue strategy. The way that I typically try winning that game is I try having a couple double ally double swing turns near the end of the game when they get low. I'm playing towards that kinda. Because it's actually really difficult for them to efficiently clear double ally. They basically can't like ever hit you and clear both allies. So it means that you can chain 5-card hands into them back to back. So I'm trying to like kind of go down with them a little bit and then do that. It's worked pretty well for me. I like started flipping the matchup. I lost like every game into Kasai for a while, and then I started winning, and then I think I flipped the matchup to winning most of the time.
And of course, that silver will start to be accrued if it gets through. Now, Rootbound Carapace, of course, will allow Lucas to work towards his decomposed game plan, but it doesn't cover up the entirety of this attack.
Real mixed amount of circumstances here for our players. So this contract hitting might be relevant for the things it could take away from Lucas's deck, but also
a potion's gone.
That's tough.
Oh no. Lucas was desperate for an Earth card to be found there. If you can find an Earth card, suddenly you're online. You have 4 Earth cards instead. They only have 2 healing potions. That second one is gone. It's banished early.
Wait, he can't win online. He cannot combo out to win this game. So what's he supposed to do? Attack the Arachnid? That seems like a pretty dangerous proposition.
Well, he might have Evergreen in the list.
Follow-up here. All of a sudden, Lucas Oswald, in the blink of an eye, has decided to switch up the gears.
I'm going to pull up Lucas's list.
Try and get that decompose going. Felly the Crown effect, though, is online. There's 4 more Earth cards in banish. So this is an 8-power attack that will force Jacob to bottom a card from their hand. But this is not how I thought this would play out.
I have nothing but respect for this line from Lucas Oswald. I think it's really hard when you get an unfortunate banish from an early contract like that to reanalyze the game state in a moment's notice. But Lucas understands the healing potion is gone. The only option I have left is to take the aggressive route. Immediately pivots into Enlightened Strike, into Felling of the Crown. We see 6 Earth cards in the banish zone already, making our way to that hero ability, but instead finds himself staring at a hand here that can't present any offense. He's looking at playing Ring of Roses in the aftermath of that turn.
These attacks also are going to cause Lucas potentially to run into these Hunter-Hunters that could strip crucial cards from this deck. Lucas needs to maintain deck density, threat density.
He also might have trees where it... If he has trees, it might not matter.
Really limited on ways to actually push damage.
Speaking of cards to watch, we've now seen multiple copies of Coercive Tendency pitched away here by Jacob Lance. That powerful specialization is a big part of the endgame in this matchup, stripping away usually Evergreen or other recursion-based cards that Vernus is looking to squeak out those final points of damage. You need a way to take cards away from the deck in the late game.
The Evergreen
those copies going away means they're going to be available later.
That is very important. That might be something that Lucas has to hedge his bets on. If his deck starts to run thin, Evergreen, of course, going back into the deck after being used, if you meet the conditions for it, is a huge part of averting potential fatigue.
Okay, so if I'm looking at the right list, it looks like he does have Evergreen.
Okay. So that's incredibly informative about the context of Jacob's plan here. This Arsenal, evidently very important, worried about losing it.
And at least 1 tree.
Some really awkward hands here for Lucas in the wake of that early disruption. Gonna see if we can see what Jacob is working with. We see Sigil of Solace. I think that might be a Coercive Tendency tucked away in the Arsenal as well. So maybe a couple of awkward tools here for both of our players.
Yeah, I think you need the red sloops to do the strategy that I'm doing. And I think you also need some defense reactions. I'm playing like a mix of defense reactions and red go-agains in the matchup. Because you need to make sure that you can still block and not get too low where you have to start blocking with attacks in second cycle, giving their weapons +1.
A little limited in their impact. All right, so
I also find that defense reactions are pretty important to find some spots to fight over their make an ally card.
In the hand for Lucas Oswald. Normally would cover up this nice and cleanly, take care of surgical extraction. Unfortunately, this time gonna have to commit additional cards on defense. Interestingly here, Jacob does choose to push the card from the top of the deck away for Lucas Oswald, so it was not likely to be a blue to generate some silver. Instead, that sink below draws into the card just underneath. So Jacob denied the information you would normally have about the top card of the deck prior to that sink below.
Yeah, that matters a lot, of course, because if Jacob can... Okay, we've just knocked our deck slightly. Lucas just adjusting that. And information about the top card is very important in a couple of spots, a couple of interactions. Here's a Burn Bear. It's the first copy of that we've seen. This obviously sends arcane damage and makes it hard for Jacob to send that particular disruptive defense reaction.
I'll tell your group that I said they're bozos.
We see a hunter or hunter being hit away. This is an important part of this matchup. Both players need to track exactly where they are. You need to know when it's safe to attack, when that defense reaction is an option for your opponent. In this case, turns up in a hand for Jacob Lance that is met by a Burn Bear. Cannot get efficient use out of it, and is therefore going to the bottom of the deck. That's one less copy to worry about as Lucas progresses through the rest of this turn.
Now, this was played earlier, and Lucas indicated it. Ring of Roses says the first time he does arcane damage each turn, he will gain a life. Naturally, once he is online, fully decomposed, that has implications in terms of Verdance's hero ability. This is going to be now a proper block of the Nerve Scalpel. Plunder the Paw will be the contract attack action to follow it up.
Card being bombed again here from Jacob, definitely fishing for both silver and information, pushing those important cards away. And again, we see the situation with Sink Below coming to fruition. Denying a card, Lucas now will find the other card. No information available to Jacob. Timely Sigil of Solace from the Arsenal, though. Not a premium card in this matchup.
I wonder if he's supposed to put some of the defense reactions back into his deck for second cycle.
Keeping a nice high life total to keep him out of range of that would matter, but we've already seen one potion sent away. It looks a bit silly, the healing potion now out there on the field.
Okay, Lucas here online, courtesy of that Cadaverous Healing. So Verdance's hero ability will now start triggering away and doing things. But I'm not... So we see some blues, and I thought I saw Hunter or Hunter, but it looks like it's the menagerie of blues here for Jacob Lance. We see...
Like, what does Lucas need to happen to win this game?
Potent tool for... Oh, is it in the Arsenal?
Here it is! Number one, Hunter or Hunted. Reacted with... Obviously, there's some discussion here, but first of all...
Ooh, that's tough.
If
That's a good one.
The deck is, you can go through. If that is the name card, you can banish it. You can go through opponent's hand, deck, or arsenal for up to 3 cards with that name and banish them as well.
Okay, so this
I think we're hitting the point that we need to evergreen loop. But it's kind of hard to do that into the deck that can banish cards from you.
It is pretty bad. Heartbeat of Candlehold is one of the more powerful tools once Verdance's hero ability is online. Threatens to be worth 6 value in the life gained and the damage dealt. This is a virtual 6, 12, 18 value just removed from Lucas's deck. 4 more blocks by a defense reaction. You like one card being worth 22-ish value? Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, pretty darn good to me. And Jacob obviously knows what was on top. He can name the card that he saw when he attacked with the contract card in the previous turn. That's why Lucas, when he can, is trying to sink away, change what that top card is. We've seen players, try and react to alter the order of things to avoid this. This is very, very powerful. New tool for Huntsman.
Yeah, the power of Hunter or Hunted, of course, is that it is a contract card itself. So Arachnid, easy to forget, but you do trigger in both players' turns. You play it, contract triggers, look at the top card, perfect information. So you're never going to miss unless the opponent activates Gravy Bones or gets in the way and does something a bit
Singing Steel Blade or something. Yeah, not always easy to change that order on your turn. Here comes the Burn Bear.
Okay, so Jacob having a phenomenal game so far. Lucas doing the best they can with the scenario they found themselves in. Everbloom Life likely to be a pretty important part of this game now to kind of create a resource loop towards the end of the game, fill the deck back up, multiple Verdance triggers as a result of that card. And we're looking for a copy of Evergreen. That's going to be the card I'm now focusing on now that we've lost so much potential. From
we're working our way down the list.
Yeah, at least there's like a chance that we could even put the Evergreen back in the deck.
Here with the Burn Bears they have found pressuring damage. Unfortunately, this time walking into both
Maybe we needed to put something back that's more impactful with the Everbloom.
Oasis was an option, but he is higher life right now, so it doesn't feel quite as nice to send off the Oasis, which will obviously gain your life if you are lower. A lot of damage prevention. Though we're going to go for it anyway, so trying to cover up that Burn Bear as much as humanly possible. Shelter from the Storm also offering damage prevention that's already on board. It is very difficult to bat down the doors of the Huntsman's Menagerie. Really tough to get across the line. Jacob will drop to 37. Lucas is throwing some big spells at him. He's able to shrug them off.
Some really important sequencing there by our players, actually. Lucas choosing to Waning Moon in response.
What if you just, like, played a strategy in this matchup that basically didn't involve you playing attacks? Make the Arachne look like an idiot for holding D-reacts. I could see that being a reasonable strategy.
After that shot from the Storm had resolved, to try to eat a point of prevention from it.
You probably need like 3 channels to do that, though.
Oasis Display does the rest of the work in the process. We'll see another Everbloom here, a card that is definitely worth watching. I imagine the first copy here going back to the bottom of the deck, try and line things up for Lucas as these turns continue.
Interesting looking hand here for Jacob Lance on the other side of things. It is very red heavy, but very functional. A Lightning Strike into Leave No Witnesses, to say nothing of the content of the Arsenal, is a pretty decent prospect.
Arcane damage, definitely a bit of a pain point looking at a hand like that, though, so we will see that Waning Moon covered just a bit, making the way back to Jacob before no doubt leading on Lightning Strike here. Going to threaten that Arsenal, which is certainly becoming more of a relevant part of this game. Just resource. Okay, I love this from Jacob. Understands the command and conquer. Defense reaction density.
Also, the Leave No Witnesses going to the bottom is pretty important. Try to line that up with Lucas's last salvo.
Yeah, much like opening with a Nerve Scalpel, Jacob is trying to invalidate the contents of Lucas's hand as much as possible. Just make them really clunky, awkward, and prevent them from meeting the value proposition that sort of makes you want to put them in your deck in the first place. So we are checking life totals here. And again, Jacob is thinking more about, let me get cards away from my opponent, let me disrupt them, let me strip from their deck, let me take away their resources, their win conditions.
This is very, I think you can hear Lucas acknowledge it. I don't actually think my life total matters all that much. And I agree. I think this deck, well, the game I should say that we're playing right now is going to come down to a war of attrition. We've seen these tools stripped away so early from Lucas, courtesy of all these very powerful contract effects from Jacob. Now it's really going to come down to if we can put together some kind of mini combo with a few copies of Rampant Growth.
I mean, his life total does kind of matter.
That felling of the crown will come through, and there are like there should be
because there's Oasis Respite in the deck, in Jacob's deck.
I can't help but notice another hunter.
It slightly matters.
In the hand here, but no way to pitch for it for Jacob. So would love to line this up alongside Felling of the Crown. We're going to use the tunic and pitch 2 reds.
Okay. You can see just how much Jacob values what he does on defense here. How he blocks. Of course, gets Bird Bear. Oh, that hurts.
He's already played 2 though, right?
I've already seen 2 of them, yeah. So they're going to get banished away. So in terms of like,
that's still really annoying losing 6 damage from your deck though.
But you are taking away another very chunky arcane spell from your opponent, one that they won't be able to have access to. Outside of that, Light of the Leaves is an option. That still hurts.
Was the deck shuffled?
Spell from your opponent, one that they won't be this one copy, not as devastating, but you are taking away another very chunky arcane spell from your opponent, one that they won't be able to have access to. Outside of that,
deck was not shuffled.
That still hurts. Look, it's not Light Up the Leaves. It could be worse. I understand, but this is dire for Lucas Oswald here, and this shows Jacob Lance's familiarity with this matchup too. It's very easy if you just understand that deck damage is an option. Taking away another. So in terms of that hurt. Just how much Jacob values what he does on defense here. How he blocks. Of course, gets Bird Bear. Oh, that hurts. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I've already seen 2 of them. Yeah, so they're gonna get banished away. So in terms of like the deck damage you're doing with this one copy, not as devastating, but you are taking away another very chunky arcane spell from your opponent.
What is the timestamp for this? Time to text Lucas. Ugh. I mean, you can also just like hit the share button. If you hit the share button, it changes the URL to have the timestamp.
Values what he does on defense here. How he blocks. Of course, gets Bird Bear.
Okay.
It's
that's tough.
If you just understand that deck damage is the name of the game, to push that Bird Bear to the bottom, try and find a card there's still 3 of left, take away additional cards. Instead, understands that the damage cap here for Lucas does exist. If you take away Burn Bear, there's a very real...
And also, like, that only kind of really matters for the deck that cares about what's on top of your deck. Like, there's a universe that he's fucking a genius and he memorized his deck while he was doing that, and he's like, I now know where specific cards are for banishing. Like...
There's not enough damage in the deck to actually win the game.
Yeah, AB3, plus you're stripping away these arcane damage spells. One Hunter has been put back into the deck by pitching early. Coercive Tendency, very much still in the list. We've got Surgical Extraction still floating around, and lots of ways to thin out this deck still present in Jacob's pile.
Yeah, the thing that sucks is like none of this matters. Basically, Lucas hasn't taken a single game action to advance the game in a million turns. But he hasn't really had the opportunity to.
If you're not banishing those top cards, you have that information, so it's a little bit easy to make it line up. Unlike our calling Singapore final, where
no. Imagine playing Hunter or Hunted. You look at the top, you name a card, your opponent plays an effect to change the top of their deck, like Sink Below or Fate Foreseen, but you named the card underneath it actually because you knew they would change the top of their deck because you knew there was a Sink Below in their hand. Yeah, like the only way I think he can win this game based on like where the life totals are at is Evergreen. I don't think he can do enough damage with a Rampant combo to actually kill. It'll do a lot of damage, but it won't kill. So I guess at this point, the thing that matters the most is dealing deck damage to Jacob to deck him out. Which means all this arcane damage doesn't really matter. That doesn't do deck damage.
So Lucas gaining life and being able to ping damage is what Verdance offers you when she is turned on. But that deck's already looking a little on the thin side here. Okay. Jacob simply Arsenal pass.
Lucas here staring at the third Felling of the Crown in hand, I believe. Not exactly easy to convert that card when you have other tools to work with. If you haven't found it alongside Fruits of the Forest, other ways to gain.
I don't think so.
Jacob, of course, passing does mean that Lucas has 5 cards to work with. It's sometimes a little awkward to convert all those cards in one go.
Lucas has that, anti-fatigue piece.
I don't think so.
Okay, so Evergreen, if you're not familiar, does need to be in the arsenal for it to go back into the deck after it's done attacking. So we'll have to find a window to get that card into the arsenal to kind of make this come together, or pitch it away for later on. And we will see this Orm's Touch being...
But even if he was, like, in theory, Jacob could be playing, what's the card that they made that fucks over that card? The anti-Kano card? Polarity? No. The blue.
Out of the arsenal here, no doubt to clear space.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
And we'll see again, Felling of the Crown and Rampant Growth pitched away here. We'll try and set up some
Like, surely if Jacob is playing yeah, compliance. If Jacob is playing like a Giga Fatigue strategy, surely he has that card in his deck, right? Because he just loses if he doesn't have that.
Not that important to him. Here comes that leave note. And this time,
like, why would you sit down to play a 50-minute game to deterministically lose?
Evergreen's out of play. Here's Crown. Send it back into the deck. Makes sense.
Big fan of this. Lucas obviously looking at a hand they would rather keep. Doesn't want to get punked out by a cut to the chase or similar reaction to make this much larger. That's exactly what Crown of Providence is for. Gives you that one-time insulation to keep a piece you cannot afford to lose somewhere deep down in the deck.
Sink here is going to join. This is... Lucas might be valuing the filtering potential and also just trying to maintain life total, but once again, it's less of a concern. All right, tick down to 40. 31 is the correction of Jacob Lance's life total. He converts that cut to the
silver!
A little bit of value and also another...
He's rich!
Always helps.
Worth noting, Lucas Oswald here is generating a surprisingly potent endgame stack towards the bottom of the deck. More importantly, Jacob Lance doesn't necessarily know all this information because between Enlightened Strike, Sink Below, Crown of Providence, a lot of these tools have been slotted into that stack without being shown to Jacob. That's worth its weight in gold, given that Jacob knows about the rest of your deck.
What is going on here? Oh, 2 coercive tendencies. Justinic, cut to the chase. Going to get in on blocks. So that is a very reaction-heavy hand. I think Jacob probably wants to make use of as many of those coercive tendencies as he can on offense. So here comes the Sigil.
Oh, the Sigil in response to the Plow Under.
Yep.
It just always feels so cheeky.
It's a classic.
I don't know. It feels like a classic complaint, maybe, is probably the way of putting it.
Well, it's 3 value for a card. It's very reasonable. Extremely innocuous card. Here we go. Okay, so coercive tendency does block out alongside that Justinic. And we might see an Arsenal pass here from Jacob Lance again.
I like this a lot. I think Jacob is fully aware that Nerve Scalpel is not what this game is about as we make our way towards this attrition fight. Doesn't need all of these coercive tendencies to nick those final few cards away from the deck. So park one of them in the arsenal, not IP themselves, and then stare down loud the leaves. And again, I'm sure we'll just see his hand utilised to prevent as much damage as possible. Jacob Lance understands the assignment.
AB3 here, that Concealed Blade.
There's a Command and Conquer in the hand there for Jacob as well. Going to threaten this arsenal once more from Lucas Oswald. Definitely feels like it's been an important part of this matchup as important cards have been tucked away. Now Crown of Providence no longer available to give Lucas protection. I wonder how much defense we're going to see for those arsenal cards. It's again easy to forget, but if you're playing defense to defend a card in arsenal, you are playing into a Ratney Huntsman's game plan. You're giving them more cards. It's deck damage in a sense.
I mean, Command and Conquer feels like an amazing proposition there. You trade your 1 card for their 2.
I guess Lucas already knew he probably already watched this game himself.
The last one remaining to Lucas that represents the last of those tall arcane attacks he has access to. And he's used most of them, but when you bring AB3, you can shrug off so much of that.
29 is getting close to range where we could potentially have a really big rampant combo. But that's going to be difficult.
Out of resources. 29 doesn't feel unattainable. But we do have to remember, of course, that Jacob Lance has access to a variety of corner case life game between things like Oasis Respite, Sigil of Solace. So 29 might not actually be the target.
So coercive tendency is sitting in the arsenal here for Jacob Lance. The card needs to basically satisfy a contract condition to give those assassin attacks go again on the chain. That's one part of it. But crucially, it gives you a pick of the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck to banish away. That might be even more so what Jacob is leaning toward. But it's the kind of thing you need to keep a larger hand to really tap into.
Everbloom Life makes its way back around here. So we're going to start seeing verdance triggers from this card now that everything is online. But this is going to be an important part of what puts these final few power turns together for Lucas Oswald. Typically, Everbloom Life very guilty of just targeting another copy of itself, making sure that resource loop continues. But if it can be partnered with a Sigil of Solace, it can do things like putting Burn Barrel out the leaves back into the deck. In this case, Lucas understands he needs more damage in order to get through this. He's lost too many tools. So we have to give up an Everbloom Life, rebuy an Enlightened Strike to be able to just brute force our way through those final few turns.
Okay, that's a pretty tough deal.
I think it's more that the E-Strike does more deck damage.
He walks straight into...
Because if we're going to win with Evergreen, we have to actually deck Jacob out.
Yeah, maybe we can do without the respect for the time being. So Jacob, what are we working with? There's a coercive tendency in hand, so that might be the 3rd copy. One sitting in arsenal.
We saw these all pitched away together very early in the game, so back into the 2nd cycle now. Bonds of Attraction, I really like this card out of Arachne Huntsman. Has all kinds of implications against a deck like Gravy Bones to banish multiple allies in one go. Here, it's just going to steal some more cards.
Yeah, they mentioned that this was like a grudge match or something at the beginning. I don't know the lore, Dalton.
Okay, so ideally, completing a contract with this. I think there's a codex in hand, so they might allow for another leave. No
Ooh, that's tough.
Okay, Rampant Grove Life again.
That might be
scenario, but I love to
wraps.
see Jacob leaving this on top. They understand there is still a healing potion in play. There is still a Ring of Roses in play. There's a potential.
Man,
for
all the
a
top of
mini
deck
combo
banishes
turn
were
of some
crazy
capacity.
good.
So by stripping those away, we're going to make sure that's not something.
Which is so unfortunate because Verdance has so few cards that matters. Like, 90% of the deck is butt cheeks.
Another hunter or hunted. What has he seen on top?
I'm almost scared to look here, honestly.
Okay, we're choosing the bottom of the card. Resolving this. Okay, Emeritus Scolding on top.
You can see the reaction from Lucas is almost as visceral as mine. That is like one of the few remaining sources of arcane damage going to be stripped away, courtesy of that powerful, what appears to be matchup defining. No, I don't think it did.
I think Jacob didn't like what he saw on top of the deck.
No, I misunderstood.
Oh, okay. I think I remember that.
And named a card blind and didn't hit. Interesting. So wasn't worried about the card that remained for Lucas. Could have gotten very lucky.
I think he's probably trying to get 3 cards with his call, or as close to it potentially. He's really just going for as much deck damage as he can there. So he has a blind called shot, which is a little bit less common. Is my assumption, but taking a blind call on that is quite the play to make. That is that 100 now going away.
He's the Azalea that then paired into Jacob Shaker, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, I recognize him now. Yeah. It's all coming together. The neurons are activating.
Sure as hell wasn't an evergreen. I can tell you that much, folks. Process of elimination there. Here comes some red cards on block. It's going to be Lightning Strike and League No Witnesses. They get in front of the Felly in the Crown. Jacob already had to part with one of the cards from his hand, but this must be respected. Really no reason to take all this damage to try and keep a hand. You're really losing a card. And we are going to go and have a dig through each other's graveyards by the looks. Jacob's happy here.
That's a whole lot of cards. Lucas's deck looking thinner than I ever have. Which is not a good thing for them.
Yeah, but like sniping key cards off the top of the deck is incredibly hard. That's the thing. When you do, they're all really important cards, but he's basically exclusively hit key cards off the top of the deck. Like, he hit Heartbeat to get rid of all 3 Heartbeats. He hit the second energy potion off of a random banish. He hit one of his Burn Bears. And a Rampant Growth. Just like, actually every single banish was crazy.
Those Earth cards are important. Even though it did 2 block, Lucas still felt it had a home in the deck. There's a Emeritus Scolding. Lucas allowed to keep those. Annihilate the Armed. Looking for attack actions.
These contracts very much a premium here. Gonna rip away.
I think if he hits the Evergreen, I just pick up my cards.
Fanning out the deck briefly to count the remaining cards. More importantly, count the sequencing of those cards. Understands what is left in their pitch stack. Knows what hands are coming together, and can therefore understand how much.
But I don't know how realistic of a win con that even is.
The 4 cards you'll be drawing next to each other in every turn cycle going forward. You need to understand that if you're willing to lose, light up the leaves.
Well, away it goes. It was the last copy of that in his deck anyway.
Just every single banish was so good.
So the loss of the line of leaves, while it's a bit frustrating, he knows his opponent most often just 83s it. It's not a ton of damage. 5 silver here. Obviously, black text can always be bought up when Jacob. We really only see that gear change towards the end of the game. But here is that Evergreen finally making its appearance to the table.
Okay, I think this is probably the card that this remaining few turns lives and dies on. Evergreen is the last tool that Lucas Oswald has in the arsenal to prevent running out of resources. If they can find a way to continue,
I think that makes sense. I don't actually think Dio or I don't think Huntsman should be that good at fatiguing you. Like, I don't think they're winning the game by trading damage to mill the top card of your deck. That's not how they're actually going to win.
I wonder if he's not even.
And I don't think they're particularly good at blocking you out.
Okay, silver being spent. Black text replaced. But he needs a new pair of shoes.
Under 10 cards, I believe, in deck there for Lucas. So staring down Surgical Extraction. Not where you want to be. This is going to force some respect, either from hand or from deck. And
Lucas is seeing what it's like when his opponent is crazy lucky. He gets a taste of his own medicine.
Gets in there. Just for its printed value, and Emeritus Scolding also committed to blocks. Lucas doesn't want to part with these cards, but he does it either way. His life total, not an issue. You'd take damage if it weren't stripping more cards from his deck anyway.
I think he actually needed one of those 6. I think he needed to light up the leaves to win the game. So that way he had a Strider's target that was good. Because he probably wants to do like a big Rampant turn, take all of Jacob's cards, Striders for 9, and then that's enough chip damage that the Evergreen should be able to close.
Go again, so you have to assume something else is coming. Jacob here unsure how much they need to respect this damage given the texture of the game we've played so far.
I think all the light up leaves are gone, because I'm pretty sure he cast 2.
Justinic, Command & Conquer, 10 cards, plays 7, I think was what we heard.
Yeah, I gotta say, for a matchup that has revolved so much around card attrition, Jacob Lance isn't that far ahead. They do have a few tools to work with, but that's no doubt the reason why there's so much consideration over stymieing this damage from Lucas. Suddenly, cards have become a very valuable resource for Jacob as well, and they know they're going to have to fend off this Evergreen for a while. They've got to keep some semblance of an endgame. There's 40 life on the other side of the table.
Yeah, like I said, that is not particularly...
He doesn't need an endgame. It's 2 daggers. 1 dagger. He literally doesn't need an endgame.
But this is as good a time as any to make it work. Here we are, checking. Might be looking for copies of Tendency here.
I think Coercive Tendency is the card we're going to have to watch. I think it's the best, easiest to enable way.
That's the thing that gives go again, right?
Evergreen, which we know, I believe, is in the next hand down for Lucas Oswald.
Everbloom life. It's going to take Lucas up. It's going to take Jacob down by way of arcane damage.
Everbloom here again, creating this resource loop we've seen a few times over the course of the game. Very intriguing here to see whether or not Lucas will put another Everbloom life back, or whether the name of the game is another Enlightened Strike or similar effects at this point. It's very possible Lucas has identified, hey, if I can present enough physical damage, maybe I can strip cards from you. Luke, Jacob Lance has 2 cards.
Oh, shit.
Of course, there's a full hand here for Jacob Lance to work with. So
that's what I was talking about earlier. He needs to deck him out. He might have been able to do it.
Coercive Tendency, Prognosis also in the hand.
Okay, so Ring of Roses triggering here as well. Congrats to Lucas for not forgetting incidental
Is
damage.
this the rampant turn?
The easiest way to win games at a World Championship.
Doesn't look it.
At some point, as the Arachne player, you have to decide.
Oh, he's got a rampant.
All this damage, especially if it is of the vanilla variety. Got to keep cards in hand. Obviously, Waning Moon wouldn't be threatening to take him out of the deck per se. Arcane Barrier would simply have your cards pitched. We've got a line to put together here. Yeah, we've got to be putting a card back.
So this is the Emeritus? Yeah. So there should be...
Got a lot of respect for this here. Lucas Oswald reaching out and saying, hey, I didn't resolve Everbloom. The last card at the bottom of my deck is Emeritus Scolding. It's the card I pitched. And Jacob Lance says, no.
All right, respect Jacob for that, not Lucas for that. Respect to Lucas for forgetting his trigger.
And now we are thumbing a copy of Persuasive Prognosis.
Yeah, those Everblooms went kind of crazy. Added so much deck damage.
Reactions left in the bin here with everything else being decomposed for fuel.
Man, imagine if we didn't have like all the good cards in our deck milled.
Significant hefty chunk of cardboard.
This game would have been easy.
Is that Jacob gets to see the majority of his deck if he resolves a Coercive Tendency.
But it all falls apart if the Evergreen
The aspect of Coercive that gives go again
dies.
is important than
And I think there's a Leave No Witnesses somewhere around here, right?
Here comes Persuasive Prognosis. Looks innocuous, 1 damage, but it's the on-hit. That should strike fear in the hearts of seasoned players everywhere. We are banishing the top card of Lucas's deck and banishing a same color card from his hand.
I don't know.
One way or another. Lucas is giving cardboard.
Lucas seems to have at least 1 rampant growth in hand.
I don't think that Everbloom is that important to him winning.
No blocks declared on Persuasive Prognosis, and I expect
but the Evergreen, I don't think he can win the game without the Evergreen.
There's a 3rd copy in the deck for Jacob Lance. Means that we're going to be stripping away 3 cards here from Lucas Oswald.
Black decks, of course, reacted with now to give that go again, because there's much more where that came from. They require the attack to hit, of course, but that is not going to be an issue. A +5 buff conferred by Justin Nick.
This is what I was saying earlier. I think we might have wanted to put some D-Reacts back in the deck earlier.
Lucas doing the math himself, fanning through the banish and the yard, trying to figure out what
I
the
think
game looks like from this point. Suppose players.
I think you know that from the Verdant side. How do I phrase this? This is one of those I know that you know that I know type of things. I know that he's going to try to fatigue me. So he knows that I'm going to try setting up an anti-fatigue strategy. So my second cycle is going to be some anti-fatigue nonsense. So then I know he's going to set up a counter stack that disrupts me on the turn that I hit that specific turn of my stack. So I know that he's going to do that, so I should put some D-Reacts back into my deck. So that way when we hit that stage of the game, I can block his disruption, and then I'll try again on the next turn.
Acutely aware of where that Evergreen is, and I am worried it may well be disappearing.
Because I think he had an opportunity to sink a D-React.
Jacob has a weapon on board that he can simply swing with his card. That's what he was left with. But Lucas is not so simple. Waning Moon has some conditions.
Because where's the Evergreen? This is the Meritus. That's the card he bottomed. Is this the Evergreen right here?
World Championship that I love seeing in these games. Players thumbing through multiple times Banished Stone's graveyard, not just analyzing specific
No,
cards,
it's this, right? Because that's the pitch card for the Evergreen. So the 3rd card down is the Evergreen.
All this math is being done in real time, and we're watching him compute the final 6 cards in their deck moment by moment. So we will know, well, Lucas will know, maybe we're not quite that good, exactly where everything is going to be, and knows exactly what they're
He just loses instantly if that happens.
Evergreen is not in hand or arsenal.
I don't think he has 23 damage in his deck.
Correct. The thing here is, Persuasive Prognosis is color dependent on some of the cards it strips away. So if Lucas can correctly remember where everything is, they might be able to figure out if Persuasive Prognosis could miss.
We are going into the Mind Palace.
More importantly, Jacob Lance can stack those triggers in 2 different orders. So what do you do if Justin Nick resolves first? What do you do if Persuasive Prognosis resolves first? And suddenly, these are the questions that both of these players are considering in real time. But you can see why Lucas Oswald is having to go so deep into that Mind Palace and consider every permutation, because they have a million outcomes available and only one of them where they win this game.
Yeah, it's that second function of Justin Nick that we're trying to call your attention here. It says target attack with stealth gets when this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. Yeah, the +5 is obviously amazing. Not like we've said, not really relevant here. Extra banish is huge. That means card from hand for Lucas, card from the top, and then a second card from the top.
I'm enamored with these players in this game that we've been
I'm pretty sure Evergreen is 3 cards down.
A very strong example of what
he probably does something else afterwards that strips the top card of his deck as well.
You have to attack into your opponent. Lucas here.
Oh.
Storm Striders.
Okay. We didn't even think this would really be a huge factor in this game.
Ooh.
Brilliant.
Evergreen was in his
He gets
hand.
an Evergreen out of his hand. There's no risk of it being taken away. He's pitching it to activate Storm Striders and Sinister Mirror scoring. The damage doesn't matter. The spell doesn't matter. It's that he gets Evergreen out of the line of fire.
I like that.
I know
That's a
they're
good play.
paying me to say words, but I'm out. I've not got any left.
It's round 4, Scott. It's round 4, baby.
I know there's 2 incredible days of World Championship remaining, but this is possibly the best testament you could ask for the level of skill on display at an event like this. We are in round 4. Both of these players are 3-0, and you are seeing plays that you simply will not see anywhere else.
We're both thinking so much. Look at us using our brains.
Just as we're struggling to find words, these two have no issues finding thoughts.
I'm glad Lucas agrees. I'm glad this is a relaxed environment where people can lean back, enjoy a sip of coffee, sip of water as well.
They got 15 minutes left, and this is probably last important turn of the game.
Sometimes it may feel like it
They have more than enough time on the
I've
clock.
heard it referred to as charm. Also heard it referred to as a few other things.
You know, that one.
They played such a fast game up until this point, so that way they could have the time to think now.
Sigil of Solace. Okay.
Oh, and then the ramp, and then the stick. Oh!
Some amp damage through here as well, courtesy of this rampant growth. Ring doing ring things in the process as well.
Okay.
Hey, Ryan, what's up?
This is a waning moon, obviously, that gets pretty impressively amped up by the life gain.
You take 4 out of 18.
There's a heck of a lot happening here.
This game is incredibly attainable for Lucas Oswald. I think if you go back 25, 30 minutes,
You can discard a card from my hand. I got nothing.
In those early turns, losing important tools, and yet they have found a way.
But what about a coercive tendency?
Coercive tendency is still in the mix here. We know those final 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards here. So
I think he's the last card in Jacob Lentz's hand.
interesting. Okay, so we're going to get the coercive tendency in the arsenal and a full 4-card hand to work with for Jacob, which is going to include double trouble and conceal blade. So Lucas Oswald is going to have to block to respect a triggered double trouble, which means we know they're losing 2 cards in the deck here. They're going to draw up their hand and have they can't draw Evergreen. The Evergreen has to be in the deck, so he's going to have to respect this attack or lose his only way to win the game.
That's right. Very little left. I think that was 2 cards that remain in the deck. Evergreen is one of them. He cannot afford to have that banished away with coercive tendency. Let's Jacob see all of it. He can just take the card out of the deck and deny Lucas his ability to win the game. He can simply do it by playing the card.
No way.
What is this? Look at the top 3. Oh, that's unfortunate. That went right in the way. Look at the top 3 cards of your...
Entirely empty. We do see that codex alongside double trouble.
Look at the top 3 cards of Defending Heroes deck. Put them back in any order. Banish the top card of the deck. Okay, I can't read it anymore. Something, go again.
Banishing the top 2 cards of Lucas's deck. He cannot afford that. He cannot afford that to happen, and now we're looking for attack reactions. Can this double trouble be forced over? The +2 from that, the attack reactions being activated, that's one thing. That can be covered. The rest, though, that is what Lucas has to account for now. Is a cut to the chase. Is that a fact? Justin Nick works on this card as well.
Man, Lucas is so close to winning this game.
What a puzzle to solve for Lucas Oswald. They need to remember what's available. We see that rampant growth, of course, in the last chunk of cards here as well. Everbloom Life, not really one you really want to lose either to keep this resource loop going to be able to fund your endeavors.
Some non-blockers in the hand as well. Now, what we know, Jacob doesn't actually have an attack reaction in his hand to push this power over. But he's going to be asking from Lucas an uncomfortable amount of blocks. He may be getting 2 cards for this, and if he does, then, man, it is getting harder. That light at the end of the tunnel is rapidly closing for our Verdance player. We have 11 and a half minutes left.
How does that card work? Is it a reaction? Yeah, it's a reaction, so if you complete a contract this way, your assassin attacks could go again. This game's just over then, right?
We have 11 and a half minutes left in this game. And these 2 players are down to their last legs.
I feel like a knockoff supercomputer trying to solve all the permutations.
That would be a computer.
Damn, you're so right.
Yeah.
Man, I need to go out more. That's not my finest moment. But yeah,
Lucas played really tight.
The pieces aren't quite working.
I think I like all of the decisions that Lucas made, other than the sequencing of his deck. He should have decided to just have his cards be in a different order in his deck.
Unreal. Coercive tendency allows Jacob to find the last remaining win condition in Lucas Oswald's deck.
Sheesh.
And at that point,
That was a good game.
Lucas cannot win the game by any...
That was surprisingly an interesting game for Fatigue. Like a good chunk of this was boring because it was just Lucas like slamming attacks and just like cards getting blocked and nothing actually happening. But that whole end game was pretty interesting.
Unfortunately lost the finals to Garden Co. here with an unblemished record so far as we head into round 5 of Classic Construction.
Wait, a 4-0 KO.
Picking things up in action. And
I thought KO sucked.
Florian Christian on this first turn cycle.
Dalton, how did this happen?
Smash up, pick up a Vigor token. I think this is a big pickup for KO in this metagame.
Brandon Cinderclaw starting the chain off for Peitang Liao into Pain in the Backside, which is Draconic thanks to Brandon Cinderclaw. So already 2 Draconic Chain Links for LPT. Gonna come in for 4 in this cut through because the Flick Knives was used on the Pain in the Backside chain link, I believe. So this coming for 4 with Go again, also threatening Chain Link 2 for Mask of Momentum.
You were lucky.
Fearless Confrontation also available there for Florian, reaching for some equipment blocks here. It's going to put the beaten trackers in the way.
What do you mean?
Card that's also worked its way into KO list recently has really impressed me.
Flash the no block in his hand with that wild right. Tried to put in a combat chain. LPT taking advantage of that.
I'll take that. Sounds good.
Does not threaten Mask, so it's just going to be 3 damage with the mark, and the mark is quite relevant. But I do want to come back to the boots choice that you pointed out, Brian. The beaten trackers from Florin Christian Long, and he knows this game isn't going to go long. He just wants to get the
Oh, you're
immediate
Florin?
card off of something like Savage Feast, for example. And you
Nice.
suddenly just get the extra card, get the extra action point, and just get to run into Syndra opponent. Because make no mistake, people, if this game
Okay, I'm
goes
really
long,
confused.
combat chain
Dwayne KO list recently has really impressed me.
Why is Bro just like slamming the last card in his hand? Does he know that it's a non-block in your hand? Or is he just like cold reading that it's a non-block? Like I'm really confused by this Chainlink 4. Oh, did you like flash it? Oh, wow, bozo.
sounds good. Does not threaten mask, so just going to be 3 damage with a mark, and the mark is quite relevant.
Is that even good though? Like, I'm gonna be honest, I might rather have an arsenal instead. So that way I can have a 5-card hand and like present mask twice on the turn. Or 3 times, depending on how the opponent blocks. But maybe I don't want the arsenal into KO with all the arsenal disruption. And then it plays better around bag. Oh, that's interesting.
I want to come back to the boots choice that you pointed out, Brian. The beaten trackers from Florin Christian Long, and he knows this game isn't going to go long. He just wants to
Yeah,
get
that's
the
what I'm
immediate
saying. Like,
card off of something like Savage Feast,
okay,
for example,
whatever.
and you suddenly
Like, now
just
you don't
get
have
the
an
extra card,
arsenal.
get the extra
Now your
action
next
point,
turn's
just
gonna be
run into
worse.
Syndra opponent. Because make no mistake, people, if this game goes long, it is in Syndra's favor.
Gauntlets of Tyrannical.
Oh my god, and you get to do the funny thing of pitch a blue, play 2/2 costs. Stupid good at the game.
Once again, Ponkich, it's the Flame Scale Furnace in the chest spot. Becoming
I feel like you
popular
won
in
the
the
game on
Syndax.
turn
I
0.
think that's because KO now, with the release of Super Slam, has a whole bunch of haunt hits that Syndra does need to care about. Strongest Survive, for example, it's going to pick apart one of the attacks from your hand if you don't manage to block it out. So Picking out ready for that with the Flame Scale Furnace. If he's running a similar list to what he was running in Sydney, I have to wonder whether he's also sporting some of those defense reactions that him and Gordon Cole
That's
both
crazy,
did
Dalton.
for the Syndra. Oh my god, Brian. Florin drew the Blood Rush off the top from the Wild Ride
Bullet dodge,
and
Ponkich.
dodged it.
Look to do well at
Sheesh.
the World Championships. Luck has to be a little bit in your favor. Florin definitely got away with one there. Gets the good again on the Wild Ride.
That's a butt
Picks up that
pucker
point
moment.
Gets to follow this up with the swing kick and just arsenal
I mean, you
Blood
got to
Rush.
be
That's a
lucky
pretty
to have a 4-0 record,
strong
right?
cycle for him over here, offering 14 points of damage and a My Token for the following turn as well.
This is how
You got to
play
have
it.
Lady Luck
KOC,
favor you a little bit.
6 into 8, stash that Blood Rush Bellow for an even bigger turn, and no blocks from Peitong Lao. Looks like.
I'm still reeling from the random Blood Rush.
Yo, that's what we should get. Heartbeat monitors on players on feature. That would be lit. Oh my god.
Draw, Brian. That
You're
could have
not built for brute life, Ponkit. I've known you long enough. It can't work with you. You're not suited for those kind of swings.
I did not choose that life, and neither did it choose me.
I just realized you
My
look
heart would have been in my mouth
almost
if I was in
exactly
France.
like one of my IRL friends. You have like the exact same facial structure
Has a
and
full 4 cards here.
like,
of course, no arsenal. Did go ahead and
how
use
your
up all
beard
the
hair
cards last round.
grows.
Kicking things off with an Oath of Loyalty, so it needs to
That's
play
so
the very
weird.
specific fashion.
And we spoke about how important the mark can be because of the generation of field, and this card is exactly why. Oath of Loyalty makes you play only Draconic cards for the rest of the turn, but thanks to the fealty that LPT is going to get off the mark, can go ahead and perhaps play the turn in a way that he wouldn't have been able to originally. And remember, he can
Yeah, the game's
at
over.
any
You
point
won the game on
to
turn
get
0.
on hit and get the fealty immediately off the mark.
Yeah, so there's no real way for Florin.
Your
to
opponent
defend
gave you a
against this.
vigor
He'll have
token
to
on
hit
turn
him
0. You won the
actually
game.
needs it. Otherwise, I think Florin could probably talk himself into a big equipment block here early on. But that mark is now claimed. Fealty is available. Oath of Loyalty can be able to contribute to the turn positively now, regardless of the texture of Peitong's hand, unless we're looking at something like a double. But it gets even better for Peitong as we pick up second fealty here on the back of Display Loyalty. More damage on offer.
None of this
Mentioned Ponkit,
matters.
these decks looking to get more and more consistent. I think pickups like Display Loyalty really play well. into
This
that
feels
deck.
like a good
More and
spot
more
to
mark fealty
shove
generation
bag,
entering this deck over time.
like on the
And
next
second
chain
fealty
link. Like
generation
no block
guarantees
this,
that LPT will be able to
and then
play
just
turn very
bag whatever
fast.
chain link
Often
3
Oath of
is.
Loyalty can have a lot of anti-synergy with cards like Ancestral Empowerment or Throw Dagger. But Peitong Lao here with 2 fealty tokens will be able to resolve those cards should he have them. And not just 2 fealties, excuse me, 3rd fealty coming in the way for Peitong Lao over here. I think he's loyal to the Emperor.
Certainly feels like it. Thus far, Florin has been loyal to taking a bunch of damage, but we know that Blood Rush Bellow stashed in Arsenal. We'll get a peek at Florin's hand.
I kind of
Let's see
like shove
exactly what
bag
he wants
and
to
chest
keep.
here.
It's like a terrible
Unless you
run
want to
in
block with a card
That
from your
could very
hand.
well just be the pitch card for the Blood Rush to empty your hand of any non-6s. I have to wonder that Flesh Bag looking quite tempting over here for 2 reasons. Not only will it basically stop any mass threatening on this turn, it also makes Peitong Lao have an arsenal for the smashing ground that's in Florin's hand.
Yeah, and
which
Florin saw the opportunity and went for it. Pushes forward both the Savage Sash and the Scowling Flesh Bag here. Gets the Intimidate, and that means, as you said, Ponkage, that last card destined for Arsenal.
I didn't
saw
catch what
Peitong
was in
Lao
your
dodge
hand
the
other than the
Arsenal on
tear.
first turn of the
Did you have
case,
the
extra damage
blue that
because of
kills
the extra
Arsenal?
that KO now has these days, but this time though because of Scowling Flashback, basically forced to go to an Arsenal. So as long as a Smashing Ground doesn't get discarded to his Blood Rush Bellow, that Arsenal might be contested.
Here's the discard. Show of strength, big numbers, but still keeping the disruption.
By the way, like, I'm just going to give you my 2 cents on this. The way that you pulled out that card from the pile looks incredibly sus. I don't know if that's normally how you do it, but I would change how you do that. Like, change your mannerism of how you do this. Sliding the card from under another card, like across it, is incredibly suspicious looking. That looks like you're trying to sleight of hand grab a different card.
Discard. Doesn't get discarded to his Blood Rush Bellow. That Arsenal.
Like, don't do this. Don't stack the cards on top of each other and then slide the card from under. If you're gonna stack them like this, really deliberately push forward the card. But you can do it a different way. Like, I mean, I can't actually see my camera. You've got your 3 cards here. You push forward the middle one until it's completely segregated and then get rid of it if you want to do it that way. Or you go big mode. You go wide mode. You completely separate the cards on your playmat so they're not touching each other. Like, lay them out so they're not stacked. You're not angle shooting here or anything. You're not doing any sleight of hand, but I'm telling you, that looks really suspicious, and I could see you running into an issue in the future with that, so that way you don't... I'm saying this for your benefit, so you don't run into a problem in the future. Yeah, just spread them. Like, fuck it, man. You look how much room you have. There's no reason to stack them. Like, take your opponent's side of the combat chain. He's not going to need it. He's going to eat shit this turn.
Might be contested.
Oh, here's the discard.
You see the way they, like, he slid forward,
strength,
slid
big
back,
numbers,
and then,
still
like,
keeping the disruption.
that looks really suspicious.
And we are rolling on this turn for Florin. Blood Rush Bellow about to do its thing. Resources aplenty.
I believe he's currently
okay. So you
on
got
Trigger's trigger. Has not drawn the cards off of Blood Rush Bellow yet. Needs to decide
blue,
now.
blue,
Trackers does go ahead
and you haven't drawn yet.
for a
Okay.
big turn right off the bat here. Turn 2 of round 5 of the Classic Constructed matches at the World Championships in Philadelphia.
Oh my god, you're so good at the game. You're so talented and handsome.
As long as they don't get discarded to each other.
Yo, spread
That is
them
the fear here.
cheeks.
Definitely going to be some variance that plays influence over this turn. How does Florin attempt to mitigate it? You see him grab.
You
the
didn't
two
spread
wild
your
rides
cards,
in
and instead
front.
you're going to spread your opponent's cheeks.
He needs a 3 wide Blood Rush turn to
Is this a
really lock
chest
this game
turn?
in his favor. If he can go 3 wide and end this turn with a Smashing Ground as well, which would come in for 7 thanks to Blood Rush Bellow, that would be an incredible start from reaches for
Here's
Savage
the
Sash.
sash. We're spending it all in this turn. Pocket beaten trackers. Savage Sash.
Yeah, you have just won the game. Your opponent is
Wild Rides, not
deceased.
only can they discard each
And
other,
this is
they
when
might
you
discard
hit
Smashing
the
Ground. So if you
non-attack
have
off the
defensive
top and somehow
defense,
discard it.
what is the draw? Hopefully, if you're a Florin fan, not another Blood Rush Bellow.
Little protection in the form of that extra action point right now. Here's the discard, though. It is going to be the Smashing Ground. Headed to the bin. That means Florin likely picked up a new card here. That Wild Ride coming in for 9.
And your opponent
Another
is
Smashing
so
Ground. Illusion of
deceased.
choice, Brian. Drew Smashing Ground, discarded Smashing Ground. While we're coming for 9, LPT, unlikely to see any blocks over here. This is an aggro race. He's telling Florin.
No, the boots make sense.
Yeah, things are going to stay loose
Especially,
very early
like,
on in
where
the
you
game.
were
Maybe
at,
these
where you
decide
were
turns,
holding
a little
double
more
blue.
small hand play, a little
I think the
bit
boots made
defense.
sense.
But right now, it's just a test. You see, you can offer the most damage in the early game. So 9's a lot of damage, Ponkage.
You were here yesterday. I see inform your opponent where you can hit the I lost button.
Being discarded. But of course, you give up on a Smashing Ground, potentially being turned into something else, like a red 2 for 8, like a swing wig, for
which is
example.
better here.
You never know. They might not know.
It's hard to
Maybe
say.
they
It
don't use
really depends
gem.
on how much damage you think you're getting out of this hand, how far in the lead you think you're going to be after all is said and done across this turn.
Oh, I wish I could see what your hand is.
Remember,
Like wild.
Florin's gonna
It's
call
Wild
block
Ride
to get to
blue,
this
right?
point. The equipment suite now depleted. It is going to be the Smashing Ground out of sequence. Using that extra action point, going to offer 7 here.
This makes sense.
So is still holding on to the Wild Ride, which currently costs 1 thanks to Savage Sash. So this tells us perhaps he's looking to claw here and arsenal the Wild Ride instead.
I could see it.
Because if he's playing the Wild Ride, you might as well have activated Gauntlets on this, because this is the on hit and you have the 1 floating anyway.
Yeah, activating Gauntlets here makes sense. Why didn't you do Gauntlets?
Doesn't know any better.
Yeah, and LPT has to reach for a bit of equipment here, and you see immediate dividends on that chest piece, the flame scale furnace. As you mentioned, Ponkage, so many more.
That's definitely
on-hits we have
rude.
to account for these days. And there we see the D-Reacts that we suspected might be in LPT's deck.
I'm not going to stop you from doing it,
Not
but
just any
it's
defense,
definitely
right?
rude.
That's a fate foreseen. I think that tells us that
Yeah, why
LPT
didn't you
has
activate
gotten the
gloves?
entire defensive suite into this matchup. And Florin is going to note that Sync Blows and Shelters very likely going to be in Pei Lau's 60 that he has chosen to present over here. Can Florin overcome that mid-rangey defensiveness that the Syndra promises?
I would say so far.
I'm waiting for the I forgot.
As facing down a massive Blood Rush Bellow turn where Savage Sash legs were spent. You're feeling
Oh,
pretty good
we're
if
just
you're in
not.
LPT's seat. Has navigated this turn very well so far. Is not through yet to his knowledge. Going to go ahead and face 5 more here from the claw. Could be worried about something like a run roughshod to go ahead and close out the turn, offering 7 more. Is about the ceiling here.
Why not just
seeing Arsenal from Florin?
End on no Arsenal?
Action point too, so Florin is representing a potential end.
Isn't it better to just end on no Arsenal? So you don't brick next turn? But like, what's gonna happen? Like, are you expecting him to give you his whole hand here? Well, he didn't give you his hand. He gave you one card. He gave you armor and a card. Did I miss something? Did he close chain at some point? He said no blocks, and then he threw this, and he gave you one card. Did he give you hand on 5? I feel like ending on the Wild Ride is just better. End on no Arsenal, and then, like, he's going to attack you. You get, what, an extra 4 points on the turn? So you're basically saying that the card in your hand is worth more than 4. Because that's what you gave up on this. To guarantee you can convert next turn. But it's pretty likely that you just get to block next turn anyways. And I think you want to block anyways. Fight over Mask. And, like, he's never blocking 8. So, like, putting it on this, you, like, basically guarantee his Arsenal, right? He'd have to have double D-react? Okay.
In fact, we're just seeing Arsenal from Florin.
Still an action point too, so Florin is representing a potential end to this past the claw. I have to shout out Peitonglau's discipline over there, holding that defensive piece for the on-head, which can be a little bit of a risky game to play against KO these days because they also have Reckless Stampede, which punish you for blocks. So you're holding a defensive piece, preparing it for an on-hit, but then suddenly they send a Reckless Stampede and you're holding this D-react like, oh, I didn't get max value from this. Peitonglao, though, with the discipline, goes ahead and manages to cash in the Fate Foresee for incredible value.
I also missed that he was on Furnace, but, like, I don't think that matters.
I think those are 4 blues that Florin just drew.
Okay, a little bit of a reprieve for LPT here. Sitting at just 15 right
Like, my reasoning has less to do with the Furnace and more to do with I think I'm going to get a chance to block on the next turn, so I don't want an Arsenal. I'd rather, like, block 1 card and maybe 2 cards and just play my 2-card hand. I think this is basically only good if you get, like, a Vigor token or something. If you get a Vigor token, then you're lit.
now, but still plenty of space to get back into this game.
Because it wasn't just a Sash and the Beaten Trackers, there was a flashback as well. The Florin cashed in.
Everything.
So maybe it's worth doing that just for the upside, because you know that you have a certain number of Clash cards in your deck. I don't know how many you're playing, but, like, maybe I think if you're playing towards that, then I think that's reasonable.
And that means if you need to play some defensive shenanigans,
because then this probably converts into more than 4.
Where we're loaded with defense reacts, you can do that very effectively. So when Florin has an off turn, when he draws 4,
I think you're basically just converting this into 6.
To get back into this game, and we're seeing perhaps one of those right now as we fire off a couple of Draconic Chainlinks here.
Another big advantage for Syndra in this matchup is that KO doesn't run any defensive pieces. No defense reactions on that side. So when you have your combat tricks like Ancestral Empowerments, like Throw Daggers, there's no prevention effect to speak of on the KO side as well. Those nearly always land. You basically get to fully plan out your turn past all those things and eventually just bury your KO opponent in Mask of Momentum value.
LPT looking to keep the hits coming. Uses the Flick Knives and is going to follow things up here with Art of the Dragon Blood. This is offering a Mask of Momentum trigger.
So very likely going to see some armor block come out of Florin, or maybe 2 cards.
Yeah, like there's the implied value of maybe you can't hero power off of what you draw into, but
because we do know there are some
you're giving up a lot of value on the cycle by clicking gloves instead of clicking claw instead of gloves plus card.
Wild Ride in Arsenal, but it is going to be the Gauntlet Reach combined with one other card covers up This Art of the
I
Dragon
think
Blood,
the Wild Ride
Mask of Momentum should be
is
stopped on
most
this turn.
frequently going to be
And
what
thanks to the Art of Dragon Blood effect,
a
if
2-card
LPT has one of the
7,
4/5s,
right?
just
So
go
like
ahead and set
3.5 per
free, despite
card,
not having a floating resource,
where
which is
it was
the best.
guaranteed
Without very well
4
discounted. Looks like
right
shuffling the
then.
Arsenal for LPT could perhaps be another one of those defense reactions.
Florin's got the unexpected backhand in his deck combined with those vigorous smash ups. A lot of unexpected damage on offer here.
I think that has been the biggest upgrade for KO from Super Slam. Unexpected damage, I think is a very good way to put it. Reckless Stampede, I think being one of the biggest pickups for that hero from Super Slam.
We're going to fire off this Wild Ride here. Looks like Florin really wants to keep that Might token available across turn cycles. We'll see what the discard is. Yeah, just an Agile Windup hitting the bin, so we're going to pick up a Might. Get Go again here. One resource still floating.
That Agile Windup was in his hand when he sent this Wild Ride, which means the card remaining in his hand is a random draw off the top. If it's a run roughshot, he'll be able to send it right here. But other than that, could be Gauntlets into a Claw if it's not a card he wants to Arsenal. But so far, I mean, life totals are in Florin's favor, but I'm giving the edge to LPT, Brian.
Bro's
Yeah,
playing
yet
so
more
many
defense
defensive
reactions,
cards.
Just getting good numbers out of his deck is LPT as he covers with a sink below here and kept the hand as well. We see the Gauntlet activation here from Florin. And now we just go ahead and pitch. We're going to follow up with the Claw coming through for 4. And LPT
What'd you
takes
block
the
with?
damage.
He wants our option. He put it. Reckless has been the biggest upgrade for KO. From
2 blues?
this
Okay.
Wild Ride, which means the card remaining
So
in
this
his hand is a
next
random
hand
draw off
would have
the
been
top.
kind of
If it's a
poopy
run roughshot, he'll be able to send it right
if we
here.
didn't have the Wild Ride.
But other than that, could be Gauntlets into a Claw if it's not a card he wants to Arsenal. But so far, I mean, life totals are in Florin's favor, but I'm giving the edge to LPT, Brian.
Yeah, yet more defense reactions, just getting good numbers out of his deck is LPT as he covers with a sink below here and kept the hand as well. We see the Gauntlet activation here from Florin. And now we just go ahead and pitch. We're going to follow
Got
up
punished for
with
the
Claw
D-React,
coming
but then
through
got
for 4,
rewarded
and
for
LPT
arsenaling the
takes
Wild Ride
damage.
because the
Huge
following
life
hand was
deficit
all
now.
blues.
19
So,
points
kinda
down. We're going to have to see some
evened
fireworks
out, I
on this
guess.
turn if LPT's going to get back into this game.
I think he needs a Mask Trigger on this turn, and he needs Florin to not find another Blood Rush. That is a risk when you go down to 5, and just as we say that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the exact moment he revealed the Blood Rush.
Exactly, and with a Beast within in hand as well, Florin might have a very strong turn if LPT cannot disrupt this.
Yeah, you wonder if this is a spot where Florin just has to say, send me the bill. I don't think you can do 24 on this turn. Can you? Can you? Question mark? Sometimes the answer is yes.
Wrath of Retribution could very well do it if LPT has found their card.
What's the plan?
A whole bunch of fours to start out. That is a very strong start to try and get some cards out of Florin's hand.
Yeah, there's still 1 block available on those gauntlets, but it feels like if Florin
True.
is looking to get into
I
the
win.
blocking game,
I mean, you won the
like
game
it's
on
a little
turn
bit
0.
earlier in the
Like,
chain, it really feels
everything
like
since then has
here.
been a formality. We're just talking about
more damage.
min-maxing.
We're probably going to see Florin just give Hating Liao the Mask Draw. And one aspect of Ravenous Rabble that's very
Like,
curious
everything we've been
about
talking about is,
because
like,
you know
how
exactly
could you
what
have
he's
won
going to
this
do.
game
He knows
even
Hating Liao's gonna
harder?
run Ignite, which represents 3 extra damage. Florin could just do the math and say, oh yeah, I do not care. Have 3 extra damage. He has a Blood Rush, potentially discarding Beast with him.
You had a 3-card
only thing
16
that
on
could
turn 1
potentially
because your
change
opponent gave you a Vigor
about the
token.
math
Like,
here is
you already
if
won the
there
game.
was a 1-cost attack in hand. Of course, Peitong Lao doesn't have access to the Blood Spattered Vest, so it doesn't really have that resource on demand.
Well, Out of Dragon Blood will discount it if that 1 cost is a Draconic.
Yep. Very
17?
possible.
And he did just use his second field.
Was
to
it
get the
Wild
second
Ride
on, so it doesn't have
into
to wait
8
to some
power?
other 1 cost into Draconic. So as a 1 cost in hand, he'll need that to be Draconic. But even if that's a 1 cost for 5, I don't think he has a damage to threaten Florin's life earlier. The Ignite he just drew off, that comes in for
I'm actually
3,
kind of surprised that you're not blocking.
And say a 1 for 5 comes in for 5, that's another 8 damage. You add a Flick Knives in there, it's 9. And even Dragon Slayer Fight Path. Nope, you can't pitch for the Kunai. So
You're not blocked
honestly,
with 1
it's
card here?
Potentially 9 more damage, and Florin can just say, take it, here's a Blood Rush.
Yeah, scary spot to be in. Lava Burst, pretty nice close to this turn here. Just stash that Ignite for the future. That means LPT almost certainly going to be on defense duty on this next cycle. And look, his deck can do that, Punkage. He built his deck to be able to withstand these situations. That's why we see
Are you
him
not
playing
supposed to
in
block
this
with 1
fashion.
card?
Should he draw the right mix of defense reactions, could be completely fine even through a Blood Rush Bellow turn, given that all the equipment has already been used.
Because on Florin's side, he currently doesn't
Your
have
hand's
an
Fearless,
extender
Fearless,
as well.
Eye,
He-
Beast
if
Within,
all he can
or
do is
Eye,
a 2-wide Blood Rush.
Blood Rush,
all
right?
of Hating Liao's defense reactions, and at these life totals, I fully expect Mask of Momentum.
Is
to
it not
also
blocked
come
with
out
one of the
of blocking duty.
Fearlesses?
You're completely right, Brian. I think Hating Liao could survive this. It depends whether Florin can find something like a Wild Ride, find something like a Buck Wild to have a 3-wide Blood Rush turn.
High-pitched howl. LPT reading virtually every card in Florin's deck.
So Beast Within left in hand there for Florin. Did not get lucky on that front. I think I saw Yellow Wild Ride. Nope.
Okay,
That's
maybe I
a
misread the
Beast Within.
hand.
All smash-ups and a Beast Within here, so not the strongest hand for Florin. Defensively, I wonder what LPT is working with. Do we have maybe a couple of reactions to make this math really good on his side? We know that Ignite is ready to do its thing. How much equipment can Florin claim across this turn cycle?
So it's just going to be a 2-wide Blood Rush for Florin, which is still quite a bit of damage. We're presenting lethal on 2 chain links. Claw's going to come in for 6 thanks to the Might token and the Blood Rush Bellow.
So we're just looking at 6 into 8 here.
And at these life totals, Hating Liao has to be worried about Reckless Stampede. But you also need to be worried about an on-hit, like a Sand Packing or something. Can you afford to go to 1 if all you do is block and Mask of Momentum? Or does he have a defense reaction to cover this up all the way back to 6?
Mask is pushed forward.
Surely
here.
you block with another card here
Done its
if
job,
you're
drawn a card.
Syndra.
Now it's time to hit the bin. We start with 2 blocks here, and 4 damage.
If you
comes
block with a
through.
card, though, you guarantee
LPT
the
playing the
eye,
rest of this
right?
game on a knife's edge.
Just hoping that Florin didn't bring in Reckless Stampede into this matchup, which can be a bit of a tricky inclusion because Syndra typically doesn't want to block. And that's a no block in your own hand, so you'll be giving Syndra a whole bunch of mass triggers if you include that. Pei Liao taking a little bit of that risk, saying, I don't think you have that card. Show me something else.
Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex also going to get involved. And yeah, Florin's going to ship it all here to get as much damage as possible. 9 as opposed to 8 makes a lot of sense. LPT going to have to answer here.
Let's take a look what LPT is working with. We do see 1 defense reaction there, and then 3 head jabs that all block 2.
Awkward Ponkage. Very, very awkward.
Looks like it's going to be Flamescale Furnace with 2 of the 2 blocks and the Shelter to cover this up, which means you have the Ignite in your arsenal, which both players know about, and 1 head jab in hand. So we'll be able to send lethal with Ignite, Kunai, Brand, and a Flick as well. So Florin will be forced to give at least 1 card on the following turn cycle if that's a block that Pei Liao ends up going for.
You got to play to your outs, Ponkage. Let's not forget Florin. A lot of no blocks in that deck. They combine in the worst ways sometimes. Maybe that's the window for LPT. Kicks things off with that Ignite we saw stashed on the last turn.
And speaking of no blocks, Ryan, that's 2 of them, I believe, in Florin's hand. I think I saw 2 Wild Rides.
He does have 2 Wild Rides here.
Oh,
Another scary thing
We
with these little
clashing?
life rolls on the KO side is your own deck might kill you. If you send a Wild Ride, draw and discard a Beast within off the top, and suddenly that just kills you when you had like 1 or 2 life points. I've seen games end that way before,
Yeah.
and that's another reason why the Brute Life isn't
Look,
quite for me.
Florin is in the lead right now, but this game is not done. There are outs for LPT playing towards them right now. You don't put together the type of record like LPT has if you're willing to give up in these scenarios. You try to find the window. You try to trap Florin with a
By
hand that just
nothing,
doesn't
do you
work,
mean
something
like you
loaded with
can't
no block,
hit
something where
poorly
at
on the
least
eye?
one is forced to be discarded.
You also
and then
pitched
just leave
at least 1
your
tear
fate
this
up to the
game.
Brute Gods and see what happens. Gonna take the 2 damage here from Ignite.
And Ignite at these low life totals is so threatening. Kunai after is coming for 1, when opponent's at 4. You still have Flick Knives available as well, offering even more unavoidable damage. Florin's thinking about bringing the gauntlets out to block over here. But
Yeah, so my thinking is like you block for 3, and that's
Gonna waste
basically
time
the
with that.
same
This
thing
is
as
the
you
fourth
losing
that
life
Syndra
off
puts
of
you
the
in.
eye,
One of the
right?
reasons why she's at the top of meta game right now.
No blocks here. Florin falls down to just 3. A lethal head jab being
Yeah, but like you don't know what the eye's gonna hit. But if the thought is I'm gonna hedge by holding these cards in case I hit awkward off of the Blood Rush, whatever I hit off of the eye is probably gonna be about the same value as the eye itself. But at least I got to preserve 2 points of life.
shown here.
Can't give the gauntlets over here because of the Flick Knives activation. If you do that, that is still lethal, so you need
You basically just need to make sure that like if you do draw into a Mopey Blood Rush, that he can't do any shenanigans with breakpoints on the following turn and force you to actually block. Like, if we have 2 more points of life here, we don't give a fuck about what our opponent does here, right? Like, we just... If our hand plays, we just say no blocks and send him to hell.
to give a real card from Florin's side.
I think you win the game
And
no
the
matter
Flick
what you
Knives
draw
put him
into
at
off of the
2,
Blood
will
Rush
be
if you
bought back
block
by Syndra
there.
Because Pei Liao does have 3 Draconic Chainlinks. That's another strength of Ignite. Oh yeah, that was 2 cards with 3 Draconic Chainlinks. Gets to have a free flick, gets to Syndra them back.
Does still have block value on that Flick Knives as well for the next turn cycle. That could buy him just that little bit of time he needs to go ahead and convert those kunais into very real threats. Virtual Kadachi lock may be something that is available.
I think he's supposed to crack boots here targeting his dagger to attack with the dagger again. I think the only way that he wins this game is with cheeky chip damage. Because you're functionally at 1 right now because of him flicking 2 turns in a row. What do you mean you don't have pitch? The boots are free. 1, 2, 3 Draconic Chainlinks. Oh, because, yeah. I'm in Draw My Brain where all my shit's free. Is there an opportunity to boots earlier in the game then? Kind of goofy dying with boots on the board.
Remember, Florin also has that Might token thanks to the Blood Rush on the previous turn. Could just opt for sending one attack. I believe he has an 8 power in his hand.
Agile windup is going to clear that Blaze headlong, pick up a Vigor token here. Does that unlock 2 attacks for Florin?
Yeah, and here's where KOs need to look into the matrix, so to speak, and look through all possible combinations. If you play the Wild Ride, depending on what you draw and discard, how does your turn change? Are you, on average, at a higher EV if you go for the Wild Ride play, or should you just go for the safe, disciplined play of sending the Show of Strength, I believe?
Florin really in the tank here, trying to figure out the permutations of his next
What do you
turn.
mean that the dagger is free
Wants
when
to
you
come
had
out
3
undefeated
fealty?
after the CC rounds.
Knows the draw now, knows Agile windup will be picked up.
I'm missing
Gonna get 2
something.
attacks from Florin's hand, should he want them.
My token, Vigor token, pop. 1 floating for Florin.
Ah,
He's going to start with a Wild Ride.
I was like, did I
Just
miss
destroy
that? That was
something.
text on Syndra or something?
A lot hinges
And it
on
just
the
never
Wild Ride.
comes up?
It's the downside of sending the Wild Ride here.
If you get left with the red, then all you're doing is a claw, which is still 6 into 3. But if you keep the blue, you get to also gauntlets and then send the claw. So it'll be 6 into 4, which, if Fating Cloud does not have a defense reaction, could be the whole extra card you need.
Blue was not capped. The Agile windup is discarded here. Still, 6 go again.
He knew he was safe from a beast.
Okay,
token.
I need to know
Get that
something.
for him. It's a good
Are
spot to be
you
in.
a look at the card gamer? I need to go back.
It's the downside of sending the Wild Ride here.
If you get left with the red, then all you're doing is a claw, which is still 6
Okay,
into
you do
3.
look at the card.
Get that card for him.
It's a good spot to be in.
We've been talking about this a lot recently on what kind of person are you when you're playing KO? Do you look at the card before you do the discard? Or do you just pick it up, put it face down? We'll find out together. I think it's pretty interesting seeing like what people's psychology is on that. Oh, you already knew what it was?
That's the hand for
That's fair.
LGT, and it is loaded up with 2 blocks. 3 of them, to be precise. 1 3-block left behind. All 3 of the 2 blocks put forth in front of this Wild Ride. The follow-up here is Claw, claims the last card from hand. And now the ball firmly in Florin's court as he looks to move on to 5-0 across our CC rounds.
We talk about brute gaming. If he had kept that blue over there, he would have forced Peitang Liao to block with that flick knives. But unfortunately for him, kept the red, couldn't gauntlets. Peitang Liao still has the threat of the flick knives. Starting with a block buck wild is
that's
Florin
game.
Red. Has drawn a beast within, needs to try not to discard it unless he's guaranteed sending lethal.
Yeah, looks like he's in a good spot here to just go buck wild, claim 3 cards, take that go again. Follow-up looks to be a Bear Fangs. It's going to be pitched as the beast within no risk there. And that means that Peitang Liao is going to do a little math, put down the card, and give the fist bump. And Florin Christian Logan has played KO, armed and dangerous, to 5-0 in our CC rounds. Monkish.
My heart's
Here's
racing
the look at
so fast from those
explosions.
last few turns.
I like
Anyone
that.
could have just been a beast within off the top and maybe like stolen the victory away from Florin over there. But that is exactly how KO comes ahead in that matchup. You do need to find your blood rushes early, and you just need to go.
Of what to expect out there on the floor if you're a competitor or a viewer. Here is our metagame for Living Legends. So Viscerai takes a clip, right? Drops down under Bravo Star of the show, the most represented deck in the room. And there's Marlon. She makes her way into the top 3, followed by Dash and Chain, as we discussed. Dromai, the Ash Artist, makes a reappearance. Zen, Tamer, Purpose, and New. I'm seeing a lot of those mystic heroes starting to find their way back in.
Yeah, I want to draw attention to a few things on this arm slot. Okay, so on the side here,
What time is it? 10 o'clock? We can do a game or two.
Song. First of all, beautiful cold foils, happy to see it, but a surprising mixture here. We don't see any stubby hammers, there's a Cogworks tinkering, but we do see the power plant on
Yeah,
the
he's not on
chest
full
piece, which
combo.
suggests
That's kind of
that we are
interesting.
somewhere in the middle. We're gonna be
Oh, and he's
looking
on
for
those
big turns
boots?
here at some point to put everything together. We want to have slightly more resilience against the interaction that a deck like New.
Double Dominion is day
Ministry Power Plant, of
2.
course,
It's
will
the
allow you to store
last
power
round of
resource,
LL.
to gain a resource. So it really does depend on that one turn to try and get your value out of it. It's a double trouble opening here for Tommaso Vicido, and there are always plenty of attack reactions lurking in the hand of New. Turning this card on is really a problem.
I'm going to talk to you real briefly about my least favorite card in Flesh and Blood here, Mitch, because it's in the hand of Tommaso Vicido. You ever see a Siren's Call? Is that one you're familiar with?
I have suffered the attentions of Siren's Call before, yes.
It fills me
I'm
with
glad that
pain,
New's no
dread,
longer
many
illegal.
other emotions,
Fuck that
ripping away
hero.
blues from the opponent's hand. Not
All
as
my
nice here
homies
with
hate New.
the- Excuse me, double null time zone in the hand here. If you're not familiar, you can just force this no block
Oh,
item to block. Still gonna draw
you
a
can
card
pay for
here,
your
not
kid's
gonna knock
college
down a card
now.
for you. This is actually a really big deal. Null time zone is a huge part of these Mystic matchups. Being able to name in a chi gets them stuck in the hand for these Mystic heroes because you cannot pitch them to get them out, and you certainly don't want to put them in your arsenal.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot put it, well, you can, but you certainly should not put an energy in your arsenal. It is never getting out if that is the case. Yeah, now times are preventing not only a card from being played, but like you said, pitched. It really hurts. And of course,
What deck
going
is full
back to Mystic
combo?
Hero for Tommaso, and that energy is a key part of the game plan. I'm looking here at the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Is
which
this-
will allow Tommaso as well to take
Is this
cards out
you,
of his own hand.
the
That is,
Dio?
Of course, one of those energy to it as an attack reaction, and also for the purposes of Bonds of Agony, it's an attack reaction. There are so many of those available to Tommaso. We just saw it. Siren's Call, that does the job as well. There's so much of it to work with.
So Xinjiang here was lucky enough to find themselves a boom grenade on top of the deck at the end of Tommaso's turn. Of course, capable of playing on both. So we'll make our way into their first turn with a backup.
Look at all the people joining that to spectate their own games on stream.
Make sure they're familiar
That's
with what's going
fun.
on. Firewall,
But not Lucas.
Heck of an interesting choice
Lucas
here.
hit the
To
I
me,
run
that
button.
is so suggestive that we are looking
He
for
fled from
specific
battle.
cards. Firewall going to reveal the top of the deck. If it's an Evo, it will stay there. Otherwise, it goes on the bottom. You know what that means? If it's not my system reset, if it's not the high octane I'm looking for, I can block 4, I can push it away.
Here's a spark of genius, allowing Xinjiang to.
Yeah, I was terrified of Connor's version of the deck.
Item card with cost X, excuse me, it's an optical monocle actually being picked up. I saw this in very early builds, actually, of Dash.io in Class Constructed. Shout out Tyler Horseball, of course. That's going to give Xinjiang a bit more information as he looks to dig and try and find some nice
I didn't feel like the normal version of Dio was good enough.
Pieces that you need to access to create these never-ending strings of attacks.
I think he like picked up some percentage in a couple matchups, but lost a lot of percentage in some important matchups.
You need to actually put this turn together. Thankfully, Optical Monocle, very happy to be reset by system reset. When you go for the big combo turn, look at more and more and more cards to tie everything together.
The weakest link here going to be sent out by Tommaso.
I was watching Connor play his version of the deck for like a couple months, and I was goddamn terrified of that deck.
We see some plenty of items, unlike that Optical Monocle, for example. And we'll be able to block with them. I do see no blocks in the hand here.
One of those, of course, being Cerebellum Processor is a bit of a pain point here for Xinjiang. It's going to be a card that you really, really do want.
Bro, who's playing Jarl and format? What the fuck?
On top of the deck, played in response to the on-hit trigger and bailing out our resident mechanologist.
Yeah, technical obviously doesn't have the ability to crank, so on Xinjiang's turn he wouldn't be able.
Okay, here's some fun lore. I don't think I've ever seen Connor correctly call Null Time Zone. I think every time I've seen him resolve that card, he has guessed incorrectly. Against me, I think he's played it like 3 times and just completely whiffed. Like, I'm gonna call Swell. Nope, should have called Conquer. Then he calls Conquer. Nope, should have called Swell. I think the way that he plays it, though, he needs to more often probably call, like, based on the texture of the game, what the opponent should have right now. And also, I just need you to not have this card right now. I'm calling it to say, you're just not playing that. Even if I call incorrectly, I'm fine. I don't care. So long as you're not playing that card, I'm happy.
To turn that into an action point, but that is nicely done. Get that out of the hand.
I used to be so good at doing that in Yu-Gi-Oh! I would always blind mind crush people. Oh, that was so satisfying.
And getting ready to send another torrent of damage, courtesy of that Teklo core.
Play speed also very impressive. Xinjiang definitely comfortable in the driver's seat.
Give me back my tipples.
Here's a
Deal.
0-60, 0 for 4 with boost. It's about as reasonable. It's the most normal thing that Dash can do in this kind of matchup, but crucially, gets a boost started and puts some damage pressure down on Tommaso, who to this point has not taken any damage.
How'd the boom go to grave?
And bailing out our resident mechanologist.
Yeah, technical obviously doesn't have the ability to crank, so on Xinjiang's turn he wouldn't be able to turn that into an action.
Oh, it was just in play. Okay.
Heavily into these interactive attacks alongside that Mask of Recurring Nightmare, just trying to force cards out of the opposing hand at every opportunity. Love to see this as well. Teklo core being boosted away by Sprocket Rocket.
I feel like I've watched you on stream before. I like vaguely recognize your mannerisms.
Zipper hit though, gonna be the follow-up.
Like the way that you put your cards down when you boost, I vaguely recognize it.
The optical monocle worth bearing in mind as well as you can.
You have a very particular mannerism in how you do it.
To really get the top of the deck set up for you.
Oh yeah, when this deck gets going, sometimes you will see 14 to 15.
I don't know if they want High Octane to come back because of it, like, kind of pigeonholing design space.
Have to protect certain cards, and more importantly, they're gonna have to find certain cards to put their turn
fuck
together.
new.
See Tome of Fiendal now being played from the hand here to draw the card that was seen with Optical Monocle.
What a miserable play experience.
IP2 understands that Tome is actually problematic here and needs the cards on top of the deck in hand instead.
Well, he's got them, but I'm seeing at least one non-block among them. There's a boom grenade in the hand. I think you alluded earlier on to that erase face lurking. Being able to turn all of Xinjiang's cards into non-mechanologist cards for the purposes of boosting and such could be pretty devastating. And yeah, we are reaching, of course, for equipment already, thinking about how we can stave off the...
I fucking hate it when people boost and just like immediately put it in their banish. Just like, brother, I need to see what's left in your deck. Stop fucking hiding the cards that you're boosting. I hate it when people do that.
They're going to be losing in this spot is interaction. Scale Peeler is the way to prevent the Fridge of Armor from getting in the
Also, that is Wardy's signature. Is nice looking.
An erase face, they need to also stop the Scale Peeler.
So here's a race face. It for Dash is a singularly threatening...
If I had to tier list the things that I hate the most... Wait, I literally had a video where I tier listed everything that I hated the most. But off the top of my head, it's got to be fucking Scab Skins, Kano, New. It's probably that off the top of my head.
Dash requires all of the cards to be mechanologist ones, so that's most of the value proposition of the deck. So in comes our heavy industry.
Even if we got rid of processor, honestly, high octane is kind of like a tough thing to exist for design. Like they have to design every mech card around that card existing.
In this case, not where we are in the current game state. A race face demanding respect to play a much more fair turn instead.
That fridge though starting to get crumpled a little bit here for Zinchong. Doesn't have too many turns of that sort of free block power. Needs to start to make a play and put real pressure down on the new, who's happy to block with a couple of cards per turn cycle and just send these disruptive pieces just to see Zinchong squirm.
See if we can get a look at what our dash is working with. It's another Sprocket Rocket, 0 to 60 going away. You're going to see a lot of these from this deck. Again, we're looking to focus on 3 power boost attacks.
I feel like
in most cases.
just like regular aggro DO isn't particularly good in this matchup, and I would rather play the combo-y version.
See 2 resources still
like, how do you ever win?
Last turn in the sun, and we can look very deep. Should that be required for Zinchong?
Oh, I like the representation of Dash Hero Power with the. Is that a booster pack?
But that is something that it does for you if you do end up sending your way to boost for the right kind of item in play. That's our Max V in hand, by the way. Okay, Spark of Genius now is going to be the move.
Maximum Velocity is a very interesting inclusion here, actually, for our Dash player. Typically, these decks tend to insuit if they're looking to go for full combo potential, because it kind of causes your hands to bump up a little bit when you need to chain these attacks.
You need to
together.
ban system reset.
In the middle here, with the list that we're looking at from Zinchong, gonna have the capacity.
I think leaving high octane legal in the format is fine if you get rid of system reset.
Cerebellum Processor came into play and was cranked, of course, because Zinchong boosted. There's a card draw off of that. So yeah, Spark of Genius looks
that's a token?
Crank era of mechanologist play.
That's kind of cool. I didn't know that existed. If you see me at an event in the future, can you show me?
There was a time where Teklo Pounder was the most feared item to be found from Spark of Genius. No longer. Cerebellum Processor from that Armory deck. Pretty significant inclusion in this deck. And
the same
changed how it
would
played
agree,
further. 100%. Yeah, that World Championship in Osaka last year, very much defined by the capabilities of this hero in Classic Constructed.
Zinchong's tanking on this. She still has an action point.
I think this deck is still broken even without the chest. You knock it down a peg, but like, this is the classic ban the problem, not the enabler. The chest enables it, but the problem is actually system reset. Get rid of the card that enables the combo, because they might print something else in the future that makes you able to do this again, and now they have to go back to banning cards.
I feel part of what's...
Okay, Twin Drive. I see. It's just a
I've just never seen that before.
Satisfy that boost condition for maximum velocity. Gets sent out instead. And we've not played an item off the top this turn, if I'm not mistaken. The Zinchong might have been looking for something there.
I think the dash is symbolic of the fact we have. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
But we did choose not to boost there with Twin Drive, which would suggest this is either an important card or a generic card of some capacity. Definitely finding ourselves in a somewhat awkward situation here. This deck is so incredibly decision-dense. Sometimes these turns, especially with optical monocles, can take quite some time to put the puzzle together, and we do see surgical extraction as the retort again here from...
I feel like we're running out of time to combo, and if we don't combo, we can't win this game. Am I misunderstanding the nature of this matchup?
The highest numerical value turn, but instead try to get some disruption. That's definitely something New does. She's not really about the numbers.
I feel like we're like either this turn or next turn the window closes, and it's probably this turn because we're losing the processor.
But this is not yet at the point of being a truly explosive dash IO turn. Looks like the Twin Drive is being thumbed for blocks here. Zinchong is checking the banish.
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first copy of High Octane is in hand for our Dash IO player now. And so will no doubt be staunchly defended. More importantly, Teklo Power Plant going to get its block value before it no doubt gets to work on facilitating this turn. So I am expecting things to get at least somewhat explosive here.
Also, Venomous Bite and a red defense reaction.
Were you like expecting a lot of mirrors or something? You mentioned the mirror, I think, twice now.
The processor coming into play. This is where stuff can start to get out of hand. That was straight off the top. So now Zinchong has 2 action points, and there's the High Octane, Scott. It's about to get hot and heavy.
There's a second copy in the hand here for our Dash player of High Octane. It is time for the engines to run. Buckle up, Buttercup. This turn could go anywhere.
Every time Zinchong boosts, he's got
time to go sicko mode.
That can fuel, activations of the Cerebellum processor.
Oh, let's watch this shit. Oh, my spoiler card.
Power plant, gaining a resource every time we boost.
Yo, you're using my spoiler card's best mode. Pitch for 3 resources.
Very stately approach to this turn. It's going to be a maximum velocity boosted away. Gain 2 action points. Gain a resource. And now there's the damage aspect of 0 to 60 to be contended with.
And you have to remember there are 2.
Top 3, like, most played? What was number 3? I think it's like pretty obvious that number 1 and 2 is going to be Starvo Viscerai. I don't think that's like surprising to anyone. I think Viscerai was like the deck that everyone kind of knew was the best deck in format, but Starvo was the deck that a lot of people were going to default to because of the short notice bans of the format. And like, I'm running out of time. I just got to lock in a deck that I know how to play. I think Marlin makes sense. Yeah, I would have been surprised if Zen was top 3, to be honest. I think top 5 I wouldn't have batted an eye at, but I think top 3 would have been pretty crazy. Because if you're expecting the meta to have a lot of Starvo, which I think you should going into the event, then bringing Zen is pretty tough. Unless you're willing to sack that matchup and just roll the dice. But and it's not even like you auto win the Viserai matchup. Like, you can still lose that matchup, which is the sucky thing. And, like, you lose to Dromai as well. I think Combo Dio was one of the best things that you could have been playing at this event. I think if you expected it to have a high play rate, that's kind of goofy. Because I don't think that this was a deck that was on that many people's radars. And it realistically is an incredibly difficult deck to play. This is probably one of the harder decks to play in the game. So you probably needed to be grinding this deck for a long time. Meaning anyone that was like disrupted by the BNRs, they probably weren't just like randomly picking this deck up being like, oh no, Chain got nerfed, I guess I'll go play Dio. Like, no, they probably are going to go switch to something else that they already know how to play, because a week is not enough time to properly learn how to play this deck. It's so difficult. I don't really have an opinion yet about Gravy. I think it was really interesting that people were playing Gravy, but I haven't like seen games with it yet, so I can't like conceptualize it being good in the format yet. So I'm reserving my judgment on that until I see some games. Wait, what happened to Pat? I thought Pat was playing this. Did Pat switch? He put so much work into this deck. Do you think there's any plans for... Do you think there is any plan for Zen into Starvo to meaningfully increase the win percentage? I'm not a Zen person, so I can't really speak too much on that. That's probably a better question for like Dan and Cody. Maybe throw that in the podcast questions or something. I imagine you can move the needle in that matchup if you wanted to. The problem is you're probably giving up percentage elsewhere by dedicating sideboard slots just to that matchup. Like, I imagine a movable helps a little bit, or just like 4-block D reacts. Maybe you don't care about the winner's whale. You're pretty flush on resources. Maybe you play different boots to be able to block. Like, there's probably things that you could do that improve the matchup. Maybe you do some sort of like Cosmic Awakening shenanigans and try to win in second cycle. I don't know. I don't play the deck, so I can't really speak onto like game planning for that matchup. But there's probably something there, because Zen has so many deck building tools that I wouldn't be surprised if you could figure something out. But it's pretty short notice figuring that out. Yeah, like, I think if you were playing this, I think if you were aware of the Dio deck's existence, you were like, fuck, this deck is really good. I think anyone that was aware of this deck knew how good it was. But you needed to be aware of how good the deck was. Like, no one was playing this at Battle Hardens and shit. And this goes back to my complaint about them not running any real events for LL leading up to this. There was no carrot to actually get people to bring out real LL decks at the Battle Hardens. I'm not going to fucking bring my Worlds deck to a Battle Harden. That's trolling. The Calling? Okay, I'm playing for thousands of dollars. This is actually worth it. So, like, you like really needed to have your finger on the pulse of either the data or your internal testing found this deck out. Which is like pretty dubious. Like, out of all the people at Worlds, I think it's pretty unreasonable to expect people to be aware of this deck. I think if, like, you know how Marlin kind of had that breakout performance? I think if that happened with Dio, and we saw that on stream, and people saw the deck perform, then its play rate might have skyrocketed, because people would have been like, holy shit, this deck fucks. It did see play at a Battle Harden? No, Marlin did show up. What's his face? Mark Morrison won with Marlon, right? At God, what was that? Goblin Games or whatever? They did like that big event. Okay, I was unaware of this. Was it combo Dio? Or was it just like rando Dio deck? Like CC Dio deck.
Two optical monocles in play here. If the cards on top of the deck do not line up with Cerebellum Processor, it's no big deal. We can dig further and find the missing pieces. We can find Spark of Genius. We can find the third Cerebellum Processor. And most importantly...
Okay, I was completely unaware that it actually placed something.
8-9 cards deep at this point, more if you're able to boost in between. You mentioned system reset.
I redact what I said about that.
To get that one off, to flicker, as we call it, those Cerebellum Processors back into play, in case you actually needed more action points. Symbiosis Shot, fortunately, has a maximum. Like, you cannot just continue to put counters on that thing. You're eventually going to have to start firing them off. Here's a Twin Drive, so that's, that's a lot of boosts. 2 boosts on that card means 4 action points, right? Yep.
So you have 1 max V left in the deck?
Generated back from the chess piece as well, so this Twin Drive finding itself kind of free.
Oh, it's a boost card, not a boost there for this. The resource. Okay.
What can I say? Living Legend, I assumed everything was nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be forgiven, I think, for that assumption. Regardless, we did boost twice. Checking the top. All right, chain being closed here. This tells you that there's a activation of some of these items now ahead. We're opting 1 card to the bottom.
And if you were worried at home that 8 action points was not enough, don't forget that Gear Shift can be activated if we're desperate for a 9th.
Yeah, because you had the max V that you pitched earlier in the game.
Tommaso likely has seen something like this play out before, so
it was like to play a Twin Drive or something.
Slow and steady and walk those life totals down, continue to throw disruption. But so far, Xinjiang is able to play with impunity. However, we're getting deeper and deeper here. Another opt away. Still don't like what we're seeing.
Yep. I'm not surprised here. This feels like we are in need of system reset to tie the room together, and after looking at what must be a quarter of the deck at this point.
We're using this not for the action point, but to boost 2 cards away.
9th action point.
Yeah, you're right. Digging ever deeper now. We are practically spelunking into the deck. Has Xinjiang found what he needs? No, he has not. There goes the optical monocle. What do we got? A wry grin starting to appear in the face of his opponent, Tommaso, seeing Xinjiang squirm as he's looking for an answer. That system reset may have been found. He now opts to draw a card.
Oh, that was a confident draw. That was a confident draw. The second one was confident. You hit.
Like I think I saw it here, but I couldn't quite. It's the third high octane.
Oh, this is absurd. This is no outlet in all Flesh and Blood for this many action points. We get to draw a card off of it. We get to refresh it to the final, though.
Oh, my.
We're digging.
There's still more cards to be found. Again, this is part of it. Oh, my God.
Oh, we've done it.
Oh, Tome of Fiendel. Even cashing in some of these
We're gaming.
Do a great job at finding
do you have pitch cards?
Even when you're out Cerebellum Processors. And look at how many cards we had to
go show me your hand, Foo.
Finally find another copy of System Reset. It's going to be good enough. These processes
are
flipped away. We still have 1 monocle available to flick away.
Uh-oh. Cashing in all the gun counters.
What do you mean? Have you been watching this stuff?
I mean, the Symbiosis Shot now is finally getting out there.
As opponent, you got to be like, oh, no. Oh, no, he's holding cards and he's cashing in the gun counters. I'm dead.
We need to pay, of course, to activate the System Reset. It's an X cost. Math is hard when you're playing with your entire deck.
That is, I think, the biggest deterrent for this deck for a lot of folks. There's a lot of points to make a mistake, to put it bluntly. If you're not willing to take risks when you need to take risks, boost away the wrong cards, forget to pitch the right things, we can see...
Green tree, not goblin.
Deck. And after a long tournament of 15 rounds of Swiss, that's not an easy decision to commit to.
Okay, now we have the System Reset.
So I will use up 1 action point for that, and then when this enter, I will crank it, so again 2 action points here. And this will come back, and then this will back to 6. So 1 for me.
I'm just mesmerized by the numbers.
I just had to let Xinjiang do my job for me for a second there. I know, it is. I'm really glad that we...
What is it? Something Goldberg machine? That's what it feels like watching this deck.
Now, Xinjiang is actually even...
I love watching the combo go off so long as I'm not the opponent.
There's another system reset.
If I'm the opponent, I'm mauling.
Now, it is worth noting we do only have access to 2 Cerebellum Processors here. So this isn't combo...
Yeah, I thought it came in as 5.
However, we're pretty likely to find the 3rd one at some point alongside that 3rd system reset. So while this could have been bigger, everything is kind of going how our Dash player wants it to go. They're just having to be a lot more careful about how they manage their resources. There's less cards to be drawn with.
Is that another system reset in your hand?
There's always the concern of running out of those cards as well. Xinjiang definitely needs to be able to send these attacks. 2 cards in hand, 1 resource floating. System reset obviously is something that we need to be paid for.
Shoot you once. 20.
Just clearing those Symbiosis Shot counters.
18.
This is a surprisingly important part of playing this deck for what it's worth. That Symbiosis Shot does cap out at 6. You do not want to lose damage by forgetting to squeak in these gunshots before you play your system resets, before you reset your items, put more counters on Symbiosis Shot. In a matchup like
when they announced that it capped at 6, I never expected it to be relevant like this.
Sometimes fun is 0-sum.
I mean, Tommaso's been playing
opponent. Oh, I'm dead.
Okay, well, system reset does the thing yet again. Optical Monocle's going to dig. We are still playing Flesh and Blood, folks. 18 life, though, still Tommaso sitting at. Xinjiang needs to find some deeps here.
There's only 1 card left in hand here for our Dash player as things stand. 1 Cerebellum available, of course.
Okay,
that 1 card is secretly 2. Don't worry about it.
Oh, is that another time you just drew? Back up. Data link and a backup protocol there in the hand.
That did cost you an
And you got
action.
nothing
Oh, yeah,
relevant
that's
in the
right,
grave,
yeah.
right? Because it's
I kind of hold all these action points.
both
But
max
from
Vs are in the
the
banish, right?
meme of him slapping the hood of the car.
You can fit so many tomes in this thing.
All right, the mobile library of Xinjiang Ho now starts to get closer, I think, to its terminus.
I do want to take a moment to call out Data Link. I think this is a card not every version of this deck ended
Oh,
up
my
on.
spoiler
It was very
card. It's
suggestive
other
of just
best
the
mode,
game
getting
plan. So
banished.
sort of firewall earlier on. Opting 1 is worth its weight in gold when you care about finding very specific cards.
It plays nicely with Stubby Hammers as well. It's another vehicle for that nice little buff.
Vehicle.
Yo, Stubby's
It's
would have
almost like
gone
it's a mechanoid.
sicko
Right.
mode.
Look at you, you're so good at your job.
Yeah, it's the callback unit, you know, it's like you bring it back. So what's the plan here, though? We obviously can fire out these symbiosis shots. There's definitely a lot of damage here. There's like, you know, Xinjiang's representing 10 of just symbiosis shot damage alone.
Yeah, I thought that was the point, so that way you could play the backup and then pay 2 to it.
At some point during this game, eventually you need to be replenishing the cards in your
This is what
hand
I'm saying.
because
This deck
going
is fucking
from every
hard.
Every system reset,
Yeah.
it allows you to
Like,
provide
can you
resources.
imagine trying to
Have
pick
enough
up this
resources for the
deck
system reset again. If you're trying to play this combo turn with only 2 cerebellums,
like a
eventually
week
you
before
can't
the
have stuff
event
dry
because
out,
your
especially
deck
if you're
got
playing cash in, leading
yeah.
you
killed by
further
the
off,
ban
all
list?
these kind of things.
Like, that's
So as a
impossible.
result, we're running out of resources here. We've seen this obstacle monocle burn time and again. We only have 1 cerebellum activation remaining, and dash has been used. So if our dash player
That's
wants
the
to
other
find
thing
their
too. You
third
probably
cerebellum,
get a
they've got
lot
to
of your
do the hard work.
practice
Backup
not in
protocol
paper for
is
this
not gonna
deck.
be great at doing that.
No, comes into play and we crank it. So yes, you have your action point. There's a precipitous rise and a quick fall here for Xinjiang. Now let me just contextualize this. His opponent has got to 10. Now we're getting to draw a card. So he's absolutely put Tommaso in the red zone. And he himself is a pretty healthy life total. The deck's getting a little thin. Definitely getting chewed through. That's going to be the turn. Okay, just a very, very, very big turn here for Xinjiang.
Now, I want to be very clear.
Does he have enough left, though?
This is a very big deal. This deck typically doesn't do a great job at firing the second barrage of damage. Now, we do
And
have
how
two
many more
cerebrums
rounds
available
did
that
you
are
play,
going to
Dalton?
Still be in play. Being the next turn. There is still 1 system reset in the deck, so there is potential for a mini combo that could do 10 points of damage.
that a
That
99
being
V?
said,
Okay.
yeah, it looks like we're going to need to find that hand pretty much immediately. Otherwise, Tommaso gets the breathing room to start interacting again, and that's when we might find ourselves in a bit of a sticky situation.
20 life lead. We're going to get a boost attack with that backup protocol red activation. Cerebellum processes are still here. The power plant is long gone, that's for sure. All 3
Okay,
copies of
okay,
Iron
okay.
It's quite the cleanup step being undertaken here. Still an opt opportunity from this optical monocle.
It's like Spark of
Spark of
Genius,
Genius.
Fast and Furious in hand alongside that max velocity. So some powerful cards, no doubt.
I get it. Old man doesn't get to
Definitely
play
take
Flesh
the
and
full
Blood
10
anymore.
through
Gonna
one
play all
hand
the
from
rounds that
Tommaso,
you're
but
legally allowed to
this
play.
is going to be the real test. We need this hand to continue to take all 4 cards and push significant damage. Because if we're not in range, the last couple hands are really going to struggle to do it.
Do we not have Natty Max V?
Is Max V in your hand right now?
Sort of fast and furious. So we're
I believe it's Spark of Genius, Maximum Velocity as the other 2 cards.
Okay.
So natural, no, but Spark could theoretically draw some cards. These Cerebellum processors could be very dangerous if we find an item on top of the deck to generate an extra action point, draw
Spark
a
pitch off the
resource
top.
card. And that's exactly what we will do. So that Spark of Genius.
Honestly, I think if I was playing Dash.io, I wouldn't even use dice to represent my stuff. I think it's easier to mess up with dice when you're moving them around so much. I would rather just have something that I would like put on top of it, like individual counters, like actual Steam counters, but I don't know, something else, like maybe like glass beads or something. Just to be able to pick them up and everything and move them around. I think that'd be easier. Because like when you're flipping around the dice, it's pretty easy to fuck up. Wait, how many did I have? Fuck.
Cerebellum, hopefully, you're going to find the resources required to fire Maximum Velocity.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, backup protocol masquerades as any old boost attack, really, providing you can pay for it. That is the wrinkle, though, is the Spark of Genius only has 1 left floating after playing an item off the top. Fast and Furious boosts a Fast and Furious away. Regardless, we are
8
still
strong together.
getting there. We've cranked this turn, so it still represents 4 damage.
A little bit of value there from that Fast and Furious, putting a counter back onto Cerebellum Processor. Does hit cuffing around a little longer, and we do find.
Yeah, I gotta get one of those at some point.
Resource currently available, I believe.
We have 3 boost cards now on the chain. We have
Want to get
Cerebellum
like a
draws card in the
Kogias one or something.
In theory, which we had a pitch to max for here.
You would think so. Cerebellum can find any card on top of the deck if they want to Maximum Velocity here. Of course, finding a blue will enable backup protocol to go even wider, pay some resources there into another
True.
attack.
Backup
see the
protocol.
drawn. And it's
Oh,
the
it's a
blue
blue
T-bone.
T-bone. I think this might be lethal. I don't know if Tommaso can actually deal with this level of damage. A 0 to 60 comes out. It's a 0 for 4. And you know the follow-up is going to be monumental. It looks like Xinjiang might have done enough.
0 to 60 for more damage, and we know Maximum Velocity is lurking in the wings. His foot down, gas up. This second salvo of damage proving to be just enough.
That's the last card, getting it on blocks, and Xinjiang slams the Maximum Velocity. It is a handshake extended, and Dash.io gets there. With it truly,
That was cool to watch.
Pyrotechnics and fast game action. Xinjiang has gotten over the line.
GG's.
The disruptive.
Oh, what a cool deck. So long as I'm not playing against it. Ooh, Runaways. What a bozo. 3-2. Imagine bringing Gravy Bones. What is this sorted by? What the fuck is this sorted by? Wait, is it alphabetical order starting here? Listen, Dalton, they're not going to change their whole visual just to add a space for the draw. But in reality, they probably should have that. Yo, 05. What the fuck? Sheesh. What a bozo. Oh, wait, we get another Ellie game for free?
Bound by Shadow.
This might be my favorite part of Living Legends. So far, we've seen players
I
represent.
believe this is the guy that I lost to on stream, the chain.
Heroes they are infamous for playing. Ellie Bird, a huge expertise piece. If you're
Anything from it, it's a crown of dominion here.
Oh, that's cool. I actually sat down next to Ellie during one of her games, and I saw her doing some cool stuff. And I actually really wanted to see what her deck was doing. That is technically a gold token, I guess.
It's a shock frog.
They give me shit for my custom tokens, but they allow that on stream.
Out of Armory deck, I'm going to see it popped right in the middle there to be read by Jimmy as well. Fresh out of the Armory deck for Aurora. Destroy this, gain a resource, activate this only if you play the Lightning card this turn. It's got that Battle Worn block on it. It is very much an elaborate variant of that Blossom of Spring. Goes to show you.
Did Jimmy top 8
of this matchup?
Yeah, of course. And for Jimmy, we do see the Face Purgatory. The Spellbound Creepers, of course, going to be there alongside the Diana Carapace. Of course, offers a pretty nice block, and also that Arcane Barrier. Just a great overall chess piece for Rune Blades. Soul Shackle will be generated straight away, of course. This is something that Chain does as the bread and butter. And Vexing Malice of the blue variety is going to be our first foray into the battlefield.
Okay, so this is suggestive of what I'll lovingly refer to as boomer.
Okay, at least the person I lost to top 8'd.
In that original Monarch era, very unlikely to be seeing anywhere near as much in the way of rune gating from this version of the deck. Instead, focusing on powerful one-cost attacks that can line up well alongside the Shackle, things like Vexing Malice, but more importantly, Snuff Out, meaningful interaction like that. Following it with a 2-cost attack that forces the opponent to pay attention. That could be Erase Face, Command and Conquer, or similar styles of effects. This says
Battleborn 1, destroy this, gain a resource, activate this only if you played a lightning card this turn. Go again. So I guess playing this instead of Aether Ironweave because it's maybe more consistent, but you don't get $2. It's like one less resource, but it's easier to trigger this.
I'm presenting damage from my Banish Zone, I can still block you with cards, and I'm going to force you to interact.
It is absurd to me how quickly Ellie snapped off that block. She is so dialed in, and this is exactly why that Channel Lightning Valley is something she wanted to get deployed, get on the battlefield there. As Jimmy wasn't sending an overly compelling turn 0, but still got.
Is that a gold foil Starfall?
Throw to the first thing by the looks of things. Ellie very cognizant of life total.
Yeah, definitely suggestive that this matchup is going to be quick and punchy based on how quickly that Shock Frog value was made sure to be garnered.
Kind of crazy that he got armor on turn 0.
Copies of cash in this deck to best utilize that goal. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to see Grasp activated here alongside.
Why did she block with Grasp?
Or similar styles of effect. This says.
Why did she block with Grasp? This makes no sense, right? Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm bozo. I thought this was a weakest link. Carry on.
Get on the battlefield there, Jimmy.
I was like, just respond to the weakest link trigger by playing the channel. Never mind.
Very cognizant of life total.
Yeah, definitely suggestive that this matchup is going to be quick and punchy based on how quickly that Shock Frog value was made sure to be garnered. Crown of Dominion, a very interesting one as well. Suggestive of perhaps copies of cash in this deck to best utilize that goal. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to see Grasp activated here alongside a Lightning Surge from the hand, so perhaps a slightly anemic turn here for Ellie.
Yeah, okay. Obviously, Lightning Surge needs to be played from us. We'll have that go again. But Channel Lightning Valley here, of course, is active. The first time Ellie does damage. She'll draw a card.
Trying to take a closer look here at Ellie's hand, we do find another Channel Lightning Valley off the top, but I believe that's a Tome of Fiendel in the hand here as well. Now, this one can do some things alongside Arc Lightning. You can give Tome
Activate
a go again.
boots?
There's some tricks to be found.
Channel Lightning Valley will be the follower.
Beautifully sequenced.
Okay, we're just gonna go big mode, I guess.
Channel, pitch away a second card to facilitate Aurora's activation. 2 Lightning Valleys kept around. Tome of Fiendel.
Next turn's going
That's
crazy.
a cannon ready to explode. Jimmy needs to meaningfully interact. And this deck is very capable of it. Unfortunately, Plunder Run going to be the banish here, so no additional value to be found there.
Yeah, Jimmy not going to be able to deploy that from banish. No blood down on that one. Chain activation to start things off.
And she's got more permanents than I usually do in play when I'm playing an illusionist. That's crazy.
Again, this is very much the bread and butter of this version of Chain. Reaping Blade plays that role of a one-cost attack in absence of having something better to do. No Riftbind, nothing similar. Going to utilize those resources here. No immediate threat from the two resources, but we know Shadow Aversa here going to banish that Riftbind. We know it's a command and conquer.
Maybe disruption in Arsenal.
Jimmy to finish up this turn that will threaten that Tome of Fyendal.
There we go.
And that's something, of course, much more powerful when played from the arsenal. If Ellie can keep it there. This is what you wanted to see. Some disruption. Some of Jimmy asking Ellie to interact with him. Riftbind, of course, gets plus X, where X is the number of non-attack action cards he played that turn, so obviously less relevant, something that you can sort of stash away there at the cost of some blood debt. Think about for a later turn. More importantly, it is 6 damage presented, no defense reactions here, and when this hits Ellie, she'll lose her arsenal card.
A couple of powerful Living Legend cards in the hand here for Ellie Bird as well. She's holding on to Cash In, she's holding on to Skyward Serenade, and I believe she's holding on to a Ball Lightning alongside that Skizik as well.
We're blocking Skyward Serenade and Skizik plus one of the last armor block there from the Grasp of the Arcanine.
Surely it's boots over the grasp, right? It's like pretty small, but like there's a chance that you end up activating boots on this turn. But you didn't get to block with them.
And they're proving too valuable, definitely going to play a big part. And more importantly, this deck is very capable of putting its hand back together because of these draw effects. You can not rely on Electromagnetic Somersault so much anymore. You only get one of those in Living Legend, but you can block with 2 cards, draw a handful of cards with Cash In or Tome, and just play your normal turn anyway.
Ellie's going to draw a million cards this turn. Yeah, Tome of Fyendal obviously important. Cash In draws 2 first of all. Channel Lightning Valleys also represent a 1-card draw each, providing Ellie's able to hit.
We do have to note the only Arcane Barrier available here for Jimmy is Arcane Barrier 2 on the chest from Dyadic.
I almost wonder if she was just supposed to let the Tome of Fyendal die there.
Like, you'll look at known to love from Aurora. Going to be rather problematic to prevent, to deny.
What does she block with? A Skizzix?
Not rely on
one of the last armor block there from the
and a Serenade?
cards this turn. Yeah, Ellie's able to hit.
We do have to note the only Arcane Barrier available here for Jimmy is Arcane Barrier 2 on the chest from Dyadic Carapace. So single points of Arcane from those rune chants or similar effects like you'll look at known to love from Aurora. Going to be rather problematic to prevent, to deny those Channel Lightning Valley. We'll see the Ball Lightning blocked here by Seeds of Agony, and we will see that Grasp reached for to make that rune chant to kind of force that question. Am I allowed to draw 2 cards, or are you going to give me a yellow or a blue to try and deny that?
Yeah, I mean, Ball Lightning, remember, it says whenever a lightning or elemental action card would do damage this combat chain, instead it deals that much damage plus 1. And that's irrespective of whether the card is blocked or not. That is an active effect. Here's the rune chant.
Oh, yeah. I've been getting the dice the whole game.
Starfall, obviously, just making sure that damage is going to be represented.
We will see respect given. Hit the high notes pitched away by Jimmy here to cover up that Arcane. Grasp reach for. She's going to try and deny these Lightning Valleys, which I do love. And we see Photon Rush coming out of Ellie Bird here. This one, if you've never seen it before, that's because it's in that first strike deck for Aurora. Did find a home in Classic Constructed at several points. Just more and more ways to find go again.
Yeah, I wonder if she was just supposed to let the Tome die.
Okay. Yeah, Photon Rush did. Respect it. Jimmy honestly says this is fine. I mean,
this made it significantly harder to
take off the top.
To get the channel draws. Just like take 6, lose the Arsenal. Play Skizzix with Go again. Because you already have the embodiment. Yeah, the whole hand plays. You probably get to draw 2 cards off the channels there. Yeah, I think that was wrong.
I could definitely see the threat being emanated by that particular Aurora turn. Stop those Lightning Valleys from being particularly relevant at all.
Losing 2 more, hit the high notes here, so no blood deck cards found for Jimmy. Do love the inclusion of that one, though. Again, very much a one-cost attack that functions very well with the core game plan of this deck. Bread and butter blue. We do see 1 card remaining here, though, so with very little to be found. Jimmy's return is going to be, I'm going to say...
Especially when our hand, like, doesn't even profitably play the Tome.
Legend, right? Have an off turn, maybe block out a little bit, set up something for yourself. Now, these Soul Shackles are going to continue to add up. It's Machinations of Dominion being used to power this Reap and Blade attack that instantly buys the card from Ellie. She's so quick with it. Shockwave.
One of the bigger differences between these chain decks we're going to see over the course of this event, this version of Chain, the more traditional version, is very much looking to reach a critical mass of Soul Shackles, banish as many cards as possible, play these very large turns. Those Runegate decks, they have to find ways to control those Shackles so they don't suddenly find themselves dying to blood debt. So in this case, Jimmy is the one who's going to have inevitability. They don't mind this game going longer because the Shackles will give them what they're after eventually. However, Ellie going to look to keep trying to provide that pressure to stop that end game from ever being reached.
Yeah, Entwined Lightning says if you fuse...
I just don't think 20 life actually works in Fab.
So it's a less stringent restriction then.
It's like the opposite problem of Commander, where Magic was designed around it being a 20 life game, and then when you go to it being a 40 life game, the cards just aren't designed for that. It's like whatever though, because it's a multiplayer format, so who gives a fuck if it's like kind of broken. But when you go from a game that's designed to be 40 life down to 20 life, I just don't think it works. I'll have more of an opinion when I go to actually play Sage, but
We saw the Lightning Surge come out.
this is
on hand
part of the reason I
from
don't like
Roger.
draft either.
So it's a good start. I think Skizik there were also demonstrated to make sure this go again is gained. And we are blocking out. Grasp of the Arcanite gets in there. Underworld Rights, if I'm not mistaken. And a second Entwined Lightning. Skizik just staying out, as it will be revealed yet again.
Just in case you forgot.
Yeah.
I'll be face up on the table. We do see a very intriguing hand here from Jimmy as well. We see Art of War and that singleton copy of Cull. Not one
I feel like
you'll allow
Ellie's lost
multiples
this
of in
game
the
already.
legend format, but Art of War, one of the more powerful cards this deck has to offer. Jimmy here gonna have to balance finding some cards from these 3 Soul Shackles.
She's
and
done
making the
4
best use of 2
damage
of the best cards in their deck.
by
Yeah, that's
Shackle
one of the reasons
3.
why Art of War was so valued in that yesteryear of Flesh and Blood, because banishing a card wasn't necessarily a downside for Chain, and being able to get that upside, of course, off the draw of Art of War made it even more egregious.
We do see Cull doing good work here. Banishes a Bounding Demigon for Jimmy. Knocks that Skizik out of hand there for Ellie, so no more damage to follow up. And finally, it's something is said as we find Shadow Aversa as a somewhat menial play from the Banish Zone.
Yeah, it does also, of course, just allow Jimmy to get into 2, give it go again, banishing card from hand.
Yep.
What's the call going to be? Another
Also,
Soul
most of
Shackle
that
generator
damage
being
was
up
to
4.
himself.
No,
It's pretty scary once you start to hit that 6 mark on these Soul
I
Shackles.
don't know. I think that we lost this game based on our decision making, not because of the deck that we submitted to the event. I think this was a winnable game. I think if she just gave up the tome and then just slammed her hand on the table, she would have been playing a 7-card hand that turn. We're at least in a winning position at that point, right? Yeah, and that's something that I've been talking about with the LL format, where I thought a lot of the format edge was playing a deck that you're comfortable on, so that way you make less mistakes, because the mistakes are so punishing. Like, instantly lose the game off of just a minor mistake. I think she instantly lost the game off of that single blocking decision, which was like blocking a Command and Conquer versus just letting it hit and losing a tome. Like, it seems like the correct play is protect the funny card in Arsenal, but I think that lost the game instantly. Like, you can't have a Mopey turn into Boomer Chain. He's just going to take over the game. I don't know if he could have fought over it, because she would have at least been playing a 5-card hand into him before the channels, because it would have been Skizzix for 4, Skizzix for 4, Rune Chant, Weapon, Ball Lightning, and I think there was something else. There was one more attack. I don't remember what it was. A Photon Rush. And he's playing AB2. He's not giving a card to AB and then blocking this out, right? If he is, he's giving the whole hand and all the armor on the turn. And there's no profitable Purg on the turn. So, like, what? The first Skizzix, he gives armor. On the sword, he pitches to AB and gives armor. On the next Skizzix, he gives card and armor. And then he gives card. That's not even enough cards, because he had that's blocking with 5 cards, right? Blocking the Ball Lightning, Skizzix with card and armor, Photon Rush, AB. Am I missing something? Was there one more? Skizzix, Ball, Photon. She had a Pot of Greed. She opened the turn with cash in. So go to 5 cards. It's pretty hard to stop Channel from triggering on a 5-card hand. He could technically do it, but it's pretty difficult. And it's give 100% of the armor. One second. What was it? Ball. Photon. Skiz. Skiz. Blue is the hand. Card. 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 Boots. 2 armor. Okay, yeah. He can block it out if he gives up all of his armor and every single card in his hand. Which I might be fine with that. That might be acceptable. And this assumes every card in his hand blocks for 3. If he has a single 2 block, you can't do it.
Classic construction with very little machinations of
But also, like, we know for a fact that we're never connecting with a fucking, like, mopey hand with our double channel. We need to actualize that channel value or we probably lose the game.
will give them what they're after eventually. However, it's something.
Okay. Just allow Jimmy to get it 2, give it go again, banishing card from hand.
Yep.
What's the call going to be? Another Soul Shackle generator, getting up to 4.
No,
It gets pretty scary once you start to hit that 6 mark on these Soul Shackles, but for now, we start with a pretty innocuous 2 go again.
Mindful, I believe that card in hand for Jimmy is that.
And now he still has all the armor in play.
That first copy of Arc
Like, how do we ever make him
Aurora.
care about what we do ever again?
Disgusting work alongside Ball Lightning, so the ceiling here, pretty impressive.
Yeah, so in some senses can require a bit of setup to have that really big blowout combo turn. And he might just favor a bit more velocity. Yeah, just play it out like this to cash in Arc Lightning's value here on this turn. Obviously, this is a specialization for Aurora. Key piece to what allowed her to sing in Classic Construct. Whenever you get go again this turn, deal 1 arcane damage to any target.
And here is the power of Shock Frog. If you're unfamiliar, it has go again. So breaking the Shock Frog on your Arc Lightning turn deals additional arcane damage. That go again is now being granted to Tome of Fiendel, which will ping for arcane damage and draw 2 cards in the process. And this becomes a problem because there is no Arcane Barrier 1 for Jimmy. If they want to deny any of this damage, it's going to require Dyadic Carapace, which is incredibly inefficient in the face of about 1 million cards in hand for early bird.
Yeah, this is Grasp the Art, not something like
Maybe, but I think if the plan was, like, try to convert off of the cards that you draw, then also the way that she played the cycle didn't make any sense because she blocked 5 with cards and then her gloves. If the hope is convert with what you draw, then surely you block with your boots instead of your gloves, so that way, oh, maybe I draw an instant and then maybe I play the tome and then crack boots to get my action point back. Like, it also doesn't make sense in that direction either.
For example, so Jimmy restricts himself on Arcane Barrier option.
This will be 4, 1 damage and resolution.
And again, we are pinging here with this second strike.
Has go again.
Has go again. Because damage has been dealt this turn. It's yet another favor of a 0 before go again.
Yeah, it being in resolution is so strange.
Both players there just confirming that Arc Lightning does happen after we deal with resolution of the attack. It is checking for go again after box is done. We see that Face Purgatory jumping in. This is pretty much the premier spot for a card like this. It's hard to get too much value against a deck like Aurora, but here we're just looking to deny damage. We're on a very big Arc Lightning turn. Taking away any 1 card is likely worth the 4 power that's expected to be on that attack and some additional arcane courtesy of Arc Lightning.
As good a spot as any here just to shrink down what could be a pretty nasty turn. Starfall's going to be the follow-up. And again, in resolution, it will deal arcane damage because Ellie's played a lightning card already this turn. This is 2 go again with a little ping. And these add up. This is only 1.
The way that I always liked representing that was going
and Snatch with go again seems pretty
putting down a dice that said, like, the power of the attack, and then a dice that says 1. 4 and 1.
On hit here because it does have go again. That last card in hand could be yet another attack for Ellie. The card on top of the deck very much could be as well. This chain very demonstrative of what Aurora can do in this format.
But Tome of Fiendel with go again definitely made this turn pretty nasty.
You're saying if she drew Arc Lightning off of the Pot of Greed?
Ball Lightning. Okay.
The final card in hand here for Ellie, I believe, is a very interesting card in this matchup. If I'm not mistaken, it's Vaporize Shock.
And imagine if she drew this hand earlier.
Soul Shackles en masse if you're willing to do the work. What a way to ruin like your Soul Shackles to disappear from existence.
Oh!
Playing the game. Do not not pass go. Do not collect your box of Super Slam.
And
Thank you
just
very
like
much.
that, we're
Now
back
Ellie is
in.
able to destroy all her permanents with cost X or less, or up to X or a token space on the amount of arcane damage she's done this turn. It's a match made in heaven for that arc lightning. Jimmy now knocked back down to square one. Has to build from there once more. Shadow Puppetry is going to be the opener, and Bounding Demigod comes out. But boy, howdy, he would have liked to have seen a few cards off the top at the start of this turn.
Not quite square one. As much
Oh
as
my
Stanley
God,
was
such
after Jimmy, having access to
devastation.
Bounding Demigod
I
and
forgot that
already
card
being banished,
existed.
does mean we're still playing a 6 to 7 card hand in some capacity. So some rebuilding will have to be done. But we know there's an Art of War in the arsenal, so a return power turn that puts equal amounts of pressure back to Ellie is very much possible. The question is if you've got enough of a life total buffer.
You
to
doubted,
fight it.
Dalton.
So I think at this point,
You
Ellie's still gonna
doubted.
ownership much of this build. I'm seeing Ball Lightning in the hand. Another split card there. And for Jimmy, breaking the chain is Soul Reaping. Soul Reaping, okay, and Seeds of Agony.
Oh, Soul Reaping, my beloved. Perhaps the most ridiculous specialization.
Pretty
Flesh and
limited
Blood
one. Oh
has
my
ever seen.
goodness.
Yeah, now you can play more than one if you draft them as well. The way things have all changed up to come together.
That was a
Seeds of
really
Agony,
good turn
legitimately
for
resources
no
here
shackles.
for Jimmy on the way through, which may or may not happen to line up very well with that Riftbind, if that's something they want to do. Alternatively, they can take a little bit more blood there, just send the Reaping Blade.
Was
and take the
Riftbind
pressure
5?
off what was arguably a bit of a subpar situation. Still very impressive return fire.
The fact that you just, as long as you banish a card from your hand, that pays for the cost of Soul Reaping, right? You have the option to put more in, of course, because Blood Debt is relevant. It comes in, 6 damage.
I'll give you my Lightning Greaves.
Riftbind here is going to be the follow-up. And now Lightning Greaves is going to get in front. Now, this is a bit of a worrying sign for Jimmy. That indicates Ellie's probably getting ready to make use of those Greaves.
I will make sure I block with these. I would rather you didn't. Tends to be my response in those scenarios, especially when the start of the following combat chain is a copy of Ball Lightning to amplify all of this. We'll see Starfall as the follow-up here, of course.
That's it. Whenever a Lightning Elemental action card will deal damage this combat chain, it gets amped by 1. Lightning Greaves, of course, gives go again to any instant cards played. So that is action point generation on a pair of shoes.
Oh, and then
He comes in.
is that another Vaporized Shock that she's
Yeah,
setting?
Ellie, actually,
Yeah.
4 on hit 5 from this Entwined Lightning. Not the most impressive. So making the, I guess, the most you can out of a somewhat awkward
Rune
4-card
Chant or
hand. Ball
Embodiment?
Lightning does come at a
That's
cost,
always the
defensive value
question.
on that one. The second copy of Vaporized Shock, still pretty good, but not quite as impressive and backbreaking as the first.
Yeah, definitely. Still, though, some arcane damage being done enough that this Soul Shackle also needs to go away. So Ellie just trying to keep a lid on Jimmy's potential. And even ending the turn with Embodiment
Oh,
of
I
Lightning.
love Aurora.
Lightning Greaves
What a
really
fun
easy
deck.
wise If the hand makes sense.
This game is hilarious to me canonically. I love the idea of Chain trying to sell his soul to a higher demon entity and Aurora just denying that at every possible opportunity.
She's out of singing songs.
Oh, absolutely. Art of War, definitely a song I've heard once or twice. Going to be banishing away a Bounding Demigod, try and put together a big turn with what was arguably one of the most impressive Majestics from back in Arcane Rising.
Yeah. Often the case here with this one is the +1 to attack actions, and then, of course, being able to banish and draw 2. Given the Soul Shackle gives you go again.
That's not a great draw, too.
Plunder Run comes out.
Plunder Run, a card I find often forgotten by players, given it has been on that ban list for so very long at this point. The original Premeditate, if Premeditate was ridiculous, does find its way into the Living Legend format. Invert Existence in the hand here for Jimmy. Interesting inclusion. There's a lot of applications in the format, but not really what he was hoping for right now. Was really looking for additional points of aggression on this Art of War turn.
Yeah, so we have a close of the chain here to activate our Grasp of the Arcanite. It's a sink for those 2 remaining resources to create a rune chant. Still more action where that came from, though. Oh, it's a pretty blue-heavy hand, though. Yeah, Seeds of Agony being thrown in to send a Reaping Blade.
I'll move to take 4 if that's okay with you.
Ellie says 4 is good with me. That's a good number. I've got an Embodiment of Lightning. I want to use his full grip.
Now we do have to watch that Invert Existence. Does threaten to do 2 points of damage, I believe, if it lines up well with Ellie Bird's graveyard. 6, of course, not indefinitely.
Does it say what
currently,
the
but
tournament organizer
not that
is?
far away. On the other side of things, that Embodiment of Lightning looking to line up very well with Arc Lightning and Snatch once more, looking to be a pretty big turn here for Ellie Bird.
Here's the invert. So if you get an attack and a non-attack, you'll get 2 arcane damage. That is a easy enough proposition to satisfy here.
I'm pretty sure it's the same time zone as EST, right? Maybe it's like an hour off.
Easily forgotten from the chain toolkit.
So it's like either 10 or 11.
If it does have those Soul Shackles in play, don't need action points to make the most of Invert Existence.
Arc Lightning, I do see that snatch there. Always a premium go again target.
That's fair.
Again, we'll see
SCG
Jimmy
event, yeah.
punished for the choice to play Dyadic Carapace as the arcane damage source here. Definitely not incorrect by any stretch, but makes these Arc Lightning turns significantly more difficult to handle.
Yeah, this is going to be just good value.
Should have made the
damage
rune
here for Ellie.
chant.
I don't know if there's a... Okay, it does look like there is a fuse target for that Entwine Lightning. All good. First up, though, it's 4 go again, draw a card on hit. Jimmy says,
I think
absolutely
this is
not.
3?
No.
Okay.
Big fan of this choice here from Ellie. Closing the chain here means that Dyadic Carapace, it breaks. So we do not have access to Arcane Barrier whatsoever anymore. You leave that chain open, and suddenly you give Jimmy the choice, and that's not something you ever want to do.
That is
in
such a
game of
small
Flesh
thing.
and
Yeah, it's called the close.
My mental map is off.
That Blade Breaker is active, or rather the temper effect on the carapace, right? Yes. 7 damage. Obviously, Sizzle empowering this Lightning Surge.
May I believe that's asking if I can look at my sideboard real quick there from Jimmy. Take a look at what's available to find off the Soul Shackle, potentially. 7, of course, not 8, but this is a pretty...
We had a pro quest once that started. I don't go to the store anymore because of this. Weirdly, this place. Wait, Dalton, you were literally there. They started it at like, God, what time did they start? Like 3 p.m. or something. And we got out at like 2 a.m. It was so fucked. Yeah, I remember, and it was with my buddy Julian. At the very end, this is the first time I'd ever met you, Dalton, I think. We get to the end, and it's clear that all parties involved both don't want to play Flesh and Blood anymore and want to sleep, and also are happy to, you know, strategic second and, you know, do prize splitting and everything. But neither party knows exactly what to say. On the side of my buddy that's playing, he doesn't know the right verbiage of what to say, and he's very tired. And then on Dalton's side, you know, speech problem. So then I kind of like mediated it, and I was like, you know, if it were me in this situation, I'd probably be fine if, you know, I were to get this kind of split if someone were to offer it to me. But I'm not in the top cut, so, you know, I'm just saying if I were, I would be okay with this. But, you know, you guys do whatever you want. And then you and my friend just kind of looked at each other, and you're like, so that? Then he shook hands on it. It was so goofy. I'm just an impartial third party that's wanting to go to sleep. I'm just saying I would be fine if I were to get this kind of split if I were in the finals.
For Jimmy, if you choose to take 7 damage, you are dead to Grasp of the Arknight. The hand you keep has to finish the game as a result. If you don't take that damage, maybe you can buy a better window, and that's what makes this situation so interesting.
And I'm sorry, but the contents of the hand is not super compelling here. Trot along, Vexing Malice, invert in the hand, and that's good for obviously uninteractable, or nigh uninteractable. Mind you, there's Lightning Greaves in play. Damage. Elibird does have that AB1 though.
Can you kill her? I guess you can say have a blue or die.
What an interesting pain point. Vexing Malice plus Invert Existence theoretically enough to do lethal damage, but there is Arcane Barrier on those lightning.
Yeah. Oh my god, it was so fucked. We ended up getting a hotel across the street from Unison. I think we ended up sleeping for like 3 hours. Honestly, a waste of a hotel.
That's about as good as it gets for Spellbound Creepers this game. And again, the remaining content of the hand, the Invert and the Vexing.
Like, me and Jimmy personally messaged the store because like I have his cell phone number, and we texted them being like, because I think it was their first time running one of these events. They normally just did armories. We're like, hey, just letting you know, these events usually go for like this many rounds, and they're like it's not blitz. They're like an hour each because they normally did like blitz, I think. Are you guys sure you want to do 3 o'clock? You're gonna be here until 2 o'clock because you're probably going to get this many people and have to run this many rounds. And they're like, don't worry about it. We got it.
Of war in the Banished Zone.
You hate to see it. All right, well, it's going to have to be the Reaping Blade instead.
This is very demanding, at the very least, from Jimmy. We know this is going to earn a block of some capacity. Vexing Malice, of course, is theoretically 1 point of unpreventable damage because there is only Arcane Barrier 1. So if the Reaping Blade had been ignored, the game would have ended.
I'm kind of surprised that he's playing it this way.
And, control block, I'll say, from Elibird there, gives him the ability to play back into this Vexing Malice. More importantly for Jimmy Nero, they are...
Why not just, like, Rune Chant Reaping Blade set the thing? I guess you don't put her in lethal ever by doing it that way.
Stripping away cards from
yeah,
Aurora,
this makes sense.
Buy them enough room for those soul shackles to be the difference.
Actually, and also, this is the best use case for it now. In lieu of a gold token, I guess you could pitch to create an embodiment of lightning, but Ellie here, happy enough to get 2 block out of it. This one, though, definitely puts you in the tank. That equipment block is not there. The lightning greens are battle.
You know what's so fucked? I don't know if you guys remember, I was doing the spreadsheets for like what stores were giving out for prizes. One of the stores in my area that gave out goated prizing, it was like, I think it was like 117% they put back in the pool or something ridiculous. They didn't even get a Pro Quest this season. Okay. And I'm sure I'm going to look at it later and it's going to be like, yep, the stores that give shit prizing got another event.
Worn 1, so they've been used up.
So dumb.
Got in front for 3 points of block.
This is why I complain.
Really just there for decoration at this point.
1 physical point of damage causing so much pain here. Does mean
I have no idea.
Lethal and demanding respect.
Oh, they did announce.
On Vexing Malice.
I read that as did they.
Existence. Not impossible. There are 3 copies in the deck for Jimmy here as well. If one's found from a Soul Shackle,
it's a card either way here. It's just not a good way to interact with this. Yeah, okay. 1 Arcane and 1 Physical being taken.
Strictly correct to pay for the Arcane here as opposed to putting Sizzle in front. It's an extra card in deck if we were to somehow ever get back there.
Yeah.
But for now, Ellie going to have to try and make the most of Skyward Serenade, and I believe a copy of Ball Lightning. So this is going to be multiple attacks. It will strip away multiple cards. Looking for Search here for a copy of Skizik and +1.
It's very reasonable. I mean, Skizik obviously needs that +1 to get go again. So that's totally fine, or rather, gets +1 if it has go again, pardon me.
So Ball Lightning into a copy of Skizik, likely to be the way this turn is
it's like
sequenced, I would imagine.
Because it's like when you're only seeing this corner of this card, it is like completely invisible.
Fair point there from Ellie, of course. The thematic theme
Jimmy
of
is
lightning
just
cards doesn't
so
really tend to have the same
stone-faced.
frames when you're fanning through your deck with Skyward Serenade. Sometimes Skizik is every...
He was
other
actually
card
having
possible
quite a
matchup.
conversation with me before our game started, but then once the game started, he was just
It's the kind of card I'm
stage
playing in my
face.
order given the choice. I just want to be able to see it in my deck when I pick it up and find it. Please be there.
Ball Lightning for 4.
Okay, so Ball Lightning for 4. That's right, the sequencing will be Skizik as a chain ender. There's no way to give it go again easily here.
Importantly, that means this turn cycle is very face up for Jimmy. There's no surprises here. There's no shocks.
If I were to pick up a
There
new
might be
deck
shocks, there might
right
be
now,
shocks,
what would I
that later on.
choose?
But for now, everything is
If you're
known, and
asking
making
what
informed blocks as a result. Bounding
I'm
Demi-
gonna ask you that. I'm gonna ask a question to your question. Are you asking what I would personally do, or are you asking what I think you should do? Because it's two different answers.
on machinations alongside Snuff Out and Ghostly Visit here. Feels like it's going to
Because I have my own personal biases of what decks I enjoy
A bit
playing.
of luck from that Soul Shackle.
Yeah, quite possibly. Obviously, the root
So
generator
I'm
for
actually
Gravity,
looking
I've noticed
at
that must
picking
interact
up
with
some new
Arcane.
decks
It's gonna
right
hit
now
hard.
because I don't like how inconsistent Gravy is.
Ghostly Visits.
I kind of want to learn how to play something more stable.
One
One of the decks on my radar is Kasai.
Jimmy with the blue. What is it? What, pitch
But
to-
that's
pitch to grass
with a
and then-
caveat that either Verdance gets nerfed or the Verdance matchup is winnable.
So the Howl here, unlikely to affect this turn, but notably is going to deal a damage.
That is scary at this lower life total for Jimmy.
What else is there? Dio's kind of on my radar, and so is Syndra. Not necessarily stable decks, but Mario's on my radar. Whatever I want to learn, ideally, is something that I could see myself playing at Yokohama. So I don't want to play something that's like meta specific right now or is going to rotate by then. So I got to look at like the LL numbers of a couple of these. Of course, you're looking at the goddamn fucking stupid fatigue deck. Color me surprise. Do I think Riftbound will cannibalize the Fab audience? I don't think so. I think the people that play Fab because of the competitive scene. And I don't think Riftbound is going to give the kind of experience that a lot of those players are looking for. I think Riftbound is going to cannibalize like Lorcana and shit like that. All of your fly-by-night people that just like jump from card game to card game. I think most people that like play Fab are kind of Fab lifers. It's just tough. Like I actually don't like very many heroes that are legal right now. Mario would just be because I think it's a good meta pick. I don't really enjoy playing Syndra. Dio I might enjoy. Kasai I might enjoy, but it's so boring. KO's going to rotate, so I'm not even going to look at that. I would like to learn how to play Marlin, genuinely, but the deck sucks right now. So I don't want to, spend time on a deck that sucks. And that'll be a quick enough deck to learn if it becomes good. I've played enough Ranger that won't be very difficult to pick up. Maybe a Cilio. I haven't actually ever played Dio in CC, period, so. I want to just play Gravy. But I hate how inconsistent the deck is. So I'm kind of just like putting my head in the dirt and hoping that they unban some tipples, and then I'll be happy. Dip? What's dip? Dio? Okay. Let's finish this game.
And again, the fear here, you do have to earn cards from Ellie.
You guys can keep asking questions, and I'm going to catch up on the questions after this game. I just want to at least finish the game.
3-1 Arcane.
Kind of blue balling myself right now.
Both sides of this equation have to be answered by Ellie. We need a clean 3 block and a card pitch to Arcane Barrier. Let's drop down to 2 cards. Jimmy still being at 4-3, I guess. If power from beyond remains in the banish. That's relevant.
Small detail here from Jimmy as well. Chose not to shackle this turn regardless of their attack. Understands at this point, Blood Deck probably a bit more of a liability than a help. 3 shackles going to be enough to often find things to do, but not so much you get flooded with the deal you made with the demon and pay the ultimate price.
Yeah, this is where it feels pretty good as Train, right? You block with your hand pretty liberally, providing you can afford to... Oh, he's just... The Avert Existence in hand! That's 2 arcane damage. Ellie cannot deal with that. And there it is. Avert Existence comes out, and it's a fist bump immediately extended. No way to deal with 2 points of arcane damage coming in that same package. And
that was a pretty interesting game.
Through round 6 on Chain, bound by Shadow. It's up big.
I think there's a lot of interesting decisions on the Aurora side that game that made this game pretty interesting to watch. Oh. So sad. He flew too close to the sun. Starts off 5-0. And then I think he goes like 1-5 in LL. So sad. I think Connor spent, like, he must have spent hundreds of hours on LL. Oh, so sad. Okay. We'll do some AMA. Catch up on chat. Also, I have a question. What do you guys want? We'll do some chatting now. You guys can ask me whatever you want about Fab stuff or other games. Would you like me to put Final Fantasy on in the background? Because I'm just going to play Final Fantasy VII until I go to bed. Do you guys want to watch me play Final Fantasy VII or not? How do you most efficiently bring out Whaler? It usually involves either a giant gold stack where you just say, I'll figure it out with enough gold, or you have an Arsenal blue. So like I have a chart in Arsenal that's basically give no quarter with extra steps. I just have like a Rabble or something. One of my favorite ways to actually play Whaler is a Loot the Hold in Arsenal. Loot the Hold or Rabble are kind of the same thing. I'm basically extending the range of how much damage I'm presenting on the turn by an extra 3 points. So that's like my preferable way to do it. Okay, I'm going to boot up Final Fantasy. Steam. Library. Final Fantasy VII. Which one? This one? This one. Then I got to figure out this. Your brother won his first pro quest on Dio? Nice. Congrats, brother. Where's my controller? Controller, please. What do Guardians need in the new set? I think that like the problem with Guardian is like all of their cards fucking suck ass. So it's so tough because like to answer what do they need, it's like, brother, they need so much. But as I see it, the only time Guardian has ever actually been good in Flesh and Blood was when it wasn't Guardian. It was Winter's Wail and Crown of Seeds. It wasn't that Guardian was good, it was that those 2 cards were good, and it was good enough to carry an entire class of unplayable cards. So, like... But it's also a really delicate line, where if you push it too much, then the class becomes incredibly oppressive. Right now, it has play-counterplay, where you can basically tell the Guardian, hey, I don't believe you that you can convert your hand every turn. And you're usually right. They will brick on a lot of their hands because their cards fucking suck. If you push that too much, then we enter the territory of just like, how do I ever beat this? Because they're just dominating an on-hit that takes my entire turn every turn of the game. And now it starts looking like Assassin, which is really a bigger issue. I think really the problem with Guardian is how good Assassin is. I think Assassin has an identity issue and it really cannibalized Guardian's design space. Assassin does everything that Ninja, Warrior, and Guardian does at the same time, but better. Like, what a fucking meme Crush is. Like, on hit, slightly inconvenience you. Meanwhile, assassin cards on hit, take your lunch money, your wallet, NTR your girlfriend. Like, deal 1 damage, do everything. It's so ridiculous. And then all your tricks start in play as well for you to be able to hit. And you can juke your opponent. I think the design, how they went about designing Assassin from MST and Hunted really ruined that design space. And I don't think we want Guardian to be that. I think it would be good if Guardian was able to lean more into like a value soup identity instead, leaning more into like how Victor plays, making it more like a Florian deck almost, where it's just like, yeah, I'm just a good value numbers deck. I'm going to beat you through inevitability. I don't think leaning into the design space of I'm just going to disrupt you every turn and try winning that way is good for the game. How do I fix Tekla-Vossen? A new hero. What's wrong with Tekla-Vossen? It's the same thing. It's just too much is wrong. The math on all of his cards doesn't make sense to be good. I do think the new card Tekla got looks pretty good, though. The hat or whatever. Yeah, I agree, at least. The hat looks good. I'm going to play Sealed MST with my brother this week. Any advice? I heard Miss Vale has a good Sealed experience. Yeah, MST is very good. The power level of your deck in that format isn't really based on the quality or quantity of your class cards. So I would spend a lot of time looking at your Mystic cards and consider how to enable them. Look at your Mystic cards, find the ones that are blues that play at a red rate. There's a lot of them that do that. And then try to figure out how to do that. How do I get to extract all the value out of my blues? Because all the blues are broken in the set. Is Prism viable? Is Prism not viable until it LLs? Well, if it's... I don't know what you mean. Is Prism not viable until it LLs? If it LLs, then that means it was viable, right? I don't understand what you're asking. Can you rephrase your question? As a player who's devoted a lot of time to Gravy and wants to hit the competitive circuit next year, what do you think is something that I can do to be a better player? I've been doing like a lot of Gravy coaching, and I would say the number one thing that I see people struggle with that I'm coaching on Gravy is understanding turn mapping and probability ranges of the top of their deck, and how to consider what their turn is going to look like based on the possibility of every card they could potentially draw. When you're playing, you should understand how many times the cards in your hand is going to change during your turn, and how you would play your turn based on those cards being just like jokers or like wild cards in your hand. Like, what would I do if it was any card in my deck right now? You should have a plan for every possible version of what your hand could look like. That's very difficult to do, but that's what you should be doing. It gets easier over time, but...
Jacob Clemens, for
You
example,
guys weren't ready for the second wardrobe change.
In LL, two very different decks, but two...
Shut up, Punkage. That being said, if you do want some Gravy coaching, hit me up. Or just general coaching. I don't just do Gravy coaching. Thoughts on the December BNR? I'm expecting them to just do a shake-up ban for CC. They should hit stuff in LL, but I don't know if they give a fuck at this point. Like, what LL events? They should hit System Reset, Scalata, and probably something else. I don't know. I'm not going to think too hard about it right now. They're probably going to hit something out of Verdance and Syndra just to, like, bring their power level in a little bit. My hope is waning. My realistic hope. There's other hopes that I have that I don't think are realistic. like Strider's ban, Scab's ban. They're not going to actually do that. They should. They're not going to. Realistically, I think it's pretty reasonable for them to ban Waning Moon and Wrath of Retribution and maybe something else small, like Red Brand with Cinderclaw or something like that. Do I think they'll hit Gravy? I could see them change what's on the BNR for Gravy, like swap around cards. I don't think Gravy should get any bans. I think they're looking... I think if they're just looking at, like, data and everything, they're probably patting themselves on the back with their ban, being like, we made a good ban, see, Gravy's still playable. But if they're listening to the sentiment of players, then they would be aware that the Gravy players are very unhappy with this ban, and the power level of the deck didn't really change. They just made it cringe to play as and against. So what I would want them to do in Gravy is 3 things. 1, taper in the power level of Prismatic Leyline. 2, make the deck less cringe to play so it's more consistent. 3, get rid of Chum. So what my bans would be is obviously get rid of Chum. I would want to give back some of the tipples to the deck. Give back the red and the yellow. And then I would want to hit some of the blues in the deck that enable Prismatic Leyline. That could be you switch which tipples are banned. Give me back 6 tipples, but ban the 3 that are currently legal. It could be hit Rabble. It could be hit Swell. I think you need to ban some of the blue go-agains in the deck because the deck is supposed to have a weakness against Fatigue and Aggro, but I play a single card that solves both matchups. And I just free roll it. I don't do anything to make that card good, and I get to resolve it 5 to 6 times a game. That's kind of ridiculous. I think if you make Leyline like a little bit worse, give me back the tipples, get rid of the Chum. The deck's at a really nice power level where it's like consistently like about the same power. Like you don't have these like crazy ridiculous spikes in power. And these feast and famine moments where like sometimes the deck has a 4-card 0, but other times it has a fucking 3-card 20. This is ridiculous. Like, that's what I would want to see. I think I skipped a question. Do I think Penn will have new CC heroes? I could see that happening. I think it will. I don't think that we're gonna go another set with no heroes. They're gonna get... Have they ever given us a set that had no heroes in it? Even if they were like fucking meme heroes? I don't think they've ever done that. And it looked like we're getting Blaze in the set, unless it's just like a Blaze spec or something. This is probably also where they're going to put some of the heroes that currently aren't legal in Silver Age because of the rarity they're printed at, and give us like a new version of the heroes. Because there's no way to get Blaze right now. Like, you just had to be there. A lot of stuff was in the trailer. I'm assuming it's a lot of, like, specializations and shit. What's the most common mistake I see Gravy players do? It's mostly just not planning ahead. Like, not mapping out their turn and wasting cards or burning... Painting themselves in a corner where they go, fuck, I guess I'll crack gold and see if it bails me out. And all that comes from them not mapping out their turn properly from the jump. They didn't know what they were trying to do with their turn at the beginning of the turn, and they just started pushing buttons.
Don't try anything. The tally of monsters slain has been updated.
Searching for candidates.
Hey there, Chifa. You need a helping hand?
Actually, I wanted to introduce you to an old friend of mine. This is Cloud. He's a merc.
Ah, you don't say. Well, we're always on the lookout for experienced fighters to help us deal with the
Still
bigger
waiting for you to
critters.
rephrase the Prism question.
I'll take on
Odd.
anything. For the right price, that is.
Experienced and cocky, huh? If it's a challenge you want, I might have a few good ones. Your clients can fill you in on the details. Prove yourself with these jobs, and I'll see if I can't find you some more.
Thanks.
Candidate detected. Performing physical analysis. Sizable weapon, excellent cardiovascular health and impressive lung capacity, perfectly balanced muscle and bone structure. An optimal candidate. My name is Chadley. I'm an intern for Shinra's Research and Development Division.
This guy's
hope you'll
definitely
be
a
interested
robot.
in helping me with my research. Please accept this as a down payment. I would like you to set that assess materia in
for
your
free?
equipment and use it to gather intelligence in battle. This data will help me to develop new types of materia.
I'm not interested in working for Shinra.
Not
You
interested.
should know that I work actively to undermine Shinra's efforts. I'm sure you of all people can appreciate the tremendous power of
Wait,
materia.
does he work for them or
as
not?
well as how it might be wielded against your corporate enemies. And if you later decide that I am not worthy of your trust, you can do what you do best.
I will hold you to that.
Excellent! Then we shall work together so long as you deem fit. Once you've completed your task, please return and report to me.
Assess materia. I don't think Prism has a problem in the current meta. I legitimately almost brought Prism to this event. I talked about it in my Gravy deck profile. Why is there two? Oh my god, those are side quests, I guess. Talked about it in the Gravy deck profile where I spent like a week on Prism. The data was showing that it was beating Syndra, Gravy, and Verdance. I just needed to put some more time into it to get it to the place that I needed it to be. So, just couldn't get it there. But I think Prism's good. I don't think there's any real problem with her right now. Do you think it's better to know most of the Fab heroes in and out, or have a general understanding of what they do and a very deep understanding of your own deck and game plan? I mean, the real answer is both, but like, you're asking which.
Until they get Reactor 1 back up and running, the fact
You do get a lot of value out of having a deep understanding of the decks that you're playing against. Like, I'll notice when I play a deck for a while, like Azalea, for example. I learned how to play Azalea for one event, and this happened to other decks too, where I'll learn how to play a deck, and then when I go to play against it, I'm noticing lots of things that I wouldn't have noticed before, and I'm gaining small edges. I'm getting a better read on what my opponent's putting in arsenal based on like how they attacked and blocked. So I'm just like gaining these small percentage points. I think you get a larger edge by having a deeper understanding of your own deck, but you know, the answers do both, but we don't have unlimited time to do things.
No way we can afford the rent on our place. I'll start looking for
You're gonna have to talk to your clients if you want all the details.
Oh my god.
Please set the Orb of Assess Materia to your equipment and use it to gather battle intel.
What am I supposed to do?
Do me proud now, and I just might have more work for you later.
What am I supposed to do? I guess I have to assess stuff?
You're our go-to monster.
Virgin cleaned up Scrap Boulevard.
Why is there no quest marker for it?
What?
Oh, does it just happen automatically? Doesn't look like it happens automatically. Maybe I have to be in combat.
This won't take long.
Not at all. There.
Ah,
Too bad.
don't care. Okay, so now I need to kill the other guy.
Yeah, not bad.
No, she killed him! Damn it.
Nothing to it.
Damn it, Tifa.
Don't hold back.
What is
You
this?
got it.
Oh, okay. What the fuck?
All set. Five. You're up. Not that.
Stop killing them so
That's
fast.
the way to do it.
Damn it, Tifa. My god.
Let's end this quick.
Not a problem.
Does it work if I scan the same enemy that I already scanned?
Allow me. Enough. That's that. Yeah. Not bad.
Nope. Ooh, piece of candy.
Easy.
Too easy. Gotcha.
I got your number. It's over. Enough.
Right.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing,
That should
Coach.
finally did it. Intel for the kid.
Now we will never assess anything ever again. Thank you for tutorialing something that I will never use.
Cloud, you were the first to gather the data I requested. Here is the rest of your payment. I have developed new materia. Would you like to see it?
No, do I have to do it? No. But I don't want to. Ooh. Auto. I like not having to play the game.
I plan to develop more materia in the future. Together, we can harness enough power to take down Shinra. I'll keep preparing more battle intel reports, which I hope you will assist me in completing.
That went well. Could be you found your calling.
Was alright, I guess.
Think of each job as an opportunity, not to make money, but to build connections.
It's not what you know, but who.
You remembered.
Not a patient teacher.
Maybe not so patient next time.
Oh boy.
Oh, Barrett should have finished collecting his share of the money by now. So what do you want to do? Head back to the bar?
Yes, speedrun.
I hear you sell swords.
Wait, why are you blue?
Got new numbers.
Do me proud now, and I just might have more work for you later.
Where am I going?
I hear you sell swords.
You're the aspiring odd jobber, right?
You just opened up shop in the area, didn't you?
Good luck with the new business.
Take a picture, why don't you? Don't you just love it?
What's going on over here?
Something's wrong. Let's check it out.
Okay.
That Johnny. What's he done to this?
Stay away from me! Hold it!
Oh, new goofy side character? Sign me up.
Get off me, assholes! I didn't do shit! Shut up, punk! Or what, huh? Screw you!
What's going on?
Why you gotta do me
Somebody
like
went and
that?
stole some
Just
blasting
messing
maybe from a
with you.
Shinra warehouse. So public security started asking questions, and you know how Johnny gets.
It's because of the reactor bombing, I bet. I could be wrong, but something tells me they're not gonna settle for just roughing him up this time.
We've got to save him, Cloud.
Is he Avalanche?
No. He doesn't really know what we do. But he has his suspicions. And he's a talker. Actually,
Time to kill some
you know
people.
what? Maybe I should go alone.
I'm coming.
Are you sure?
It's the least I can do. Lead on.
Thanks.
Time to solve crime with more crime. Violence is always the answer. The fuck?
That's not the way.
They come in and act
Oh,
like they own
dog?
the place, all because she
Oh, puppy.
their checks.
What the hell, man? You trying to break my arm? Dragging me through the street like this is...
Don't get to pet the puppy in this Final Fantasy. Strictly worse than 16.
Come on, let's get a closer look.
Any way to treat a model citizen of Midgar?
Model citizens don't steal blasting, Agent. So why don't you tell me why your ID popped when we were going over the warehouse logs?
Huh? You got it all wrong. I've never gone anywhere near a Shinra warehouse.
Uh-oh, someone steals ID?
My ID.
Your ID was never lost. It never got you inside a Shinra installation in the first place. But don't you worry. We'll take all the time we need to help you get your story straight.
I swear, all he had to do was keep his mouth shut.
Yep.
Anyway, you distract the officers and I'll figure something out.
I'll distract them with murder. It is always the answer.
Let him go.
Who are you? The cavalry?
Huh? Is that who I think it is? Oh, hell yeah! You guys really came to save me! Ow!
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Here we go.
Wait, did he really did this the punch off screen? That was necessary.
What now?
He's a talker.
Huh? Whoa, whoa!
No!
Murder really is the
Hold
answer.
on. Wait! Don't do it, man!
You want to live? Then get the hell out of town.
You got it, boss. You ain't never gonna see my face again. I swear.
I'm gonna
Are
unblindfold
you
him.
sure about
Okay.
this? It's a big risk.
I know, but it's fine.
And them?
No more. Cloud, you're scaring me. We need to go before they wake up.
Oh, they're not actually murdered. The sword going into their face kind of confused me.
I'm worried about Johnny.
I'm more worried about us. We gotta go, right?
Right.
What?
It's just... you've really changed.
How?
I suppose it's... yeah. Your eyes. They used to be less...
It's the Mako. Soldier, remember?
I remember. So, what do you want to do now? Head back to the bar, or do you want to tackle another job or two?
Wait a minute. Oh, this vending machine sells potions. Wait, I can use it? Oh, it's cool.
Hey man, check it out. This song's pretty sweet, ain't it? You like it? You feeling it? Have a copy.
That's goofy.
happened to Johnny?
And here we are. You must be tired.
Same as you, I guess.
Could use a little something to take the edge off, right? How about a refreshing cocktail made by yours truly that you can sit back and savor?
Tifa.
Yeah, I'm feeling it a bit too. Hey, do you think you'll stick around a little longer?
Maybe. Work for a minute.
Oh, those sleeves
build up
were
some
Sarah.
savings.
I see. In that case, want to head back out and look for more gigs?
Side quests. No, thank you.
We're back.
Did you have fun?
Lots of fun.
Hey, need y'all downstairs.
Right now? Then the
What's
plan
my
is-
contemplation?
Marlene, wanna go wait for Jesse out front?
Okay.
Looks like we're officially on for tomorrow night then. Gotta go over the details with the others.
Before you do, about my pay.
You'll get your money. So sit down and shut up until we're finished. Double time, Tifa.
I'm really sorry, but it shouldn't take much longer. In the meantime, grab a seat.
Hey, this place has fish and chips.
What'll it be?
I don't know. Something hard and bitter.
Okay, I'm not a big alcohol person, but was it necessary to do the mix shaker thing when she only added a single thing?
Most people would say something sweet right about now.
I'm sure they would.
But you're
Isn't
a more
the point of the
discerning
mixer to
customer,
mix
aren't
things?
you?
You can't mix one
In
thing.
which case,
Wait, how did a different liquid spawn in it?
our house special, the Cosmo Canyon.
Beautiful.
I gotta go. Enjoy. Hey, you see the news? The reactor bombing was the work of the eco-extremist group Avalanche. Public enemy number 1. Gets your heart racing, doesn't it? They don't know our faces, so we're in the clear for now. But we'll want to capitalize on this momentum. Speaking of which, you coming on the next one?
For the right price.
Didn't get paid for the
I'll
first
be
one.
pushing hard for a raise. Tifa will be joining us too, but I don't know. Even a blind man can see her heart's not in it. She was never on board with the bombings, so if it comes down to do or die, if I've got to put my life in someone else's hands, then I'd rather that someone was a professional, like you.
Could still kill some time.
Why is there no drink button? This game sucks. You didn't finish it. Oh, you can go back here.
The real deal, huh?
Oh, the flower. Oh, I can rob the place? not read any of the instructions. I'm sure we can figure it out. Oh! Oh! Stupid good at the game. Wait, how do the rules of this game work? Oh, do I have to get as low a score as possible? I don't understand what I'm doing. I have no idea what the rules of this game are.
Maybe just chill a bit.
I'm gonna have to practice Sage for Pro Tour, so yeah, I'll be streaming it at some point. My plans for the upcoming streams: finish all the coverage for Worlds. That's number one. After that, then we'll probably do some Sage stuff. I genuinely want to watch these games, so.
I heard you're having second thoughts.
I know we have to think big if we're going to
I'll probably spend some time learning every single deck in the format on stream.
I feel trapped.
Want to make some like deck profiles and stuff, and then post some
If it feels
Patreon
wrong,
content.
Don't do it.
Guess that's that then.
What, they kick you out?
We agreed to disagree. So, you want another drink?
Tifa! Time to celebrate. Break out all the good stuff.
Oh, sure.
We won't be needing you for this next job. Feel free to look for work elsewhere.
Fine by me. That's how I like it. No contract, no obligation.
But pay me for the first job.
Say that.
Now we're talking.
The rest of your payment, along with a little extra for your exemplary service. And thus concludes our business. Gonna have to ask you to leave now. This here's a private affair.
Spooky ghost.
Sorry, I tried. We talked it over, but in the end, we didn't want to put so much on you. This is our fight.
Jesse, what's the holdup?
Be right there. No hard feelings, huh?
It's fine.
Let's talk more after I'm done here, okay?
Really, it's fine.
Come on, Jesse, I'm dying here.
I'll catch you later. Sorry to keep you thirsty boys waiting.
I don't know. She's the thirsty one.
Avalanche!
Will she yell at me if I go behind the counter now that she's here?
That hit the spot.
Damn, Biggs. Slow down.
Nope.
Keep it tight. Ain't no room for error come tomorrow.
More reason to live it up?
We'll talk later. I promise. Sorry, you were saying?
Yep. Best way to clear your head.
So what? Now you give a shit about the cause? Okay, what were we talking about?
It's been too long since we did this.
We were all pushing real hard for you, you know? So, where'd we leave off? They did not give us...
Sorry. Boss man wasn't having it. Oh, my bad. Continue.
It was an amicable separation.
Bet you could use a bite to eat too, huh? Where were we?
Can't believe it's already been a year. I don't know how we managed.
Well, I do. It was you guys going above and beyond. Thank you.
No need for that, boss. We all knew what we were signing up for.
Yeah, but when shit hits the fan, it's good to know you in my corner. End of the day, you're all I got.
Happy to look out for you, like I know you'll look out for me.
So long as someone looks out for my stomach.
Tifa's got you covered there.
As a friend,
no one's got them covered.
or as a cook.
As if you really gotta ask.
What is this nonsense on the table?
Hey, little guy. You need
Bag of
anything?
chips and what is
That tickles!
I guess it is kind of obvious.
You know, it'd be really cool if we could do this again tomorrow night.
Oh, we will. Avalanche!
Avalanche! You
That's the
heard
death
him, it's
flag.
on for
Why not
sure.
every
Why'd you jinx it?
You guys.
Why'd you have to jinx it?
Thinking I might have dinner at 7th Heaven tonight.
We just hang around here till he shows
What's up with them?
Big guy with a gun for an arm.
Word is he lives in this town. Just shut up and wait. We'll find him soon enough.
Man, seems like the boss always gives us the most shit-tastic assignments.
Guess that's why we're paid so damn much.
What are you looking at?
We got him.
Hey, brother. You from around the way?
I guess.
No big man with a big gun strapped to his right arm? Heard he set up shop somewhere in the neighborhood.
That depends.
Ah. Clever. Smell an opportunity to make some scratch, do you?
500.
With the barrel roll.
200.
3.
Whatever, man. Let's find somewhere quiet to talk. Walk with me. Got something to say? You looking at me?
He'll be fine.
They walk like they have a load in their pants.
Are they gonna recruit him?
Move it! I said move! Look at all these assholes staring at us.
This shithole's got nothing on Wall Market. Am I right?
Word of advice, Blondie. Don't piss off my friend here. You'll be real sorry.
Unless you got some kind of death wish, then be my guest. After you, brother. And don't worry, I ain't the backstabbing type. Most days. Spill it. You know where the bastard's hiding, don't you?
I told you before. That depends.
Oh yeah? You wasted my time.
Shinra's time, you mean?
Shinra knows better than to stick its nose in my boss's business.
Like I give a shit. Big man with a big gun for an arm, right? So if they weren't Shinra, then... not my problem. Lesson 1 for life on the ground floor. Get some rest. I've seen them around here.
Some creepy. All the items you can... Aha, the man with the strange job.
Rich people spend making it safe.
Is it just me, or are there more cats hanging around that vacant lot?
What's the big sword for? What's the big
Where's
sword
the music
for?
coming from?
Does anyone really need to hire a killer?
Can't help but take a little pleasure.
My husband decided to go to the station and see...
Just imagine if
Looking good. Quality
Oh.
of product makes a huge difference.
Kitties.
Just like that.
Why is there so many? Move! Move! I guess that's not where the music is coming from. What's my PC setup? Are you asking like what my PC specs are or something?
Looking good.
I don't actually know.
Quality of product makes a huge difference. Just
Apparently
like
it was done by
that.
a terrorist group called Avalanche.
This isn't the first time they've caused trouble. I've seen.
Yeah, I don't remember what any of my PC specs are. I built it like 2 years ago.
Reactor so they could save the planet?
It's pretty good.
Welcome home, honey. Took your sweet time. Psych. Are you gonna let me in so we can talk in private?
She's like one step closer to the bed.
Guess I'll get right to the point then.
Huh. What have you got there?
An apology for not getting you on the mission. Or not. What do you think it is?
A proposition.
Nailed it in one. Gonna have to ask you to keep all this a secret from the others, though. It's a personal matter. Something I need to sort out tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight. You and me, together. I want you to come with me to the Sector 7 plate. I'll give you the details on the way.
That's fine by me, but don't you have a pretty big day ahead of you?
I do, but
She's like,
if
I knew
don't
if I
deal
asked
with
him out
this
on a
now,
date, he'd
it's only
say
gonna
no.
get harder.
But if I tell him it's a mission,
Anyway, I can count on you, can't I? A down payment. Doubt we'll be back before morning, in case you were planning on traveling light. Make sure you've got everything you need before we leave. I'll wait here.
how do I equip this?
You all set? Awesome. Meet me at the station after dark. Don't be late.
It's just another job.
Huh? Huh?
Tough break. They changed the times. Last train's already left. Which is why we borrowed these bikes. Need a lift to the plate?
How did you guess?
Easy. You've been acting weird. Like talking about one thing when you're obviously thinking about something else.
Yeah, and don't get me started on all that pep.
All right, I'll give you that. But how did you know I wanted to head topside? Was I talking in my sleep? What else did I say?
No, we just figured you wanted to see your parents, that's all.
Nailed it, huh?
Yep, right on the head.
So, seeing as we don't have any family of our own,
Bringing
how
them
about
to meet
you
your
let us be
parents
a
on the
part of
first
yours for a
date?
bit?
That's crazy.
You know, spread the wealth.
Are your parents still around?
No.
They're in an urn somewhere. I mean, they're definitely
Okay
Ash.
then. Guess you're all invited. Here's to awkward family reunions.
Yeah!
Well, I mean, I guess Mother is still around.
I take it you boys have your brand spanking new IDs?
Yes, ma'am.
Then let's lay down some rubber.
Crank that throttle. Okay, you got it.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Just so you know, I'm not going plateside for the reason they think I am. Look, you saw the way the reactor went up. It was huge, right?
Because of all the Mako. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah. That was wishful thinking. Deep down, I know it was my fault. I
Okay,
used
surely
a
you
more
need more
powerful
meaning
blasting
than that
agent
to
than the
counterbalance
directions
that
called
sword.
for. It had nothing to do with the Mako.
Let's say you're right. So what?
I'm planning on using a weaker blasting agent this time. But, since I can't get in touch with my supplier, our only option is to loot a warehouse owned by Shinra.
Shinra? Good luck with that.
With your help, we won't need luck. ID scan! Ready?
So far, so good.
Alright, here comes the hard part.
That is?
The fake IDs may have held up, but from this point on, if we get pinged by a scan...
They'll come for us.
Yeah, what he said.
Oh, man. Just like that?
No need to worry. We've got Cloud, remember? Hey, you do know how to drive, right?
Soldiers get mandatory training.
Well then, you gonna take my breath away? Make my head spin to your amazing skills?
Don't blame me if you get sick.
We've got company!
Someone's having fun.
How can I not? Pursued by villains, a young couple thrust together by fate race through the neon street night.
Get off.
Oh, 6 days. I can't hit the guy.
Wow, Cloud, you really are good at this.
What do you mean I'm good at this? I've done nothing.
Not much of a challenge, huh?
Nice. Oh, I can accelerate. Oh. Hey, Cloud, you're really good at this. You don't know any of the controls. Oh, that was cool.
That's some super secret technique? You got a fancy name for it?
Of course not.
Bob, we need help! Please!
Man, I can't hit anything. Bullshit.
This isn't working. Had the cold-eyed mercenary's heart suddenly begun to melt?
Nope.
I won't forget that. Wait, is it just me or did we slow down?
Just you.
I think we've bitten off more than we can chew. What do we do?
Shut up.
Damn it!
Oh, I can break.
Freaking ridiculous!
Nice one.
We're excited. Moving to intercept. Got more company.
A-team's here.
I don't like the sound of that.
We're not screwed, are we?
We should keep our
long range attack. Long range. Oh, I have another thing.
Feeling good back here.
Oh, I can attack the left. My God. Imagine winning.
Soldier en route. HQ saying he's less than a few minutes out. Copy. Think it's him? Before we finish this quick. These things can't take too much damage. Can't take it by ourselves. They're coming for you! Damn! That was so cool!
That's the next soldier for you. Next to him, we look like kids on trikes.
You're damn right you do.
Part of that tribute.
We made it! Woo! Topside!
Keep going till we hit the station?
No, head straight for the warehouse. Aww. Our magical ride is almost at an end.
Why are you talking like we're not here?
Because you're not.
Clearly we are.
Not over yet. Clown! Little help!
Not much of a challenge, huh?
Jesse, look out!
Make it look pretty easy.
Time's up. Break up before he shows.
What's going on? Who's that?
A soldier.
Well, hello!
Who's this?
Too quick for the eye. You cross him, you die. Now, mind if I cut in? Woo! Splendid! I've been looking for a new dance partner. Private party, huh? That's fine. I'll settle for a race then. Just one.
You talking to me?
As I can.
No.
So terribly sorry. Your words failed to reach my ears, sluggish and slow as they are.
What's this guy's deal?
The lady's curiosity has been piqued. My name is Will, but you may address me by the more accurate appellation. Speed Demon!
Heard that, huh?
My ears are attuned to the feminine voice.
Ugh, today's the worst.
Yes, yes, this is the contest I've been waiting for! Oh, that's the stuff! Enjoying yourself?
Why did he get turbo
You
thrust?
like dancing, friend? Really? Need to recharge?
Take care of your bike.
Give us a smile. Come on, you look more happy as you did. hard was right. Out of my head, one must unlock his true potential. Become one with the machine. Like this.
Big Cloud, use some help here.
On our side. Away. Your eyes are for me alone. Express your emotions. Better your heart to the world.
Enough?
Don't be absurd. As if I could ever grow tired of your company. Naughty, naughty! Until one of our flames is forever extinguished, our dance will never end! Good for me!
Not good with the current motorcycle fight for boss fight. Like the one from Magic Season.
Come on, let's push it past the red line!
That's probably one of the coolest parts
Jesse,
of the movie.
take over. Well, well, well. I do believe this round is yours. Maybe next time we can keep it just between the two of us.
Maybe.
Until we meet again, my friend!
Okay. Okay.
We did it! Go team!
Don't get too excited. Reinforcements are hot on our trail. You passed the test.
What test?
Driving.
Did more than just pass.
Not really. You made it by the skin of your teeth, if we're being honest.
Whatever.
I bet you held back because I was with you.
Didn't want you to fall.
So now I'm too weak to stay on a bike? Huh? Huh?
Just hold on tight, will you? What?
I might be falling after all. Psych.
Thirsty.
Oh, would you look at that? That's the end of the ride. We'll go on foot from here. Don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves.
Hey, did these things leave a mark?
They got you pretty good.
Ugh, and I'm running on fumes.
Don't worry, we'll top you up soon enough. Now let's roll.
All right. I think I'm going to get off for the night. Anyone that's still here, thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your night. We'll be streaming again probably next